Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. We wouldn't have hit over 2,000 subscribers without you. I also want to let you know the Discord server you voted for is ready. You can suggest stories, vote on what gets narrated next, or just hang out and talk. It's free to join my way of giving back for getting us here. The link is in the description. Today's story is part 1 of Uzumaki clan's Rebirth. Summary. When Naruto Uzumaki rejects Jiraiya's training trip, he chooses a path no one saw coming. Uncovering his mother's hidden legacy, Naruto unlocks the rare lava and boil release bloodlines, and leaves Konoha behind to restore the fallen Uzumaki clan. His journey leads him straight into Kirigakure, where he catches the eye of Mei Terumi, the Fifth Mizukage. Bound by shared struggles and dangerous power, Mei helps Naruto master his true heritage as political turmoil grips the mist. But as feelings deepen and threats emerge, Naruto must prove he has what it takes to protect those he loves, rebuild Uzushio, and lead his clan into a new era. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Ramen, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 1. Time to leave, the start of a destiny. Bloodline warning: Naruto uses lava and boil release in this story. He has 3 elements in total because of his blood limit: fire, water, and earth. Personality warning: Naruto is going to be different in this. I always hated his go-lucky, happy, thick-headed attitude, so he will be a bit more serious in this fiction. Sorry if that isn't what you wanted, sad face. Non-canon age warning: last warning, Naruto is 14 and Mei is 26. I felt that having their ages a little closer might help, and their cosmetic looks won't be hindered or changed because of the slight age change anyway. They will still look and act, relatively, the same. I refuse, Naruto announced to a slack-jawed Jiraiya. What do you mean you refuse? I'm not going training with you, I have other things to do. Naruto explained to the sage. He refused to go on the 2-year training trip. He had other things to do than waste his time with this pervert. He had to learn how to control it, he had to learn how to harness it. If he could do that, then he would make his mother, the Uzumaki clan, and the lost Whirlpool country proud, and he would do it. How can you have better things to do than train with the Toad Sage of Konoha? Naruto shrugged. This guy could get on someone's nerves. I said no, goodbye Jiraiya. Naruto jumped off the roof of the Hokage building, leaving behind a shocked Toad man. Naruto ran through the streets, and saw the looks of disgust and hatred that most villagers directed at him. He ignored them. As far as he was concerned, Konoha was dead to him. They never did anything for him. Even when he tried so hard to earn their respect, all they did was spit on him. Not for much longer, though. Naruto arrived home and got out of the orange jumpsuit that had begun to make him cringe at the very sight of it. Sure, he liked orange and all, but not a full jumpsuit of it. He needed something else. Luckily, he already found something. Naruto walked into his bedroom and looked around. Everything seemed so plain, so normal. He smirked. Looks could always be deceiving. From the door, he walked to the center of the room and knelt down to what appeared to be just another wooden plank in the floorboard. He cut his finger and pressed it onto the wood. It lit up the darkened room for a few seconds before an unlatching sound could be heard and Naruto moved the plank out of the way. Inside of the small opening was a box, or a bunch of smaller boxes that Naruto had only looked at a few times before, but today, he would look through each. He reached down and picked each of them out one at a time. In a way, he felt like a kid getting Christmas presents. The only thing he had actually opened before was the letter on top of the first box, and Naruto thought to reread it before beginning. The letter was worn from age, but it held the definite Uzumaki seal, the seal of his mother's clan. He opened the letter again and read each word slowly and carefully, making sure he understood what his mother was telling him before delving any deeper into his clan's past. Naruto, if you are reading this message, then I am dead. We asked the third if he would give you this apartment specifically when you could live on your own, so I know that you will find this letter someday. I am your mother, Uzumaki Kushina, and I have some things to tell you that will affect your future and possibly change your outlook on a few things. First, you hold the Kyuubi inside of you, you are its jailer, its keeper. You are a hero, Naruto. No matter what anyone tells you, it is because of you that Konoha still stands today. I have disagreed with your father on whether to seal him inside of you or not, but in the end, it was too late for any other choice. I also disagreed with the third when he said that you should never be told of the Kyuubi, for how can you stop him if you don't know he exists? I love you, Naruto, and so does your father. We know that you are not the demon and that you never will be. My clan, our clan, the Uzumakis are an old clan of Whirlpool Country, a small but powerful country indeed. The Uzumaki were the village leaders and most if not all of the citizens were from a branch family of our own. Branch families still held their original family name, but took up the Uzumaki lineage as we were often at war with Kirigakure for land rights, and I grew up in the conflict. Our people have a strong bloodline, one that awakens near adolescence. It will give you power that many have never seen, but you must learn to control it. Kiri took in many refugees when our country was disbanded. If you wish to learn from a true Uzumaki, look there first. Be warned though, if you find a branch family member, they might not take kindly to a pureblood such as yourself, Naruto. While we never openly discriminated against them, many of the original Uzumaki held disdain for the lower families, seeing them as pretenders. Only true Uzumaki awaken our bloodline, and rarely would it have been able to be taught to lower families. Look for someone that has the common traits of an Uzumaki or can use our bloodline, then and only then will you find a fellow survivor. Most of our clan's women had red hair like my own, and the men generally had brown or red hair as well. I doubt appearances will be helpful, so look out for people who use our bloodline, the lava and boil release. You will know, Naruto, I believe in you. I left for Konoha looking for peace and I found it along with your father. He can be a baka but I still love him, and I always will. Naruto, I'm going to finish this letter now. I hope you can read all of it. I had to write fast. The doctors tell me it won't be long now, but I had to finish this one last message to you. No matter what happens, Naruto, I know that you will us proud, whether it be in Konoha or elsewhere. I left a few parting gifts as did your father. You should find them in the boxes. Good luck, Naruto-kun. I know that you will become the greatest shinobi. Naruto read through the message with a sad smile on his face, knowing that this was his mother's final goodbye to him. His father was unable to write anything to him, but he understood the position the man was in. He set the letter down and opened the first box, slowly to surprise himself. He was utterly shocked at what he found. He took out the first thing in the container and examined it closely. It was a ninja headband. The peculiar thing was that it did not hold the Konoha symbol. Instead it held the Uzumaki swirl and the fabric was red. Must have been my mother's. She was a kunoichi of the Whirlpool village. It held what must have been Kushina's battle outfit, a red robe-like uniform that would cover only her torso. There appeared to be pink short shorts there as well, Fuuka's uniform from Shippuden filler arc. Naruto blushed at the thought of a woman in this uniform and quickly set it aside, neatly folded as to not disturb it too much. He found a note on the uniform and read it. Naruto-kun, this was my Whirlpool kunoichi outfit. It is a bit provocative but it got the job done. Maybe you can find a nice little Uzumaki girl and give this as a present of the old times. Naruto blushed at the thought of finding another Uzumaki, especially a girl no less. He set the note down and grabbed what appeared to be another set of clothes, but he was unprepared for what they could be. They were a set of clothes for him apparently, since they were too small to be his mother's. The shirt was a long-sleeved shirt that was almost entirely black except for the Uzumaki swirl that covered his abs and on the top back as well. The pants were black in color and reached down to his ankles and the ninja sandals were a red color. My mom's clan must have really liked the color red. Naruto put on all of the clothes and even placed the Uzugakure headband on his forehead. They were all very form-fitting. He looked in the mirror and saw what could very well be the look of an Uzugenin. Naruto found a note at the bottom of the small clothing box and pulled it out to read. Naruto, this is the male Uzumaki clan uniform. All the genin boys would wear this. Girl uniforms were just smaller versions of what my outfit looks like. Uzugakure enjoyed having a uniformed shinobi force. I didn't understand it either. Did make us look pretty professional though. Naruto thought about the new look as he observed himself. It didn't have any orange, but it was an old uniform of Uzugakure, and the colors were not all bad. He could get used to wearing it, and he especially liked the headband. Time for the next box. Naruto picked up a small box and found himself face to face with 5 medium-sized scrolls in it. Each one had kanji writing on it and intricate art designs to denote its contents. The first had lava written on it, and had a design of flames all over it. The second contained boil and had water and mist drawn on. Below these 2 scrolls, there was the final 3 scrolls that were lined up with each other in a specific order. Fire was between the 2 bloodline elements, while water was beneath the boil and earth was beneath lava. There was another note from his mother describing the contents of the box. Naruto, our bloodline allows you to use 3 nature elements in different combination to create 2 rare elements most have never even heard of before. Your first step should be to learn about the 3 basic elements that you have an affinity to, earth, fire, and water. Upon understanding how to manipulate each of these elements, your bloodline will allow you to mold the chakra simultaneously to create lava or boil. Fire and earth are combined for lava and water and fire are combined for boil. You will notice that fire is integral to know because you need it for both of the special elements. Naruto smiled. This was the Uzumaki heritage, the defining factor of why the Uzumaki clan was unique. Naruto knew that he had to continue this line, and he refused to take up his father's name because of his devotion to Whirlpool. He did not hate his father, but he knew the Namikaze clan was no more and he would only gain enemies if he was to become the last Namikaze, so he would stay Uzumaki and make a difference, and he promised to make both parents proud. Naruto placed the scroll box near the clothing and grabbed the next box, and it was somewhat heavy. Naruto opened it to find a plain scroll with Namikaze written on it. It also held a neatly stacked pile of 3-pronged kunai, confusing Naruto. What kind of kunai are these? Naruto found a note in different handwriting. It must have been from his father. Hey Naruto! Your mother told me we're making like a time capsule or something for you, so I put in my favorite jutsu so you can use them someday. In the scroll it contains instructions for the Narration and the Rasengan, 2 jutsu I'm very well known for. The Rasengan hasn't gotten completed yet, but I know you can finish it if I don't. The 3-pronged kunai are used in conjunction with the Narration. Read more from the scroll. See ya later, Naruto. Well, Dad was excited. Naruto picked up one of the kunai and played with it in his fingers, testing its weight and how it felt in his hand. He immediately noticed the seal on the grip of the kunai and guessed that was a piece of the Narration technique. He smiled upon placing the kunai back on the stack, figuring that he could effectively wield them with practice. Then Naruto came to the final box and opened it to find money, and lots of it. The real coins were all stacked and wrapped neatly, and Naruto counted tens of thousands easily. He also noticed a few books off to the side, probably journals from his parents. I suppose this is my inheritance. Thanks, Mom and Dad. Naruto had decided that he would not stay in Konoha for much longer, and he knew that it was impossible for him to bring along all the money, so he came up with a great plan. It was very short and simple checklist. 1. Ramen. 2. More ramen. 3. Ramen cups. 4. Important ninja stuff. Sad face. With the newly created list in mind, Naruto placed enough money inside Gamachan to stuff the frog's face in. He then placed all the boxes back inside the sealed space for protection. Looters could come by while he was gone, and he refused to lose his last connection to his parents. He also made sure to grab one of the 3-pronged kunai since his father had only given him 10 of them. He decided to spend some of the inheritance on getting more of the special kunai made, minus the seal. Naruto would have to create and draw that on his own. Before he walked out the door, Naruto face-palmed himself for his own stupidity. He had almost forgot to replace his user forehead protector with his Konoha one, and that would be a little too difficult to explain. Finally, Naruto left his apartment and headed straight for the shinobi weapons store and walked inside, avoiding the occasional glare or whispered threat he received. The shopkeeper noticed Naruto walk in and smiled at the boy, as did Naruto to him. There was a few people who understood Naruto, and this man was one of them. "Naruto-san! What can I do for you today?" Naruto walked up to the vendor and discreetly handed the man his special kunai and whispered into his ear. "I need 40 of these kunai made as soon as possible, the Hokage's order. She wants me to begin learning to use a new weapon, and I asked for this, the weapon of my idol, the Yondaime Hokage. Think you can do that, sir?" The man at first looked at Naruto with genuine surprise and disbelief when he first saw the weapon, but he understood the situation after Naruto's explanation. Lie. Naruto paid for all the kunai in advance and left a bewildered shop owner behind. "Ramen time!" Naruto left the ramen booth feeling a little lighter in his pockets, but a lot heavier in his stomach, and he patted it for good measure. He had easily wolfed down a couple dozen bowls of ramen before taking a 5-minute break and continuing again. Naruto made sure that he bought some of the new Ichiraku ramen cups that the old man had created. It contained Ichiraku-made ramen in on-the-go cups. He returned home and once again switched his forehead protector back to the user symbol. He went over all the hidden boxes' contents once again and smiled when he found nothing missing, out of place, or damaged. He walked to his bed and lied down after another trying day, wondering if tomorrow he would leave this place, the village he once called home. The place he declared that he would become Hokage of, and that dream had slipped away and had been replaced by a goal, almost like the Uchiha. Naruto's goal was to bring Whirlpool back to its former glory, and have the Uzumaki come alive again into one of the strongest clans of the shinobi continent. He still played his mother's writing over and over in his head, the writing about a nice little Uzumaki girl. He wondered if he really could find another Uzumaki in Kiri or anywhere really. Maybe he could travel to the old Uzumaki ruins, maybe it had already been rebuilt. Naruto's thoughts continued to drift on about beautiful redheads and how he would look in a kage hat until he fell into a deep sleep. Elsewhere, there was a couple of love birds talking about him and his sudden rejection in Jiraiya's training. Hokage Tower. "I just don't get it, Tsunade. The Gaki seemed receptive enough in my previous training. Why wouldn't he want to go on this training trip with me now?" Jiraiya complained to the busted blonde Hokage as she sat annoyed by the pervert's tirade. "I don't know, Jiraiya. Maybe he just didn't want to be around your perverted ass for 2 years. I know I wouldn't." Tsunade mumbled the last part, but Jiraiya still picked it up and scowled at his old teammate. "But Tsunadeheim." Tsunade just held up a hand for quiet. "Jiraiya, you can't force the boy to go train with you. I'll admit he has acted somewhat different the past month or so, but maybe he has decided to follow his own footsteps instead of walking over others. You can keep trying, but I won't force the poor boy, and you shouldn't either. His mother was just as stubborn, and we all know how difficult it was to convince her about anything." Jiraiya cringed at the thought of an annoyed Kushina. He could still recognize and count all of her inflicted bruises. "I suppose you're right, Tsunade, I can't force him. But what about Akatsuki? We can't just leave him defenseless. If I can't train him, how will he become strong enough to fight them?" Tsunade sighed and got up from her chair. She turned to look out the window. "Akatsuki, they always have to make things complicated. We will just have to see. Naruto may surprise us and start training on his own. He obviously had some reason to not go with you, so we will wait exactly 1 month and see how his progress comes." Jiraiya walked over and joined Tsunade in looking out over Konoha, both contemplating the blonde genin and his future. Tsunade turned to Jiraiya with apprehension in her eyes and a frown, and he looked back to her confusedly. "Do you think we should tell Naruto about his parents?" Jiraiya went wide-eyed in surprise but quickly schooled his features to a serious face he used very rarely. No, he isn't ready to understand yet. He won't understand why it was kept from him. He must mature first, then maybe he can accept the truth. Tsunade continued to look at him, and then looked down to the ground in regret and shame. I hate lying to him, he deserves to know. Jiraiya frowned and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, Tsunade, he will come to find out in time. For now, we must believe in his father's wishes and the third's decree and hope that they were right. I believe in their decision. Tsunade shrugged off his hand and went back to her desk. She held a frown as she took out a sake bottle and filled a single cup, making Jiraiya frown. He watched as she drank the alcohol slowly and set the cup back down, thinking about something. Finally she answered him quietly, and she did so with regret drenching her voice. I'm not so sure I believe it anymore, Jiraiya. 2 days later. Here you are, Naruto-san, 40 kunai as per the Hokage's order. I hope you use them well. I'm sure the Yondaime would be proud to see his weapon used by another strong shinobi. Naruto smirked at the weapon maker. Oh, he was proud all right. You flatter me with your praise. I don't plan on letting him or anyone else down. I'm going to train and become powerful. It is my dream to become Hokage, you know. Naruto faked the speech and gave a smile to the man before walking out with a small box filled with dangerous weapons. He hummed a small tune as he walked back home to finalize his preparations in leaving Konoha. He had already packed his essentials into a large scroll and had placed all the family inheritance into the same large scroll he had prepared to carry on his back. He had asked Tenten where to find one since she often used scrolls for sealing things, and she had pointed him in the direction of her father's store. He had given Naruto a large-sized scroll that felt as light as a feather. Surely some other seal or jutsu scroll paper couldn't be that light. All of his remaining cash and family scrolls had been sealed away, including more than half his kunai. Naruto would keep 5 3-pronged kunai in his waist pouch, the rest would be sealed away for later use. He also had garnered together most of his survival equipment into the large scroll as well and had each object group sealed away from each other on the large scroll, along with labels that made it easy to remember where he had placed things. He decided that he would leave tonight and head straight for Kiri, possibly booking himself a ship for the Uzushio ruins. He figured that it would be a tourist attraction by now. Not for long though, it will be returned to its rightful owners. He had prepared a small goodbye note that would be delivered straight to the Hokage directly after he left the village. He had no doubt that Konoha would come after him, but he was confident that he would be able to outrun the search party if he left quickly enough. Jiraiya, though, he would be a real problem. If he somehow found out that Naruto was leaving, he could easily track him down. But Naruto already had a foolproof plan to stop the old pervert. He just needed Jiraiya to stop by tonight, and it would be done. Eventually there was a knock on the door and Naruto smirked. The trap was set. He quickly snagged the scroll and placed it to hang off his back. Then he placed his hands into his iconic hand sign and whispered his jutsu's name. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He ordered the clone to stay in the room and not come out until he gave the signal, and with that, Naruto left his bedroom to answer the door. He walked up and looked through the peephole and confirmed the old hermit had arrived before he opened the door and allowed him in. Hey kid, I hear you said that you might consider the training? Jiraiya asked, glad the boy finally came around. Naruto hid a smirk and nodded, motioning the man to sit down on his couch. Yeah, I was thinking about it. Hey, I was going to plan on trying to cook something for tonight while we talk about the 2-year trip. Do you mind if I step out for a while to get some ingredients? I left someone to keep you company? Naruto fake pleaded and Jiraiya's eyes went from narrowed suspicion to genuine surprise. Sure, Naruto, but who's going to keep me company? Naruto did smirk at that and called for the clone to come out. Jiraiya turned towards Naruto's door and instantly got a nosebleed and started scribbling down notes on his research paper. Naruto's clone came out of the bedroom with nothing but a small bikini covering her modest parts, and she winked to Naruto, and he winked back. Naruto's clone sat down next to Jiraiya and gave him the cute-eye treatment that practically knocked him out from blood loss. Alright, I'll be back soon, Jiraiya, Naruto-chan. Naruto looked to Naruto and waved goodbye and blew a kiss for luck. The clone knew her boss's plan, and she also knew her own part in it. Act cute and distract the pervert while Naruto-kun escapes. She looked to the man in question and found him pleasantly knocked out from her chosen outfit and smirked. It looked like Naruto would get a clean getaway. Midnight, Konoha front gate. Naruto stalked through the surrounding foliage until he came upon his prize, the gate to leave Konoha. He immediately took note of the one guard at the guard post and thought out his options to escape. He figured that the man could be tricked by a shadow clone transformation, but then he noticed Konohamaru wandering the streets. What the hell was he doing out this late? Naruto didn't know, but he wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. He moved to Konohamaru and engaged the small boy in a quick conversation before he recruited him for a job. Hey Konohamaru, what are you doing out this late all alone? Konohamaru gasped a bit when Naruto whispered into his ear from behind since he was caught by total surprise. He looked at his leader and shrugged. I don't know, couldn't sleep I guess. Naruto raised an eyebrow but otherwise just nodded at the explanation. He quickly created a shadow clone and had it transform into a cat. Konohamaru watched in wonder as Naruto did some cool jutsu and wondered when he would be able to do that. He tapped his young charge on the shoulder and got his attention. Hey Konohamaru, want to help me with a prank? Konohamaru looked at him with a confused expression before it morphed to a big grin. He loved pranking people. Sure boss, what do you need? Naruto smiled, too easy. I need you to go up to the gate guard over there. Naruto pointed to the man in the distance. And asked him for your help in catching my clone here. Just pretend it's your cat and lead him on a wide goose chase to the other side of town. Pull the honorable grandson card if he doesn't bite, okay? Konohamaru went over the plan and smirked, and he nodded his assent to Naruto. Wait Naruto, what will you be doing while he is distracted? Naruto frowned a bit at this, reminded once again that not some of the people he was going to leave behind made him hurt. He set a hand on his young protege's shoulder, and gave him a smile that was just enough to hold back tears. I'm gonna prepare something special for him when he gets back. Keep him distracted for as long as you can. Konohamaru nodded and started to walk in the guard's direction but was stopped again by Naruto. Hey Konohamaru? The boy turned around only to enter a friendly hug by Naruto, one that helped him cope with leaving. The boy was confused but returned the gesture anyway. Yeah boss? Naruto looked down at the boy and asked him to close his eyes for a second. The boy looked at him suspiciously but did so anyway. Naruto used his nimble fingers and quickly substituted the boy's goggles with Naruto's own leaf headband, a token to remember him by. The boy still had his eyes closed as Naruto whispered some parting words that struck many chords in his aching heart. Continue to get strong Konohamaru, I have every belief that you will make the old man proud. You already made me proud since the day I met you. Good luck, I hope to see you again. Naruto disappeared to a nearby tree and watched the boy open his eyes and felt his forehead and looked to find Naruto's headband, and he wore a melancholy expression, as if he understood Naruto was really leaving. The young boy looked around for him until he wore a sad smile and let a few tears go, making Naruto finally let loose his own share of sadness. Goodbye, Naruto Naiken. The boy ran up to the guard and caught the man's attention perfectly, leading the man off towards Naruto's already running clone. The blonde took one last look at Konoha before he started running down the dirt road in the direction of Kiri, hoping that he could return one day. Goodbye, Konoha. Tsunade sat at her desk the following morning of Naruto's escape. She still had yet to receive his letter. Shizen was due to bring her any nightly mail that the Hokage might have received, and she was sipping some green tea in preparation for more paperwork. Ah. Nothing calms you more than green tea. Tsunade smiled at that thought, and continued smiling even when Shizen entered with the single piece of mail, and handed it to her. Lady Tsunade, this was received from Naruto a little before midnight according to the desk clerk. Tsunade looked up at her and down to the letter, curious that the boy would send a message to her when he could just visit. Wonder what the kid wants. Tsunade opened the letter and began to read with Shizen watching her carefully. Tsunade's face went from shock to disbelief, and finally to unbridled anguish, as she let loose heavy tears and began to sob. She pushed herself out of her chair and went straight to the window, leaving Shizen wondering what the hell was wrong. What did Naruto do? Tsunade's cry of anguish resonated throughout the village, reaching even the ears of a dozing Jiraiya. Naruto! Jiraiya looked to see Naruto still in her place on the couch, playing with her nails until she heard the grieving cry and knew that was her cue to leave. Oh, looks like it's time to leave. See ya, pervert! And with a puff of smoke, the attractive temptress was gone. Jiraiya stared at the spot she was once in and found his mind wandering. Where was Naruto? How long had he been out? What did Naruto do while he was asleep and why did he miss it? Then he finally remembered what made him woke up, Tsunade's cry for Naruto. Deciding that something was seriously wrong, he bolted out of the apartment's window and headed straight for the Hokage office. What he found disturbed him greatly. He found a utterly wrecked Tsunade sobbing on the floor with an equally saddened Shizen trying futilely to comfort the Hokage. Neither seemed to pay attention to the man as he examined the room and looked for threats, but was unable to find any. Jiraiya looked more closely and saw Tsunade holding something in her palm. A necklace? A locket? Upon looking closer, his face went to utter disbelief and great sadness as he pieced together the clues. Oh God, no! Jiraiya whispered and looked one more time at the necklace. It was Naruto's necklace. The same one that was gifted to him by Tsunade, the same one that tethered the two together, a bond that was unbreakable. It was one of the many bonds that Naruto had broken in his leave from the village. Jiraiya went to the desk and picked up the discarded letter and did his best to read the smudged writing, no doubt from Tsunade's tears. Tsunade-bachan, if you are reading this, then I have already left the village. I can never tell you how sorry I am for leaving, but I came to this decision as a last resort. I discovered my heritage left behind for me about a month ago, and since then I have been deciding how to handle the many changes that it has caused. I hold no anger towards any of you, only the people who hate and misunderstand me that reside in this village have earned my animosity. I have left for lands unknown to learn and master my bloodline that my mother has left for me. Please do not follow, for I do not wish to come back now, maybe someday but not now. I have returned your necklace to you, because I feel that because I came to this decision of leaving the village, I broke our pact, our promise. I'm no longer fit to wear that necklace, and I can never be strong enough, but I hope that I can make you and everyone back at Konoha proud, just like I'm going to make my parents proud too. Goodbye, Bachan. Thanks for everything. You are worthy, Naruto. How could you just leave Konoha? How could you leave me? Tsunade sobbed, and Shizen was still no better off, remembering how kind the boy was. How could he just leave? Jiraiya looked out the window after dropping the letter like it was acid and thought about the predicament. Naruto, why? Jiraiya. The man looked down to Tsunade and saw her gripping his shirt on her knees, practically begging him. His eyes widened and he took the woman's hands into his own, trying his best to comfort the heartbroken Hokage. Jiraiya, bring Naruto back. Please. I just can't declare him a missing nin. I'll resign before I do. Bring Naruto back. Jiraiya turned serious and nodded, hopping and leaning on the window. He looked over his shoulder. I will, Tsunade, I promise. And with that the man was gone in a swirl of leaves, leaving Tsunade to get herself together and begin her day. A day without a blonde gaki, a day without any annoyances or problems, a day that she wasn't insulted about her age, a day without her little Naruto. 1 week later. Whoa, so this is Kirigakure? This is where Haku and Zabuza were from, right? Naruto quietly whispered to himself in wonder as he got off the boat and entered the harbor of the hidden village's home island. He saw the mountains off in the distance, and he figured that was the village's natural barrier to the outer part of the island he was on. He saw his path and readjusted his scroll on his back before he started walking, a hopeful smile on his face. Kirigakure, here I come! Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 3,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 3000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Chapter 2. Kirigakure, time to meet the Mizukage. Kirigakure Mountain Path. Okay, I get the whole hidden mist thing, but why does it have to be so foggy? Naruto screamed into the surrounding forest, scaring some birds into flying away, and they left a fuming Naruto behind. He had been traveling for the past hour to try and reach the hidden village, and all he had seen so far was mist, oh and more mist. He couldn't even tell if he was walking in the right direction anymore. Hell, he could barely see the road. He checked the traveler's guide he picked up in the harbor and reread it one more time about the natural phenomena of water country. True to its name, the Central Island, especially areas near Kirigakure, are known to have year-long fogs and mist with no sign dissipation. Some relate it to the island and how wet the area is constantly. Some radical believers think to believe Kiri ninja purposely create the fog as a natural defense mechanism. Needless to say, the fog is often loathed among tourists, and water transportation must always be monitored to keep ships from running aground or hitting one another. Naruto looked up and frowned, resigning himself to fate of walking in the forest for eternity. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity to Naruto, he found himself at a stake in the ground with writing on it. Naruto read it aloud. Welcome to Kirigakure. Naruto's frown turned to a vibrant smile, and he noticed that the mist had finally dissipated, as if his words were magic. The village was slowly revealed to him, and Naruto finally realized that he was on a hill, or a tall mountain path, since the village was much lower than the ground he was on. He used his eyes to map the path and figured it would take him 15 minutes to reach the gate at a sedate pace, but he stayed at the stake for a few moments to look at the city. It held a unique architecture compared to Konoha. Most of its buildings were cylindrical in shape, and he thought he could spy what he figured to be the Mizukage's office. It was just a hunch though. Naruto really had no prior knowledge to the village itself, apart from rumors and things. Apparently, Kirigakure just finished up a civil war between bloodlines and normal citizens, but Naruto didn't know who won. He gulped out of hesitation and slight fear. I hope the bloodlines won, or else this trip will be for nothing. Naruto began to walk down the path to the village, fidgeting with the scroll's sash held over his chest. He had been quite confident getting off the boat, but now that he was staring down a potentially enemy village, he was having second thoughts. He steeled himself, knowing in his mind that what he was doing was right. His clan was counting on him. He soon reached the village and found the gate to be guarded with a lot more security than the usually lax Konoha front gate. There were at least 5 Kiri ninja standing at solid attention at the gate, and he saw a figure in front of their single-file line. As he walked closer, he noticed the curves of the body, a perfect hourglass shape. It had to have been a woman, yet she appeared to stand resolute, and with authority if the sweating Kiri nin were any proof. She stood waiting for him to arrive, and she looked quite bored, arms crossed and an impatient look displayed upon her perfect features. Naruto could now observe her clearly, and his jaw dropped at her looks, the utter beauty of the woman in front of him. He stood before her now, and the woman watched as the boy looked her up and down with a knowing smirk. I swear, men are all the same, no matter the age. The Mizukage had been alerted to a lone traveler's presence by Kiri patrols and by the unnatural mist detection jutsu generated by Kiri itself. She knew it was odd for a lone traveler to come to Kiri on business, and what worried her was that the person had been walking slowly right down the main path. Any typical spy would have gone off the main road and tried to infiltrate over the wall or something, not try and walk right through the front gate. Because of this, she elected to lead a squad herself in meeting with the individual and ask of his business in the hidden village, yet she found it odd when she finally noticed him to be young. He could be no more of 15 years of age, yet he held a certain air of authority and competence. It appeared as though he had an objective in coming to Kiri. But what? Naruto was still staring at the woman's beauty as she analyzed him as an enemy, but he analyzed her as a woman, a very hot woman. She had long russet red hair that easily reached her ankles and fanned out behind her. Some even covered her right eye. Now looking to her eye, he saw that it was an emerald green color, and he saw that she favored the color blue from her appearance. Her lips were an ocean blue color from lipstick, and he saw that both her toenails and her fingernails were both blue in color. She wore a blue garment over what appeared to be a fishnet bodysuit. She also wore leg guards like that crazy snake lady from Konoha. She stared at him with some patience, he noticed, but all of a sudden her eyes widened and she was gaping at the mouth. He followed her moving eyes and noticed that they were moving from his yuzu headband to the Uzumaki swirl on his lower torso. She must know something about the Uzumaki. Wait, that is impossible. All the Uzumaki have put away their old uniforms and dropped their ties with the clan. I watched father and mother both burn theirs. Why does this boy have an Kirigakure uniform? Hello, I'm a traveler to your village, Kirigakure. I mean no trouble, I'm just looking for someone to help me find out a few things about my clan. Naruto trailed off as he saw the ninja stiffen even more at the sound of clans, and the Mizukage schooled her features and walked up to him. She looked down at him and knelt slightly so she could be eye level with the young man, and talked with a level tone, yet she kept a smile on her face. Hello, traveler. It is nice to see someone coming to the village. We haven't gotten many visitors since the end of the massacres. The woman trailed off and appeared to look sad before looking back at Naruto, again smiling. May I inquire your name, young man? Naruto looked unshocked that the woman was actually speaking to him, with a smile on her face no less. He expected a lazy, or even cold welcome, yet she appeared to be genuinely happy he was here. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. May I ask yours? Naruto asked the question back and watched the woman's eyes widen again at the sound of Uzumaki, but she straightened out quicker than last time. She smiled and placed an acknowledging hand on her chest. My name is Mei Terumi, and I am the Fifth Mizukage, she said resolutely, but was surprised by the young Uzumaki when he knelt in front of her like most of her own ninja did, yet he wasn't even a shinobi of her village? I'm so sorry for my disrespect, Mizukage-sama. Had I known who you were before. Naruto trailed off when he felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up to see Mei smiling brightly at him, her visible eye closed from the size of the grin. Please, Naruto, there is no need for formalities. I may be the Mizukage, but I get enough respect from my own ninja. You may call me Mei. Naruto looked on as she opened her eyes and looked at his bewildered expression, and then she faked a frown and turned away. Unless, of course, you do not wish to call me by my name. Naruto woke up from his stupor and realized she had been talking to him. No, I didn't mean it like that, Mei-cha. Naruto slapped his hands over his mouth and begged that she hadn't noticed the slip, but she obviously had with her now shocked face. Feeling as though their Mizukage had been insulted by the foreigner's feigned familiarity, the Kiri ninja made to attack the boy, but the Mizukage glared at them. She kept her glare until each settled into an uncomfortable squirm under her gaze. Then she smirked before turning back to Naruto with a bright smile. Mei-chan, huh? She looked at Naruto and almost laughed as he squirmed under her inquisitive gaze, but she let up and giggled. Naruto had been waiting for an almighty and powerful water jutsu to drown him to death, or the other ninja to carve him up with kunai for his disrespect. But he looked to see Mei giggling from the comment. Okay, Naruto-kun, how about we go inside the village and discuss your problem in my office? I may be able to help you with your clan problem, she said, and began to walk in the direction of her office. She looked behind her to see Naruto still standing there, just watching her. I must really have captured the interest of this young Uzumaki. Curious. Are you coming, Naruto-kun? My bodyguards won't bite, or else I'll melt them. She threatened her own Kiri ninjas while still smiling, and each of them were completely frightened. They knew that Mei meant that statement very literally because of her unique bloodline, yet Naruto was completely oblivious, and started to walk up to her, and stood behind the woman to respect her. The young woman frowned and looked at Naruto, who was looking down at the ground, still embarrassed at his lack of respect to the Mizukage. She once again knelt down to his level and set a hand on his cheek, forcing him to look at her pristine features. She gave him another one of her famous smiles that had made the young genin feel butterflies in his stomach, and made him feel at peace. He listened to her melodic voice as she spoke to him softly. Please, Naruto-kun, I won't hurt you for calling me Mei-chan. I actually think it's cute. Now please walk with me, not behind me. You have shown nothing but kindness and respect to my village so far. I have no reason to feel any animosity towards you. She continued to smile until Naruto gave her a nervous smile and nodded in agreement, and she noticed when he frowned a bit when she took her hand back from his cheek and got up. She frowned at the thought of making him sad, but she didn't want to believe the young newcomer had developed a crush on her so soon. He is very interesting, and cute with those whisker marks. She began walking towards the largest cylindrical building of the city, the kanji sign for water in the same spot as Konoha's fire on their Hokage building. Naruto walked alongside the taller woman with her bodyguards obediently following behind them, keeping an eye on the young boy. They were itching for an excuse just to kill him, but the Mizukage had shown favor towards the boy and it would obviously end badly if they were to try something. This is Kirigakure Naruto-kun. I recently became the Godame Mizukage after my predecessor, Yagura, died of unknown causes. I have been working to stop the bloodline massacres that started during his reign for some time now. The fruits of our labor are as you can see now. She motioned with her hands towards the village residential sector they were walking through. Naruto saw the many children playing outside in playgrounds with their parents, mingling with each other from the benches. Shop vendors, both inside stores or outside at stalls, were actively trading and selling their many wares with both civilian and shinobi. The houses were all well built, and even though some were obviously only recently constructed, the village had an immaculate, pristine look. If these massacres are as bad she made them sound, she did very well in taking over. I see it, Mei-chan. A low growl could be heard from the bodyguards. This village must be prospering under your rule, to have fixed so much in so little of time. Naruto looked up into her proud eyes as she looked down to him. You are obviously a great leader, Mei-chan. The young woman blushed a bit at his compliment and smiled. She already liked the Uzumaki, this Naruto. Many had at first disagreed with her appointment to Mizukage, some asking for her to resign due to being a woman, and others calling for her head because of her bloodline. Bloodline. I wonder if this boy is a true blood like I am. Could his clan problem be that he is starting to activate the bloodline? Thank you, Naruto-kun, I'm glad you think so. Many have often disagreed with my appointment to the Kage position here in Kirigakure. To hear it from a newcomer so soon, it is disconcerting to think that you would have more confidence in me than my own people. Naruto frowned at that. How could her people not see the prosperity she has brought? Here we are, the Mizukage office building. She walked to the center of the welcoming lobby and turned to Naruto, holding out her slender hand. I always hated stairs. Hold on to me, Naruto-kun. I'll get us there quicker. Naruto hesitantly took her hand and she grew a playful smirk. The woman purposely pulled him too hard and he slammed into her chest. Luckily he had two nice cushions to prevent any harm. The guards again growled but Mei just giggled at what she had done. It was fun messing with Naruto. She smiled as she put her arms around his neck as if to hug him until they were enveloped in a swirl of water, causing both to disappear to the Mizukage suite. Mizukage office. The two ninja appeared in the woman's office, and Naruto noted how it was similar to the Hokage office, except there was a lot of blue. The office held a simple desk and a blue leather couch in front of it, obviously for comfort rather than business. The room held a full window wall behind the office desk, giving a clear view of the village for the Mizukage. It also seemed the room was not in a shape like the Hokage office. It seemed to be a small trapezoid shape, the window wall being the lengthy base and the door being the starting point for the angled sides. Naruto looked towards the actual entrance to the office and found a set of regal wooden double doors, and there was a blue carpet that led from the entrance to the front of the office desk. From the door, 3 blue marble columns flanked the carpet on either side, and Naruto observed they were more for show and not for actual structural integrity. All in all, it beat the Hokage office in luxury easily. Mei walked away from Naruto and sat on the couch instead of her usual seat at the desk and patted a seat on the couch right next to her. Naruto took the hint and gulped, hesitantly walking over to sit next to the beautiful woman. She laced an arm above Naruto's head, resting it on the couch and leaning in close with an inviting smile, and began to talk to the embarrassed genin. "So what brings an Uzumaki to my village?" Mei questioned, gauging both his reaction and his answer to her question on how to proceed. It was a delicate matter for her, since she had history with the Uzumaki. Naruto gulped and did his best to explain his situation, skirting around sensitive Uzumaki business like their bloodline and such. He essentially was looking for relatives from what his half-truth's speech sounded like. "There must be more of a reason for you to just up and leave your home in Konoha than to find some long-lost relatives. Don't lie to me, Naruto." She threatened with narrowed eyes but still kept a deceivingly cheerful smile on her face. Naruto gulped. "Guess it's now or never." "Well, you see, I am at the age where the Uzumaki bloodline activates, and I need to find someone to train me to harness it. One day I hope to rebuild Kirigakure and the Uzumaki clan, but I can't do that if I can't use my Kekkai Genkai Kanai." Mei acquired a surprised face. She had already guessed his bloodline would be the real reason he was in Kiri, but she hadn't thought that he would actually have such a dream. She had not expected him to have such ambition, to bring glory back to the old Whirlpool country? Impossible! It was now owned by Kirigakure, as were most of the islands surrounding the Central Isle. But she had to give it to the young boy. He definitely had determination to see it through. "I see." Mei suddenly got up and walked towards the wall-spanning window and looked out across the village. Having a silent battle within herself on how to proceed, since she had to be careful, pure-blood Uzumaki were hard to find anywhere now, and to lose one now would be a great loss to Kiri. Naruto fiddled with his scroll that he had set on the ground, nervous on the Mizukage's decision. He wanted to stay here and find other Uzumaki, but he could regretfully understand any reason the Mizukage might have of denying him and sending him back. He watched her turn towards him, a straight face that made it impossible to read her. "I'm afraid the Uzumaki clan is defunct. Any true Uzumaki are either dead or in hiding." Naruto frowned at her explanation but had feared such an answer. Mei hated to disappoint him, but she knew that there was no true Uzumaki clan left, just a few branch families. "I see. Well, I suppose I'll go then. Thank you for your time, Mizukage-sama." Mei held a shocked and hurt look on her face as she watched the downtrodden boy pick up his scroll and leave. Mei held out her hand as if to grab him and yelled to him. "Stop!" Naruto froze and slowly turned back to her, wondering what other bad news she could bring next. Mei was frowning. She hated to see the young man look so down about his situation. She had to find something to keep him there. "Where will you go, Naruto-kun? There is no other place that would have any chance of holding Uzumaki clansmen, and I'm sure there is a search party waiting to find you in Fire Territory." Naruto looked at her and began to contemplate where he would go. He just wanted to leave this place. It hurt too much to stay. "I suppose I could go to Wave. I have made many friends there, and it is possible because of their proximity that an Uzumaki could be located in the town." The Mizukage frowned. His explanation was sound and she couldn't dissuade him. She watched him turn and continue walking towards the door. She disappeared in a vortex of water and appeared directly in front of him, surprising him and made his face plow into her large breasts. She giggled a bit at the scene and frowned when he backed up and started stuttering off an apology. She walked up to him and knelt a bit, placing a hand on his cheek to calm him. It did wonders. The boy shut up and looked at the emerald-eyed goddess. "There may be no active Uzumaki here, but I believe that I can train you, Naruto-kun. My clan holds a Kekkai Genkai that is a carbon copy of your own, and I believe that our clans must have had some history for this to be, although I can't be sure." Naruto looked shocked at the innocent woman. She had his Kekkai Genkai. "Wait, you can use lava and boil release?" Mei smirked and nodded her head. Naruto's eyes widened even more. "You mean that you know the three elements of the bloodline, earth, fire, and water?" Mei held her smirk and nodded again, and Naruto settled down and decided to sum up his thoughts. "Whoa!" Mei began to smile at that. It appeared as though he would stay. "So does this mean you will stay in Kiri, Naruto-kun?" Naruto looked into her eyes and hesitantly took her hand that was on his cheek and held it with his own, causing her to gape in surprise. He smiled at the young woman and gave her a thumbs up. On my honor as an Uzumaki, I promise to be your best student, Mei-chan. Of course I'll stay here. I really like your village, I just have to find somewhere to live. Naruto went into a thinking pose and racked his brain for a living arrangement. Mei laughed at him. Do you have any suggestions, Mei-chan? She smiled and set a hand on his shoulder, standing up to her full height. I'm glad you asked, Naruto-kun. If you will be okay with it, I'll have you stay in my family's estate. It'll be easier to train you then, and we can keep each other company. ANBU and swordsmen aren't a lot of fun to talk to. It's all business to them when they are guarding me. Mei pouted, and it was Naruto's turn to giggle at her antics. She was definitely an interesting Kage. If you're sure you want me to live with you, then I agree. Naruto pumped his fist into the air in victory, and Mei smiled again. She walked over to her desk and pulled out 3 headbands from her desk drawer, each having a different color fabric. She laid them out on the table and motioned for Naruto to pick one. I'm sorry, Naruto, but many people here won't recognize your Yuzu headband, and it might be dangerous for you to wear. If you would like, I can temporarily induct you into the Kirigakure Ninja Corporation. All you have to do is sign a few documents and pick out a headband. Mei smiled and watched him look at all 3 Kiri headbands. Naruto looked at each headband on the desk. All of them had the 4 waves for the Kirigakure village symbol. The first was a very common color that Naruto didn't really enjoy that much on headbands, blue. He shook his head and looked at the next one. It was a bright red like his own and Sakura's, but it didn't fit well with Kiri's personal style. Naruto smiled and picked up the final choice, a dark black headband, and slipped it onto his forehead. Mei smiled at his choice, albeit a little disappointed he didn't pick blue. She flared her chakra, and out of a cloud of mist came 3 ninja. All 3 had ANBU masks on, but only 2 wore a full uniform. The one that appeared to be the leader wore a striped blue shirt with a Kiri headband buckled to the front of it. On his back, there appeared to be an oddly shaped sword with dual hilts, and Naruto wondered if he was a member of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. He had his ears covered and had blonde hair, similar in color to the Yamanaka. His pants were a camouflage not unlike Zabuza's, and his ninja sandals were black. The other 2 wore standard ANBU uniform and had their masks adorned with blue designs, to signify their Kiri allegiance. Chojuro, take off your mask, please. Naruto looked at the Mizukage and back at the man that had now been identified. The man bowed low and took off his mask. He wore orange lenses in his black-trimmed glasses that connected to the headphones over his ears, and he wore a shy smile that was made up of sharpened teeth. Exactly like Zabuza's teeth, he must be one of them. How may we, help Mizukage-sama? The boy asked, and Naruto could barely hear him. This guy would be perfect for Hinata. I would like you to escort Naruto and myself to the Shinobi district. We will be getting him a new set of clothes. He is a genin, so don't treat him like a civilian, understood? Chojuro and the other 2 ANBU nodded and took in the appearance of Naruto, and noticed that he wore a Kiri headband but had a strange sense of fashion. Yes, ma'am! And they all disappeared in a thick mist, leaving the office behind for an adventure through Naruto's new hometown. Hey, Chojuro-san. Naruto had been pondering a question to ask the swordsman since they had departed from the Mizukage's office, but he had been afraid to ask. The 3 ANBU had walked directly behind the 2 VIPs and had been quiet for the most part. Mei had engaged Naruto in small talk, but it was only to pass the time. Chojuro looked at the boy and gave Naruto a smile. He trusted the Mizukage's judgment in friends enough. Yes, what do you need, Naruto-san? Naruto scratched the back of his head and hesitantly asked his question. I was wondering, are you a member of the 7 swordsmen? All the present Kiri shinobi turned to Naruto and failed to hide their surprise. How did Naruto know about that organization? Chojuro looked unsure and asked a silent question with his eyes to the Mizukage, and she just smirked and nodded, giving him permission. Yes, I am Naruto-san. How did you know? Naruto smiled and jabbed a finger into his chest. It's because you look like some of the other swordsmen from that organization that I've met. Everyone was shocked at this. Where could he have met them? What do you mean, Naruto-kun? We currently have 4 swordsmen, and they have been in the capital for the past 3 years. Mei asked, curious of the story behind his answer. Well, I've met Zabuza, Raiga, and I think his name was Kisame or something. I've fought all three actually. The group stopped walking and looked at Naruto with wide eyes. When did this happen? Wait, you fought Kisame-senpai and Zabuza-senpai? Chojuro practically blurted out his question to the confused blonde who nodded dumbly. How did you survive? Naruto just shrugged, not seeing the big deal. Naruto-kun. The Mizukage got his attention, and she explained their startled reaction. The 7 swordsmen are some of the most powerful ninja our village have produced. To fight them would be a challenge even for me. Naruto's eyes widened and he understood their implication. Oh well, I don't know how exactly to explain. I guess I always had help when I fought them, but I never really lost when I fought any of them except for Kisame. Chojuro nodded his head in assent. His sensei had told him many horror stories involving that shark. He was the most feared of all the swordsmen for the sheer strength of both himself and his sword, Samahata. That is amazing, Naruto-kun. Your clan would be very proud to see you stand against such opponents. Mei praised the blushing boy and the bodyguards nodded in respect. He really is a powerful Uzumaki, to have defeated such opponents without the bloodline to help him. Ah, here we are, Naruto-kun. You will come to find that similar to the old Kirigakure, Kiri has some trends that will never die when it comes to our clothing. I think you might enjoy the style compared to Konoha's. Naruto nodded and walked inside the clothing store, followed closely by the others. Naruto noticed the trend immediately and his face was marked with surprise. He was in total shock. Mei smirked knowingly, and the ANBU snickered at his reaction to the clothing selection. All the clothing choices either had blue, black, or a white/black camo scheme to them, and Naruto felt overwhelmed. Mei gave him a little push and sent him on a quest to find his perfect outfit, while she conversed with the shopkeeper. Naruto walked through the many aisles and found himself getting excited at all the different combinations of clothing he could choose from. He picked up a long-sleeve, black shirt that looked like its sleeves had been sewn on. The sleeves were in the urban camo scheme that were often seen on pants or undershirts, and Naruto decided to choose it for his top. He also chose a camo undershirt to wear underneath it. Next up were pants, and Naruto already knew his choice, so he picked up a pair of pants identical to Chojuro's pair of camo pants that reached his feet. Between the end of the pant leg and his new black sandals were a pair of black, leather leggings that strapped tightly to his lower legs, covering up any skin that might have been shown. Naruto walked back up to the counter and handed his clothing choice to the shop owner, who looked to the Mizukage. She smiled and placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, signifying that he was taken care of as far as permission or prices go. We'll take a half a dozen of these exact outfits. Please have them sent to the Terumi estate as soon as possible. Ready, Naruto-kun? Naruto looked up at her and nodded, and all 5 shinobi walked out in the direction of the Terumi compound. Naruto-san, I was, wondering, what is in that large scroll? Chojuro asked the question that had been on many of the shinobi's minds, and Naruto looked at the swordsman and smiled. It holds all my worldly possessions, and important clan things that I plan on sharing with Mei-chan at her house. Mei looked at Naruto with a surprised look. She had not expected him to trust her so readily, and she felt happy at the compliment. He is very kind. I would do well not to break his trust. Ah, I see. They continued their walk for some time until they reached the Terumi compound, a large, walled-off area with artistic designs painted onto the barriers. Well, I suppose this is where we part ways, Chojuro and Chojuro, please remain on call for the coming weeks. I believe I will need your help in training Naruto-kun. Chojuro looked at her and gave her a small smile, and saluted along with the other ANBU before placing his mask back on. Yes, ma'am. Mei looked to Naruto as soon as the 3 bodyguards disappeared and smiled, one of which he returned with his own grin. Ready to see my house, Naruto-kun? I'm sure you'll enjoy it here. I think so too, Mei-chan. And I just want to say thank you for everything you have done for me so far. I know you are taking a big risk in allowing me to stay, but I promise that I won't be a bother to you or Kirigakure. Naruto announced, bowing low to the Mizukage, but looked at her face when he felt her place a hand on his cheek. Mei's face was now only a few inches from his, and he felt himself unwillingly being brought closer to her, like a magnet to metal. He closed his eyes and waited for contact, but soon felt a warm, wet sensation on his right cheek, and he opened his eyes to see Mei pulling back from kissing him. He now had a faint blue imprint of her supple lips on his cheek, and he absently felt it in a love-struck daze. Mei giggled at how much he was blushing and felt herself getting a little warm too. She didn't know why she kissed him, but felt happy when she did it anyway. Naruto-kun, you don't have to thank me, I'm happy to help you. Your goal to revive your clan is an ambitious and difficult one, and I would love to help you in any way I can. I think you and I can get along very well. She purred the last part before ushering a red Naruto into her estate. The recent turn of events were very interesting. Mei could honestly say that she was glad Naruto had come to Kiri. Wow! Naruto stood in the main lobby to the large Terumi family mansion and noticed how big the sheer size of it was. The greeting room held the same blue marble columns of Mei's office, yet blended them with many of the Terumi family heirlooms and designs that gave the room a very homey feel. This is it, Naruto, my home. I often feel very lonely here. It would be nice to have someone else to live with. Naruto looked at her, and she appeared to be a bit sad at the thought of living alone for so long, so he grabbed her hand, squeezed it. The level of affection caused the surprised Kage to blush. I have lived alone my entire life, so I also share the yearning for company. I think that it will be a lot of fun living here with you, Mei-chan. I hope you'll enjoy me being here. Naruto released her hand and gave her a foxy grin with a confident thumbs up, and it made her giggle. That sound sent Naruto's feelings haywire and caused him to just stare at the older woman's sheer level of beauty and grace. There was a sound that alerted them that someone was at the gate, and Mei quickly created a water clone to see who it was while she led Naruto to his bedroom on the second floor. This is your bedroom, Naruto-kun. My own living area is right across the hall here. If you ever need anything, I'm just a few steps away. Naruto nodded and entered his new room. It was sparsely furnished, obvious from the little activity in the Terumi estate, but it held a bed and a study area with a few books to read. The walls were a dark blue and there was a single, large window on the opposite wall from the door, perfect for early morning sunrise. He saw a closet and stashed his scroll inside, too tired from carrying it everywhere with him. Naruto turned back to Mei, who was now behind him, placing the clothes she received from her clone inside his closet. It's perfect, Mei-chan, better than anywhere I've ever lived before. Mei smiled and handed him a full outfit to change into. The shipment from the clothing store arrived earlier than she expected, meaning they might start training before tomorrow. I'm glad you think so, Naruto-kun. Please put on your new outfit. You'll need to wear it for our training tonight, and I'm curious to see how you look in a uniform. She whispered the last part seductively into his ear and began to laugh as he blushed and ran straight to the bathroom, almost fast enough to be a shunshin. 2 minutes later, Naruto walked out of the bathroom looking a bit hesitant to come out with his new outfit, but he was given an order by his Mizukage and came out fully. She gasped in astonishment at how well it fit him. The clothing were a perfect size and Naruto truly looked good in the Kiri style. You look great, Naruto! I don't know why you're so hesitant to show it off. You look like you've been a Kiri shinobi for a long time. Now gather up all your clan scrolls and come out when you're done. I'll be waiting. Naruto nodded and went straight to his scroll, opening it up and pulled out his 5 clan scrolls. He looked at them for a second, suddenly having suspicious thoughts on the Mizukage and her clan. What if she wants to steal these from me? No, she wouldn't do that. Mei-chan is different. Naruto walked out with the scrolls under his arm and nodded to Mei, who was leaning against the wall next to his room. She smiled and hugged him again, enveloping the two in a water typhoon. Naruto was starting to hope that sunshining with Mei was going to become a trend. He was really enjoying the hugs. Alright, Naruto-kun, to begin, I'm going to teach you how to manipulate the fire element. It is because fire is the universal element in OU, your bloodline, since you use it for both elements. Mei almost couldn't catch her slip up in the explanation, but luckily Naruto was too focused on the teaching part that he didn't notice. To manipulate fire, you must will your body to convert the chakra into heat by raising its temperature. You will have to maintain that heat as you expel the fire chakra from your body. It is integral to have strong chakra control for manipulating nature elements, so you'll have to work very hard to control them, understand? Naruto nodded his head vigorously and waited for Mei to tell him what to do next. Mei quickly went through a few hand signs and held up a tiger seal before expelling a large fireball across the training grounds right outside the Terumi mansion. Naruto watched her in wonder. He was going to learn how to do that. Mei turned to face him, and she gave him a smile. Your turn. Mei handed Naruto his family fire scroll and allowed him to read off the basic fire jutsu and learn the hand signs. After a few minutes, Naruto stood up and took a position slightly in front of Mei and went through each hand sign with slow precision before yelling out the jutsu's name. Grand Fireball! Naruto shot a small stream of fire from his mouth and found himself slightly disappointed, but he knew that it was because of his bad chakra control. He quickly went through the hand signs again and again, continuing to attempt the jutsu for the next half hour. Mei was astounded at his sheer stamina and willpower. Most genin would have given up after the second try. Naruto was easily in the dozens and showed no signs of stopping. It wasn't until the sun was setting did Naruto finally pull off a decent-sized fireball before collapsing from sheer exhaustion. Mei silently gasped and moved to catch him, having his head fall into her lap as he laid there on the ground, tiredly staring into her emerald eye. She was very worried about Naruto. She thought he would have run out of chakra by now, and she was actually glad that he practically knocked himself out training before he hurt himself. Naruto-kun, you did wonderful! With your stamina and sheer determination to train, we'll be done in no time. Mei praised the blonde, and he gave her a happy yet very droopy smile and fluttered his eyes to stay awake a little longer. Thank you, Mei-sensei, I promise to make you proud. Naruto began to trail off as he started to fall asleep. Her long hair had fallen over his face and tickled him back into consciousness. He absently mentioned something, feeling as though he were dreaming. Mei-chan has such soft hair, smells like an ocean shore. Mei outright turned to a tomato from that. Even she hadn't been expecting such a compliment from the genin. She smiled and shined to Naruto's room, laying him down on the bed and covering him up with a blanket. She leaned in close and hesitantly laid a kiss on his forehead, placing a hand on his chest while she whispered into his ear. Good night, Naruto-kun, sweet dreams. And with that, she was gone, already in her own room. She stood in front of her bathroom mirror, looking at herself before preparing to go to bed. One quick shower later, she was in her see-through nightgown. Only her undergarments kept her decent through the gown's sky blue fabric. She looked at the moon from her balcony, silently going over what has happened today, and came to the conclusion that it was definitely one of the more interesting days of her life. She now had a friend, and a fellow Uzumaki pureblood that survived the collapse of Kirigakure. She looked to her closet and saw her last gift from her mother, an Uzumaki kunoichi uniform, and wondered if she would ever put it on, ever see the fabled Kirigakure ruins of her family's birthplace. Maybe go there with Naruto, she mused. I'm sorry, Tsunade, I couldn't find a trace of him. My last estimates put him headed east, across the ocean to the island nations. Jiraiya stood in the Hokage office speaking with a still depressed Tsunade. It had been some time since Jiraiya had left, and Tsunade had held out hope that he would find Naruto, yet there had been no luck. Her tears began anew as she looked out the window over Konoha. Why would Naruto leave his home? I will send a message to the Mizukage, surely she will help us. Jiraiya just nodded, not familiar with the new Mizukage. Probably some old hag. But what if she was young and gorgeous, and somehow the Gaki got with her, and they had a bunch of ki? Wait and oh way. Even my Ika series doesn't get that far-fetched. There is just no way Naruto could pull that off. Little did Jiraiya know that he wasn't far off, and that the copy of Ika Uzumaki Chronicles would have been the best-selling book he would ever write. Ever. Oh well, looks like G3 Arman will have to pick up the slack with his fiction instead, Chapter 3. Training of the Uzumaki. Fire training. Mei-chan, stop. That tickles. Naruto lay in his bed, dreaming about Mei and him laying in a field together. She was rubbing his whisker marks like he was a cat. Mei stood wide-eyed at his door, here to pick up Naruto for his training today, but was now listening closely to his words. Mei-chan, my marks, sensitive. Mei decided that it wasn't too perverted, so she got to work waking him up, but it was easier said than done. She tried everything she could think of, poking him, throwing stuff at him. Hell, she even considered kissing him just to get him up. In the end, she settled for a devious smirk for her new plan and began forming hand signs. Naruto was still blissfully unaware. Oh Naruto! Violent water wave! Mei shot a strong burst of water from her mouth and it impacted Naruto right in his face, causing him to wake up and start choking for air. His bed was drenched, and his nightclothes were ruined. He looked to see Mei standing with her hands on her hips and a giant smirk on her face. Naruto sighed and gave Mei an apologetic smile. Sorry Mei-chan, I didn't mean to oversleep, I was having a great dream. Naruto gave her a big thumbs up, making her giggle. She shook a finger at him, scolding the blonde. It's okay Naruto, you're up now, that's what matters. Get prepared in your new clothes and we'll head down to the training room together. Naruto nodded and went straight to his closet, grabbed his new clothes and was ready to change when he noticed Mei hadn't left. She appeared to be waiting for him to strip. Naruto blushed and sent her out, making the redhead beauty pout and fake a few tears. He just laughed and began to change. Soon enough, Naruto walked out and followed Mei down to the training grounds of the Terumi estate. They arrived and Naruto took out his fire jutsu scroll and began to read from it while Mei quietly observed from a distance. Naruto brought his hands together in his trademark hand sign and yelled out his jutsu. Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu! Mei watched in awe as hundreds of Naruto clones appeared from a giant cloud of smoke, each a perfect copy. It must be a jutsu from Konoha, but how can he make so many? His chakra reserves must be huge to have that much stored. Alright. I want 200 of you perfecting our fire manipulation and shape manipulation. Another 200 will work on the Grand Fireball Jutsu and the last 250 will work with me on learning new Fire Jutsu. All of the Naruto got into groups just as Naruto commanded and began to work on their assigned tasks. Naruto stood with his 250 clones and began to read his Fire Jutsu scroll. Mei watched all the clones begin their jobs flawlessly, each operating in perfect unity with one another, and having the ability to use jutsu? This shadow clone jutsu was an interesting technique indeed. Mei shined to Naruto and tapped him on the shoulder. She gave him a cute look. Naruto-kun, what's the point of having all these clones do different exercises? Isn't it just a waste of chakra? Naruto looked at her as if she was crazy but remembered that the shadow clone jutsu was a Konoha hidden jutsu. She would have no knowledge of its abilities. Naruto smiled at the busted woman and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Oh, well, I learn everything one of my clones learn when they dispel, so I can get this training done quicker. Mei was amazed at the jutsu's practicality when used outside of combat as well. She contemplated forcing Naruto to teach her, but that would break their trust. No matter how much of a gain it would be for Kiri, Mei wouldn't do that to Naruto. She was content just watching him from a distance under a tree. He had begun to give out orders to his clones on some new fire jutsu, and she smiled at how well he had settled for his new training. She felt an incoming chakra and turned to face a newly arrived ANBU who was kneeling before her. Yes? What is it? Mei asked, somewhat irritated that she was being interrupted. Mizukage-sama, your presence has been requested in the council hall. The ANBU stated before being dismissed with a wave. Mei grimaced. Counselors were so annoying. Naruto! Mei waved to him to get his attention. He looked over to her. I have to go to a meeting, I'll be back soon. Don't overwork yourself, she announced before shining away, leaving a dumbfounded Naruto, wondering what the meeting was about. Oh well, I have to get this jutsu down. I want to impress Mei-chan with my skills. Naruto went back to the scroll and kept reading, his clones working hard to accomplish his tasks. The Mizukage has arrived. A masked ANBU announced to the seated counselors, most being civilians of prestigious families. They all stood in respect as the powerful woman entered and moved to her chair, taking a seat and removing her kage hat. You may be seated, she said, waiting for everyone to sit before asking her question. What was so urgent that you pulled me away from training our newest shinobi? It couldn't wait until the next meeting? All the men frowned at their Kage's harsh tone. She had never respected them since she took office, animosity brought on by the massacres. A wizened councilman spoke for the rest, not shying away from her threats. That is the exact reason why we have called you here, so you can explain why you allowed a foreign ninja into our village, and not only that, but volunteered to train him yourself? This is outrageous, Mizukage-sama. Mei glared at the man named Kyo. He had been a thorn in her side for far too long. He had been against her ascension to Mizukage since the beginning, both for her gender and her bloodline, and it has brought her to have no respect for the man whatsoever. She kept calm as she laced her hands together and held them in front of her face, in quiet deliberation. She talked with a cold, emotionless voice that sent a chill up every one of the counselor's spines. I am the Mizukage Kyo, and my word is law. The shinobi I inducted into our corps is a former ninja from Konoha, and he left on his own accord. I feel that he will be a valuable addition to our forces, and due to some of his unique abilities, I have taken the responsibility of being his teacher. The councilman seemed content with this answer, but Kyo wasn't done yet. You only say that because he is in Yuzu. The man couldn't finish his accusation before Mei was in front of him, her hand around her throat. Instead of threatening the man with a smile, she wore an unbridled scowl on her face from pure anger that this man would dare bring up that name. How dare you! Do not insinuate I play favorites with the clan that I was once a part of. That boy has no knowledge of my relation with him, and it will stay that way. If anyone can train him to harness our strong bloodline, it will be me. Now get out of my sight, I'm done here. The councilman quickly filed out. Kyo was last, holding his throat from the pain. Mei slowly walked around the table back to her seat. She laid a hand on her kage hat and ran her hand over it. Her thoughts were conflicted on the issue of her once again being associated with the Uzumaki clan, something she wished not to relive. I am no longer Mei Terumi Uzumaki, just Mei Terumi. Our clan willingly left behind our past to begin anew in Kirigakure, but why does it feel like, when I'm around Naruto, that I wish to be pulled back to the Uzumaki clan, willingly even? It's as if all past transgressions are forgotten. Naruto is a new light in the darkness for the Uzumaki, but should I embrace it? Or try and keep the past in the shrouded darkness where I once felt it belonged? Terumi Estate, Training Grounds. I have to work harder. I have to finish this jutsu before Mei-chan comes back. Naruto huffed in frustration. He and his numerous clones had been focusing on a new fire jutsu for the past hour since Mei had left, and he still hadn't gotten it. Okay, the jutsu is called Combustion Ash Cloud, and I breathe out a flammable cloud of ash before igniting it by clicking my teeth. The problem I'm having is maintaining a steady flow of the flammable ash, because it requires great concentration to mold the air in my lungs into an ash. Okay, one more time! Each of Naruto's clones went through the hand signs and started to shoot out ash from their mouths. Combustion Ash Cloud Jutsu! Naruto formed a well-sized cloud of ash in front of him. It completely enveloped the wood training dummy on the field. He clicked his teeth together and the fuse ignited. The cloud exploded into a yellow and red flash, creating a small shock wave. Naruto watched his clones follow suit, silently hoping that Mei wouldn't be too mad at the state of her clan's training grounds. The fiery ash slowly dissipated and Naruto watched anxiously for the effect of his new jutsu, and had a large smile on his face upon seeing his handiwork. The entire front of the training dummy was blackened charcoal, slowly crumbling off from the rest of the object. Naruto looked to see similar results on other areas of the training field. Blackened remains of trees, grass, and soot-stained grass was the common view. Naruto suddenly heard the sound of clapping and looked in the direction to find none other than Mei. She was sitting in a tree and smiling brightly at him. He heard more clapping and looked into another patch of trees to find no less than a dozen ANBU, led by the swordsman Chojuro, and they all looked quite pleased with his performance, even with their masks on. Mei appeared behind him and hugged Naruto from behind, her breast squished against his back, making him blush. She whispered into his ear, sending lightning jolts through his senses. That was amazing, Naruto-kun. I'm so proud of you. Naruto hesitantly got out of her grip and turned to face her. He scratched the back of his head from embarrassment and watched the ANBU walk up behind the Mizukage. Thank you, but how long were you all watching me? Mei smiled brightly and jabbed a finger into his chest. Since you yelled out in frustration that you had to finish the jutsu before I came back. The ANBU appeared at the same time. They escorted me here and stayed to watch the show. Naruto blushed again out of embarrassment. Why did she have to hear that? Naruto gave another appraising eye to the training field and turned back to a smiling Mei before bowing low, surprising both her and the other Kiri ninja. Please forgive me, Mei. I didn't mean to ruin your training fields for my jutsu. Mei understood why he was saddened but didn't understand why it mattered. It was a training field after all. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and spoke softly to the boy. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, this is a training field after all. I was expecting it to receive damage like this with your fire training. We'll be working on fire for another month, so I need you at your top shape. Don't worry so much about little things like this, okay? She finished, smiling at the odd boy beneath her. All the ANBU nodded their heads in agreement with the Mizukage. The kid was too hard on himself. Chojuro moved to be in front of Naruto and took off his mask, smiling brightly at the boy. He set a friendly hand on the boy's shoulder. Yes, and Naruto-san, you can't worry about little stuff like this, I guess. If you'll be training under me, you'll have to be strong. Naruto looked dumbfounded at this info and looked to Mei, who sent a playful yet cold glare at Chojuro, shutting the boy up quickly. Is it true, Mei-chan? I get to learn from Chojuro too. Mei gave Naruto a nervous smile and nodded her head slowly. Yes, Naruto-kun. As soon as you can handle using all three of our nature elements, your training will be split up into three, hopefully manageable parts. First, you will train with me in learning how to harness, manipulate, and use lava and boil release. You will also train alongside Chojuro and the remaining swordsmen here in Kiri. You will perfect your basic elemental chakra, learn kenjutsu, and learn the massive jutsu that you will employ as a shinobi here in Kiri. Finally, I believe that you said you took some family jutsu that you discovered with you here, so you'll get to learn those in your free time. I hope that you aren't angry that I made up your training regime without your consent, but it seemed like something you would enjoy. Naruto, are you alright? Mei trailed off in her explanation when she saw Naruto begin to cry, and everyone was shocked when Naruto hugged the Mizukage tightly, smothering himself into her bosom but not perversely. Mei was surprised by the turn of events, but thought nothing of them before she wrapped her arms around the fragile boy, giving him the comfort he sought. The ANBU stood there in awe that the Mizukage hadn't reprimanded the boy for touching her so intimately, but figured that they were just comforting one another. A teary-eyed Naruto looked up into Mei's emerald eye and tried to smile, attempting to form coherent words in his mouth. Mei, thank you. Naruto didn't trust himself to say anything more and just clung to the young woman, who just smiled and held him close to her. He fell asleep just leaning on her, still crying tears of happiness in his sleep. Mei picked him up and dismissed the dutiful ANBU who had stayed the entire time, truly touched by the young man and his show of appreciation. Mei took him to his room and laid him down on the bed, quickly covering him up, and just watched him sleep. She absently stroked his blonde locks, wondering how he kept it spiked up like that all the time. Mei soon realized that it was getting late and that she really should leave Naruto to sleep, so she got up and started to leave, sending one more smile to the sleeping boy. She left his room keeping the smile on her face, remembering just how much fun it was with Naruto here, how much he had affected her. Mei was forced to awaken from her thoughts when an ANBU messenger arrived from a mist cloud in the hallway, kneeling before her. Mizukage-sama, you have received an urgent message that is to be read in the Mizukage suite. Mei nodded but held up a hand to stop the ANBU from leaving, and the man dutifully stayed, waiting for further orders. ANBU, do you know who the message is from? The ANBU spared a glance at the Mizukage's now worried face and knew why. Jounin rank ninja and above had all been briefed on the Uzumaki runaway. It is as we have feared, ma'am. Konoha must be searching for him. Mizukage suite. Where is the message? Mei exclaimed as she burst through the office doors, choosing to take the stairs this time to get to her office. It allowed her time to gather her thoughts on the message Konoha had sent and what she would do. In front of her stood Kyo and 3 other councilmen, all awoken from their sleep for an emergency meeting on the priority message sent from Kirigakure. Kyo begrudgingly stepped aside and motioned towards her desk, giving her a view of the rolled-up message, awaiting the Mizukage seal to open it. Rarely did Kage send messages that required a fellow Kage to be present to have to open it. This meant that Konoha either was asking for their help in finding Naruto, or accusing them of kidnapping the boy and threatening war. "This is it, Mizukage. We have been waiting for you to arrive so that we may see what Konoha deemed necessary to send us." The Mizukage almost growled at the lack of respect Kyo showed, but realized that it would just make a scene, something she didn't need right now. Mei picked up the scroll and walked around the desk to sit in her chair. She reached into her desk drawer and pulled out the official Mizukage stamp, the symbol of Kirigakure. She pressed it onto the correct spot on the seal and it shined brightly before calming itself, allowing the Mizukage to open the scroll and read. She read the short message with practiced precision and quick decision-making skills suited for someone in her position of power, but inside she was shaking at the implications. To Mei Terumi, Godame Mizukage of Kirigakure. I, the Godame Hokage of Konihigakure, urgently request your village's aid in finding a ninja who has left my village under vague circumstances. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, and my information network has led me to believe him heading to the east of Fire Country, towards Kiri and the old Uzushio ruins. Inside, I have placed a complete dossier of the genin in question, and I hope that you can identify, detain, and return him as soon as possible to Fire Country borders. I am aware that we have no treaty with one another, and that you are under no obligation to heed my request, but I beg of you. Think of this as a personal favor to myself if you must. This boy is very important to me, and I wish to have him come back to his home. He has stated that he does not wish to come back, but I believe he has not told me the real reason behind leaving, and I am afraid he might do something rash on his own. Please, I urge you to keep an eye out for Naruto and allow him to come home. That is all I want. Sincerely, Tsunade Senju, Godame Hokage of Konihigakure. Mei set the scroll down and did her best to keep a calm demeanor on the outside, but she silently cursed when she noticed her hands were shaking. What could she do about this request from Tsunade? She sounded very close to Naruto, and it was as if Tsunade herself was the one telling her the contents of the message, begging Mei while on her knees to return the blonde boy. The councilman dare not pick up the scroll and read, anxiously waiting for the Mizukage to say something. "Well, Mizukage-sama? What is the word from Konoha? Are they under attack?" Mei turned to the soft-spoken councilman and only shook her head negatively. "It appears as though they wish us to keep an eye out for a little blonde genin, one that is still considered to be part of Konoha's ninja corps. However," Mei stood up from her chair and turned her back to the counselors, choosing to look out the large window and view the village. She focused on what should be her estate off in the distance, almost seeing Naruto sleeping soundly there in Kiri, not in Konoha. "However, I know of no such ninja from Konoha that goes by that name here. The only Naruto Uzumaki I know of is a promising Kiri genin that lives in the Terumi compound. Surely a Konoha ninja would have no place in my own house, correct?" She glanced at the councilman, looking for an answer to her rhetorical question, and she received nods from each, even Kyo. She smiled, glad to see that the council agreed that Naruto could stay. She sat back down in her chair and pulled out an official Mizukage message scroll and wrote a reply back to Konoha, stating that they would keep an eye out for the genin. She handed it to her quickest messenger Nin, and the shinobi left in a shunshin, leaving her to dismiss the council and head back home. On her walk back, she never once questioned her decision to keep Naruto there, for it was he who had asked to stay. Mei also wished him to stay, even though it had only been 2 weeks since his arrival. The blonde had garnered her attention like no other could, and she wasn't sure of her opinion on that effect. All she knew was that when the Uzumaki would smile or say something to her, all she could do was smile back and feel warm inside, something that scared and excited her at the same time. Upon arrival at the Terumi estate, she peeked into Naruto's room and found him in the same spot she left him, a big smile on his face. She smiled at the sight of him, knowing that her decision was right, that he truly belonged here. She went to bed herself with a smile and a simple thought running through her mind that held her happy mood together for that night, and the many nights to follow. Welcome home, Naruto Uzumaki. This is truly where you belong. 8 months later. Hey Mei-chan, do you think that we can have some ramen after my big test today? Naruto sat with Mei in the Terumi house kitchen. Both sat in high-topped chairs eating some quick breakfast on the kitchen's island counter. The room was a dazzling mix of blue marble and pure pink for the wall color that made it look as though the entire room was submerged underwater. Mei looked to Naruto and was reminded once again of Naruto's addiction to ramen, something that was a rare thing found in Kiri. So rare was it that Naruto was forced to eat other foods as his main diet, and having to ration his ramen stores for big occasions. Today was a big occasion. Mei was going to test Naruto on his fire, earth, and water affinities, and if he passed, she would allow him to move on to what she had dubbed advanced training. It would follow the training regime that she had told Naruto about almost 8 months ago, officially getting him on the track to becoming a great Kiri ninja. Yes, Naruto-kun, I think that I can manage to cook that. Naruto giggled at the thought of Mei cooking, since she wasn't very good at it. He had seen her burn everything from pork to white rice and even sushi. He sometimes wondered if she just used a fire jutsu on the food instead of cooking it with the oven. Mei faked a frown and glared at him. When he started to laugh at her admittedly abysmal cooking skill, it wasn't her fault she never was taught how to cook. Luckily, Naruto had taken to cooking for the two of them in his stay at the Terumi house, and he always cooked her favorites, something she greatly appreciated after taking care of paperwork all day. She appraised Naruto with a practiced eye. The boy had grown some in the past few months. He had reached about to her shoulders in height. Since when he had first arrived, he had only been able to reach her chest, something that was very comical to her. His muscles had grown substantially from the early conditioning training that she had Chojuro put him through, and he filled out his Kiri outfit very nicely. She blushed at the thought of thinking of her student and friend like that, but as a voluptuous woman like herself, she was very good at identifying good-looking men. Hey Mei-chan, are you okay? You look a little flushed. Naruto was waving a hand in front of her face to get her attention. She appeared to be thinking about something very intensely. Oh, what? I'm fine. Let's go start your training now, okay, Naruto? Naruto just nodded and silently shook his head at the woman's antics. He would never understand girls. Terumi training grounds. Okay, Naruto. First part of the test will be fire manipulation. Show me the first jutsu I ever taught you. Mei stood off to the side, behind the boy to avoid his jutsu and critiqued many things about him as he went through the hand motions and finally using the technique itself. She worked Naruto very hard to ensure he was not only quick on his feet, but could accomplish jutsu and tactical thinking under fire, literally. Mei remembered teaching him on how to think quickly in a battle situation. She made him stand on a bed of lava. The first few times were just Mei watching Naruto dance on the hot lava. She was awoken from her reverie when Naruto yelled out the technique's name. Grand Fireball! Naruto shot the fireball straight into a nearby tree and resisted using one of his water jutsu to put it out, instead allowing Mei to quickly put it herself. He was taking the test very seriously, and he could very well be failed if he was to do anything out of sequence during the test time. He couldn't lose focus. Next jutsu, the first one you taught yourself. Naruto went through the hand seals and exhaled a large smog of ash from his mouth, filling a large area with the flammable substance. Naruto had perfected this jutsu before moving on to the next, making sure he could use it effectively, and the work paid off. Combustion Ash Cloud Jutsu! Naruto clicked his teeth and ignited the gray fuel source, causing the cloud to turn red and yellow in extreme heat, burning anything within the cloud. Mei observed what remained of the straw dummies and was proud to say that she could not observe anything, because it had all been burnt away. Next jutsu! Give me something that can be used on multiple targets. Naruto sifted through his memory banks in less than a second and came across a basic but extremely versatile fire jutsu, that he had seen used many times. He went through the hand seals and held a hand up to his mouth to form the fire into the perfect shape. Phoenix Flower Jutsu! Naruto shot at least 24 small fireballs into the surrounding landscape, allowing Mei to clean up the mess once again. She smiled. Naruto had almost proven to her that he had perfected the basic knowledge of the fire nature. Just one more. Okay, Naruto, I'll need a little more proof than that. Impress me. Naruto smirked at that. He quickly went through hand signs he had seen the third Hokage once do. Mei was interested. She couldn't identify this jutsu off the top of her head. This could be interesting. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb! Naruto pulled his hands away from his mouth and lowered them into a bent stance level with his hips, away from the blaze that was about to be released from his mouth. His mouth opened and he shot forth white-hot flames in a beeline in front of him, extending the jutsu's release as far as he could maintain. It was like a perfectly aimed flamethrower, but it required careful concentration and shape manipulation to contain the precise aim and how long the jutsu lasted. Naruto held the jutsu for around 10 seconds before he stopped, not wanting to tire himself when he had 2 more elements to go. Mei stood behind the boy, amazed at the careful aim and the sheer heat that the jutsu created. She observed the flame's path and could not see any grass, trees, or shrubbery that were once in the flame's path, only a charred, blackened line. Very good, Naruto! You passed the first test. Take a 5-minute breather before we move on to the earth release. Naruto nodded and sat on the ground, taking deep breaths trying to regain some of the oxygen he used when he did his fire jutsu. Mei waited out the 5 minutes just watching Naruto, happily reminding herself that he was still here, even after all this time. After she had sent the message of confirmation back to Konoha, she sadly thought of how Tsunade must have been hoping that she would find Naruto, but it was to no avail. Mei asked Naruto his opinion on the message and if he really wanted to go back the following morning. He replied with a deep frown and slow shake of the head. Konoha had yet to give up their search for him, but as far as public knowledge, Mei heard that everyone there thought he was dead. It saddened her to think that she had somehow deprived Naruto of his old life, but she was always reminded of how he wanted to be here when he would always smile at her, at Kiri. Everyone had grown to love Naruto and his friendly ways, even Kyo had taken a liking to the boy. She was glad that Naruto integrated so well inside of a new village so quickly. Surely anyone else would have much difficulty, but not Naruto. Okay, Naruto, time for earth release techniques. Show me a defensive technique first, something Earth is well known for. Right. Naruto went through the motions and yelled out his jutsu's name. Earth style, mud wall jutsu. Naruto opened his mouth and mud spilled out in front of him in a small arc, but looks were deceiving as the wall grew as tall as the Terumi household thanks to the fairly large amount of chakra Naruto input into the jutsu. Mei nodded at his handiwork and Naruto quickly released the jutsu and watched the stone wall slowly crumble down. Next up, give me a basic offensive jutsu. She watched Naruto put his hands up into a single hand sign and focus a moderate amount of chakra into specific points in the ground nearby, all spots with practiced dummies. Mei smirked. Here comes the best part. Earth release, rising stone spears. Suddenly, the ground cracked under the dummies and large stone spikes skewered each right through their chests, piercing what would be a person's heart. All of it was done simultaneously, and Mei did a quick head count. If this were a real battle, Naruto would have killed 5 enemy shinobi in less than 3 seconds. Impressive. Nice job! Time for the finale. Give me a combo attack featuring 2 earth jutsu. Naruto had been caught off guard for only half a second before quickly placing his hands in the hand sign for his first jutsu choice. Earth style, Great Mud River. Starting from in front of Naruto's feet and going at least a dozen more feet in front of him, a small river of mud appeared from the ground, shooting forward with no intended target. Naruto went through 3 more hand signs and watched as the mud transformed to accommodate a large dragon head that popped up from the river. As it opened its mouth, Naruto announced his final jutsu collaboration move. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. From its mouth, the dragon shot 3 mud balls at 3 training dummies, enough to completely drown the targets, or to use a follow-up technique to finish off the opponent. Mei smiled at the display and mentally checked Earth Release as a pass on Naruto's test. 2 down, 1 to go. Another 5 minutes and then we can finish this boring test. Naruto just looked at the woman and gave a weary smile, wiping off some mud that had gathered at the edge of his mouth from the mud wall. Alright Naruto, let's start. Give me a water clone! Naruto focused on the nearby pond and sent the molded chakra to take form with the water, manipulating it into the shape and look of himself. A perfect water clone copy. Next up, show me a technique used to detain opponents. Naruto pushed his clone into the pond and stood on the water, going through a variety of hand signs right in front of his dazed clone. Water prison! Naruto held both hands in front of him towards the clone and a water ball fit around the clone, entrapping it. Naruto left one hand inside to maintain the technique while the other was free to move around. Alright, those are done. Release that jutsu and leave the clone, you'll need it later. Naruto released the water prison and his clone stood on the water next to Naruto, waiting for orders. I want a simple water offensive technique, go! Here we go! Water release, violent water wave! Naruto shot a concentrated stream of water out of his mouth while maintaining the tiger hand sign with one hand with the other at his mouth, shaping the water into the concentrated stream. He shot it straight at a tree, almost uprooting it from the sheer pressure, but he released it too soon and the excess water fell to the ground. Good enough, now show me an offensive attack with shape manipulation. Naruto thought of a reasonable attack and smirked, quickly going through hand signs while facing his nearby clone. Haku used this on Sasuke, at least that's what the team told me. 1,000 flying water needles of death! Naruto quickly pushed away from the doomed clone as hundreds of water droplets filled the air and were quickly shaped into needles, the only blind spot being above the clone. The needles went straight for the kill, piercing the clone in dozens of spots, completely annihilating it. Mei began to clap and signaled the end of the test. Alright Naruto-kun, you passed all 3 tests. You're moving on up to the advanced training now. Naruto looked at her and lazily pumped a fist into the air in mock excitement. Woofy! Naruto said with a breathless voice before collapsing onto the ground into a dreamless sleep. Mei was upon him immediately checking for injuries of any kind. She cursed herself for not moving to catch him, but it had been too late for her to do anything, so she shined to his room and once again laid him to rest on his bed. She flared her chakra and Chojuro appeared without his mask on. He observed his surroundings and walked up to the Mizukage. She stood at Naruto's bedside, absently stroking his cheek with a slight frown adorning her perfect face. Yes, Mizukage-sama? Mei just now seemed to notice the teenager and gave a worried smile to the other blonde, trying to play off her concerns for Naruto. I just called you here to let you know that we will be moving to phase 2 of his training. He passed the basics of elemental jutsu and manipulation. We will begin to really teach him now. Chojuro just nodded and looked at the boy, as if trying to read his strength with just a look. I understand the training Mizukage-sama, but, Chojuro scratched his head, nervous about questioning the Mizukage's will. She only smiled and set a hand on his shoulder, silently nodding for him to continue. He gulped and finished allaying his concerns. But why are we pushing him so hard and so quickly? It can't be because of Konoha, so what do we have to prepare him for that could be so dangerous? Mei looked out the window and away from Chojuro, silently remembering a memory from a few months ago. Naruto revealed a secret of his to me not too long ago, and since then, I have realized how important it is for him to get stronger in the quickest amount of time. That is why I need your expertise, Chojuro, and every other Kiri ninja to help me train Naruto. The Mizukage cryptically explained the threat to Naruto's life because of the thing he contained, the 9 tails. Naruto had revealed his Jinchuriki status to Mei upon feeling as though he could truly trust her, and in the end, Mei was not all too surprised. His stamina was godlike, his chakra reserves were off the charts, and his irregular birthmarks fit descriptions of past changes and other cases of Jinchuriki appearance change, but it felt good to hear him say it to her personally. He then told her of the threat Akatsuki posed, an organization she had only bits and pieces of knowledge about. He had told her enough, however, to elicit her concerns and immediate attentions. Since then she had made Naruto would be ready for when they came. I understand, Mizukage-sama. By the end of the next year, he should be ready for anything that can be thrown at him. I swear on my honor as a swordsman of the mist I will not fail in my training with Naruto. Mei smiled at Chojuro and his willingness to see to Naruto's training personally. The two had become good friends since he had arrived, and she was glad to have him aboard. The Kage took one more longing look at Naruto and then kissed him on the cheek, a rare gesture that sent her senses haywire, always asking for more. She walked away, followed dutifully by Chojuro, and finished her thoughts on the matter of Naruto's training. I know he will be ready, he is an Uzumaki after all. As if Naruto could hear her, his smile widened a bit, and his cheeks flushed with color at the compliment. Chapter 4. Training a Hero, Culmination of Hard Work. Lava and Boil Release Training, 1 week later. Alright Naruto, are you ready to learn Lava and Boil Release? Mei asked the blonde. They stood in the Terumi training grounds, prepared to start Naruto's advanced training. Yes, Mei-sensei. Mei smiled at his enthusiasm. He had been jumping up and down all morning. Before we begin, you must understand how to manipulate two elements to create a new chakra nature. Only then will you be able to use your Kekkei Genkai to effectively mix the molding chakra together. Now then, I want you to gather a sizable amount of mud in your mouth while trying to conjure a fireball from your lungs. Naruto was confused. How was he supposed to do that? Naruto started to mix his saliva with earth-natured chakra, slowly forming it into a muddy substance. At the same time, he attempted to focus the air in his esophagus into a heated blaze, ready to shoot out of his mouth. He found it incredibly difficult. It was like trying to walk left and right at the same time. You can't do it, can you? Mei asked rhetorically. She enjoyed seeing Naruto try to do the impossible. It suited him. Naruto spit out some mud and shook his head, ashamed he couldn't follow through with her order. Mei set a comforting hand on his shoulder, making him look at his sensei. The point was to show that you can't do it, Naruto, you silly little man. I wanted to show you why your Kekkei Genkai is so unique, and why it made the Uzumaki so powerful. Normal shinobi would have to mix their chakra like what you just tried, making it impossible for them to conjure a lava ball like I tried to make you do. Naruto was interested in this, so that was why other shinobi had not mastered the advanced elements. They couldn't do them at all. So, how does my Kekkei Genkai allow me to do what others can't? Mei was glad he asked. Learning how to do a technique was one thing. Learning how it is done and its mechanics are integral to the training process. The Kekkei Genkai we share allows our bodies to naturally mold fire and earth at the same time, thanks to ancestors who have long since passed. For example, a normal shinobi, to accomplish a lava jutsu, would have to combine two nature chakra types while trying to mold them together like he would attempt a normal jutsu. Impossible. We, on the other hand, mold our chakra using hand signs for the lava jutsu, and our body automatically combines the earth and fire chakra for us. Naruto stared at her wide-eyed. The advantages of Kekkei Genkai were amazing. Naruto almost felt as though he was cheating. That's amazing, Mei-sensei. With that kind of advantage, we could take on almost any enemy shinobi with our wide variety of jutsu. Mei laughed at his summary, and while it was somewhat true, she didn't want Naruto to go down the overconfident path many bloodline users did. She scolded him with playfulness evident in her tone, but the message was very serious. Now Naruto, you have to make sure that you always take an opponent seriously. Just because you have something others don't, doesn't mean you will always win. Understand? Naruto saluted and nodded, understanding her lesson. I won't become like Sasuke. I am better than that. Right, Mei-chan? So, how exactly do I make a lava jutsu? Mei wanted to slap herself. She talked about it enough. Now Naruto needs to actually learn it. Oh, sorry Naruto-kun. Let's start with something basic like lava release, lava bullet. It is a simple jutsu that I use very often, so often in fact that I don't use hand signs anymore. For you Naruto, you should only need the dog hand sign to do so. Check your scroll for more. Naruto read through his scroll. The list had dozens of lava jutsu, making Naruto giddy to learn all of them. He found the one in question and found a small diagram with hand seals and a description of the technique. The user would morph his lava chakra into bullets inside of his mouth, similar in technique to mud or water bullets. The user would then shoot the blobs in rapid succession, almost like a fire release, phoenix flower. Alright, Mei-sensei, I'm ready! Mei held up her hand for him to stop, confusing the blonde. Just to warn you, although our bloodlines do make us impervious to the dangers of the boil and lava release, you should be careful to watch your allies. They do not share the natural defenses our bodies have, and you could very well kill someone on accident. Shoot for that tree right there, to show me your accuracy. Mei pointed out a random tree, a bit far away from the rest. Naruto faced the tree and formed the dog hand sign slowly, to make sure he got it right. Naruto opened his mouth and shot out the first lava glob that formed, a mass of dark red and glowing yellow/orange magma. Naruto continued to spit out the globs, each somewhat smaller than the last, and was satisfied to see each hit the target, slowly melting the tree and solidifying into a gray rock, ash kicking up into the air when what was left of the tree toppled over. Nice job, Naruto-kun! Naruto wiped a bit of lava spittle from his lip, surprised he was able to touch it without burning. Just like Earth Jutsu, looks like lava is gonna be messy. Yeah, it tends to get a little messy when you use lava jutsu, Naruto, but it's worth it. Mei had noticed him wipe off the lava drool as she had nicknamed it. Alright. Any other type of lava release for today, Mei-sensei? I'll definitely have to practice these advanced natures though. It takes a lot out of me to just do a simple jutsu like the lava bullet. Mei understood. Eventually Naruto's body and chakra would adapt to the new element, and it wouldn't tire him as much. Let's see, how about we try another simple one? Work our way up until we get you to some of the most powerful jutsu the Uzumaki were known for? Naruto's eyes widened and he started jumping for joy. He would get to learn his clan's hidden jutsu. You should try this one, Naruto. It only requires the tiger and dog hand signs. It's called Lava Release, Bed of Lava. It's similar to the Mud River Jutsu except that it covers the battlefield in a bed of lava while shaking the ground, making it dangerous to your enemies unless they can stay on their feet. Naruto nodded and looked over the jutsu a few times before getting up and trying it. Lava Release, Bed of Lava. Naruto stomped his foot on the ground and everything began to shake before lava started to seep out of invisible holes in the ground, covering the soil. Mei had already sent chakra to her feet as did Naruto. Lava was difficult to stand on until it cooled and solidified. Nice job, Naruto. Naruto? Naruto began to wobble on his feet, tipping forward and backward before he began to fall face first towards the ground. Mei leapt forward and caught the tired boy. He expended more energy than she originally believed he would. Come on, Naruto, let's take a little break. I'll tell you about boil release while we get your strength back up. Mei led him over to a tree to get away from the sun's rays. Today was one of the rare, clear sky days, no mist to be found. Mei grabbed one of Naruto's already prepared ramen cups and handed it to him, but he could barely lift his arms. I'm sorry, Mason. Say, I feel really weak, damn it. Naruto felt so embarrassed not being able to lift his own damn arm, but Mei just smiled. She made it so his back was against the tree, and she knelt beside him, ramen and chopsticks in hand. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, I'll feed you. Naruto was shocked. Mei was going to feed him? She used the chopsticks to grab a sizable amount of the noodles and held it in front of Naruto. Say ah, Naruto. Mei thought he looked so cute, blushing from embarrassment. She had to admit though, even she felt a bit warm doing this. It felt so nice. Ah. Naruto opened his mouth and Mei guided the noodles in, allowing him to chew before she got more. As Naruto ate, he felt déjà vu all over again, bringing himself back to the day of survival training, the test to see if he could truly be a genin. Sakura-chan, she didn't seem too enthusiastic when she fed me back then, like it was a chore. Mei seems to not mind at all though. Even though I feel weak right now and I should feel embarrassed, Mei's smile always gives me the feeling that it doesn't matter to her what I am, she would like me anyway. All done! You sure are a pig, Naruto. Naruto hadn't even noticed that he was done eating and closed his mouth, feeling full. Now then, boil release is, how can I put this, complicated. Naruto, can you tell me what usually happens when fire and water jutsu combine? Naruto went through an imaginary battle in his head and watched a fireball hit a water wall. Steam and water vapor were created and the water wall made the fireball dissipate. Steam and heated water is created, and water wins. Mei wanted to laugh at his simplicity, but kept it to herself. That's about right. It's very difficult to use two polar opposites together as a nature element, wouldn't you think, Naruto? Naruto just nodded his head. He would have thought it impossible had it not been for his bloodline. Well, in a way, it is impossible. Boil release is complicated to maintain and the mechanisms behind it sometimes confuse me. The go-to jutsu that I most often use is called boil release, skilled mist, and it creates a mist that is extremely acidic to our enemies. The thing is, there really isn't much else that you can manipulate with such a delicate element, so I generally don't really think of any other jutsu that can be used. I encourage you to try and make up your own though, Naruto. It would be a glorious sight. Mei finished her explanation and again smiled at Naruto's level of interest in her teachings. He looked like he hung off of every word she said. Wow, Mei-sensei, you are so smart! I promise to make a new jutsu in the boil release, and then I'll teach it to you myself. Naruto gave her a weak thumbs up and Mei giggled, happy that Naruto hadn't lost his cheerful personality. He might very well do it too. Naruto is full of surprises. Naruto, would you like to call it a day or try the boil release? Naruto thought about it, and how his body was feeling. I think I can move now, what the hell. Let's try it. I'm ready to go, Mei-sensei. Mei smiled at his tenacity and stood up, working out the kinks in her back from kneeling the entire time. She offered a hand to Naruto, and he took it, allowing the woman to pull him up. All right, Naruto, it only has one hand sign, horse. As you feel the misty vapor coming up your esophagus, just open your mouth and allow it to leave on its own accord. Maintain the hand sign until you have the desired area of mist, and if you practice enough, you won't even have to hold the hand sign to generate the mist. Naruto formed the horse hand seal and molded his chakra. He felt a relaxing mist tickle up his esophagus, and he opened his mouth when it reached the top. He saw an almost colorless mist seep out from the opening. The mist spread out and moved farther away from Naruto, making him unable to see the area of effect. It was difficult to explain, but he could feel it, and he knew just how far to extend the mist before putting his hands down and closing his mouth. Naruto looked at Mei with a questioning gaze, and she looked at him with a proud smile. Is this all there is to it, Mei-sensei? Mei nodded and pointed to the area that the mist enclosed. Yes, Naruto, if there was a person in there, their skin would be burning and peeling off right now. It's quite an agonizingly painful jutsu. Naruto scratched his chin and observed the jutsu, wondering how it dispersed if it could maintain itself without a hand sign. So, Mei-sensei, if you can't cancel the jutsu by dropping a hand sign, then what do you do? Mei looked at him with a smile, reminding her of when she first learned to harness the jutsu. I asked the same exact thing. Well, Naruto, do you have this strange feeling of awareness about the cloud of mist, as if you can feel it? Naruto nodded and Mei smiled, a quick learner. You have to use that feeling and will the acidity of the mist to go back to a normal level. In turn, you can also increase the acidity of the mist. Beginners often use the horse hand seal to help them control it, makes it easier to sense the chakra. Naruto formed the horse hand sign and focused on his awareness of the cloud of mist, willing it, and the chakra maintaining it to be weaker and weaker, until he could no longer feel the tingly sensation. Mei held up a ram hand sign and sensed for the chakra mist, to see if Naruto dispersed it correctly, and she smiled upon seeing he did so. So how did I do for today, Mei-sensei? Naruto asked as they began to walk back to the estate, happy with his early progress. I didn't mess up on a single jutsu, I rock. If you keep up this pace of learning, I might just run out of things to teach you before this year is over with. She complimented, setting a hand on his shoulder. Naruto was overjoyed by the praise. He couldn't wait until tomorrow when he started his swordsman training. The two entered the Terumi estate and went straight upstairs, intent on taking a nap from the tiring day so far. Naruto stood at his door, watching Mei enter her own room and close the door behind her. He was lost deep in thought. I wish that Mei and me could do more things together. I always feel better when I'm around her, but sometimes I'm scared of the feeling. What does it mean? It means you're falling in love, idiot. Naruto's face faltered after hearing the deep voice in his head. What the? Who the hell are you? I am the QB, dummy. Can't you remember all the times you visited me in my cage? Naruto face palmed. How could he forget? With all the things going on, he had been zoning out the QB. Oh, sorry, I didn't know we could talk to each other like this. It doesn't matter, you and I have much to discuss about this training you are doing. What would that be? While the training will make you strong enough to handle the life of a shinobi, it is not enough for you to survive the life of a Jinchuriki. You and I will have to work on training you to utilize my chakra more effectively, otherwise we'll both die. Naruto hesitantly agreed with his logic. I suppose, but when will we train? I have a pretty full training schedule if you haven't noticed. The QB had to calm himself. Humans could be very annoying when they wanted to be. Of course I know that, you idiot! Eventually, you'll get to a point in training where you will have mastered what you are to learn, then you can focus on my training. Oh, so you're hoping that I get done with my training earlier than expected? Yes, but I figure you should be able to do it. You may be dumb, but for being a shinobi, you're alright. Naruto's face faltered again. Thanks, QB. I can already tell your pep talks are going to be the best. Thanks, learning your language has been a bitch. Least I can do is cheer you up. Naruto climbed into bed and turned off the light, enveloping himself in darkness. He closed his eyes and went over his conversation with QB, replaying the first part. Wait a minute, what the hell? What do you mean, love? The fox was already pleasantly sleeping and all Naruto could do was dwell on the thought. In love with Mei? She is very attractive, but she's older than me and she probably doesn't like me like that. Besides, Mom said to find an Uzumaki girl, otherwise I can't pass our bloodline on, or at least, it would be diluted if I didn't find another pure blood. Oh well, guess I'll figure it out. Mei's bed chambers. Was Naruto looking at me when I walked in? Must have been checking out my ass, little perv. Mei changed into her nightgown and moved to her mirror, examining herself. She moved her hands up and down her chest, always hitting her breasts. She grabbed them and tried to guess their size, very large at least, something that seemed very attractive to most men. Why is it that I feel like I don't mind Naruto looking at me like a man would? I couldn't like him like that, I shouldn't. I'm much too old for someone his age. But he has grown and is still growing, and he can be very sweet and mature when the situation calls for it, and he is very funny and strong. Just my kinda guy. Like Mother always said, I should go find a nice little Uzumaki boy, at least before we split from the clan. But now Naruto has been put in front of me, mine for the taking. What should I do? Well, that choice is pretty obvious. At this point, Mei was sitting on her bed, looking out her window in deep thought. Taking a deep breath, the redhead got up and marched to her door, completely ignoring the fact that she was practically naked. She slammed her door open and kicked down Naruto's bedroom door, startling the boy into consciousness. He gripped the blanket close to his face in fear of whatever could be lurking in the dark. Naruto! The blonde heard the melodious voice of his Mizukage, but was afraid and confused at what had warranted her to yell at him. He tried to form a response, but any chance of speaking was lost when he felt her grip his nightshirt's collar, bringing him close to her face. She kissed him on the lips. It was a very rough and hungry kiss that only lasted a few seconds, but it was all he needed. It was almost as if the Mizukage was claiming her property, and this property sure as hell wanted to be claimed. You. Me. Date. Day after tomorrow, be there! She threw the boy back down onto his mattress and allowed him to just lay there, wide-eyed and blushing. His lips were stained with blue lipstick, and he was touching the tingling lips with reverence. Oh yeah, sorry about the door. A little too excited, hee hee. She giggled and propped the door back up, leaving Naruto alone in the room, completely blown away by her kiss. What the hell? Kyubi had woken up as well and felt like patting the kid on the back. You just scored big time. 7 Swordsman Training. Kirigakure NBU HQ. So Chojuro-san, what is the function of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist? Naruto walked alongside the swordsman. They were headed for the training grounds in the ANBU HQ. Chojuro scratched his chin, thinking about the best way to describe it. Well, Naruto-san, the swordsmen of our organization are almost always jounin, elite ninja of the village. Because of this and the special training we receive as swordsmen, the Mizukage often assigns us as bodyguards or assassins, taking on the most difficult missions Kiri receives. Let's see. In a way, you could compare us to the Sannin in terms of rank. It's an unofficial honor that doesn't have much say in politics other than respect, and even then, we don't have much of that since Sabuza-senpai and Kisame-senpai left the village. Naruto nodded, having a tendency of people leaving the village from your organization can't look good on a resume. Okay, but why do you sometimes wear an ANBU mask? Chojuro smiled at that, touching the item in question. Well, when not on dangerous missions due to our elite status, we are often inducted by ANBU or Hunter Ninja Corp to serve with them while we are in the village, keeps our skills sharp. At the moment, I'm serving as an ANBU because I have no swordsman mission to accomplish. If I remember correctly, Raiga-senpai was a Hunter Ninja when he left the village. It was because of unknown circumstances during one of his missions. So swordsmen are almost always serving as an ANBU or Hunter Nin until they get one of those special swordsman-only missions? Cool. That's pretty cool. So, Chojuro-san, how does one become a swordsman? Chojuro mocked surprise and skepticism, even though he was smirking on the inside. Just like the Mizukage said he would ask, now I just have to butter him up to the idea. Oh, but Naruto-san, you couldn't be thinking of joining our organization, could you? Naruto's eyes widened and he started nodding his head vigorously, liking the idea. Well, that is just too bad. Only elite ninja can become one of the 7 swordsmen. It requires a lot of training. You probably couldn't handle it. Naruto gripped the older teen's shoulders, shaking him violently. No! I can handle it. I'll do any training. I'll listen and learn whatever you say, Chojuro-sensei. Please allow me to try. Chojuro went into an exaggerated thinking pose and looked back at Naruto, skepticism still evident in his narrowed eyes. You sure you want to try? Naruto just nodded and the older boy shrugged, accepting it. Alright then, but first you have to change your name. Each one of our names end up translating into a fruit, so you need to change yours. Naruto went wide-eyed at that. He couldn't change his name, he just couldn't. I'm just kidding, Naruto-san. Mizukage-sama said to make an exception for you. But... Chojuro warned only after Naruto let out a relieved sigh. You will have to get sharpened teeth like mine, see? Chojuro opened his mouth and pointed to his shark teeth, causing the younger blonde to look at him like he was crazy. How am I supposed to get those teeth, Chojuro-sensei? Chojuro scratched the back of his head, trying to remember the big speech his instructor gave him. Well, long ago, when the first inhabitants of Kiri started fighting sharks. You know what, never mind that. I was supposed to give you a big speech, but, it'll be easier if I just show you the hand signs. Chojuro brought his hands up to show the sequence, but Naruto blurted out his thoughts. Wait a minute! You mean to tell me that you guys got those teeth from a jutsu? Chojuro just nodded and Naruto face-palmed. Wow, I always thought it was something more badass. Oh well. Chojuro got a little annoyed by that. His teeth were badass anyway. Hey, this is a Kirigakure Kenjutsu, forbidden knowledge. You should be grateful I'm even giving you the chance to see the jutsu. Naruto calmed down and bowed to his sensei, apologizing for his outburst. Sorry, sensei, please continue. Chojuro had never been called sensei until today by Naruto, and he had to say, he liked it. That's better, now watch. He went through the hand signs, allowing Naruto to copy them and then mold his chakra into the seals. He opened his mouth and it felt like his teeth were being drilled into, they were changing shape and sharpening themselves. It hurts, Chojuro-sensei. Chojuro held a finger up to his mouth for quiet. It would only hurt more if he talked. The process lasted no more than 30 seconds, but that was plenty enough for Naruto. There you go, Naruto-san, now let me see them. Naruto opened his mouth and the teen looked inside and nodded his head, pleased with the result. Alright, the jutsu was a success. Your first step in becoming a swordsman is done. Now we just need to get you a sword and you're done for the day. Naruto held his sore mouth and pouted, following the older ninja. Why does this feel like a trip to the dentist? My mouth feels like a nuclear bomb went off inside and then I get a piece of candy. Or in this case a really big sword. Naruto-san, I know you have probably noticed how blades such as the Samahata and my own, Hiromikari, have special abilities built into their design, but due to the sheer difficulty in making them, these types of swords were discontinued. Our swords usually get passed down from sensei to student and so on. However, I'm not going to give my blade to you since I'm not retiring, so that means we have to actually have your sword made. Do you have any idea what you might want? Naruto thought about it, and had a bunch of ideas, but he couldn't put his finger on one of them. I'm not sure, Chojuro-sensei, can you show me the swords? Chojuro nodded and led him into another room. There on the table lay 3 swords. Each bore the look of Zabuza's blade, the Kubikiri Hocho. One was a perfect copy of it in its smaller form, without the handle attached. Naruto liked it since it was a simple carbon copy of the original, but he thought he should look at the others before deciding. The next was a peculiar one. It had the shape of Zabuza's blade, but it was smaller, and connected to a chain that attached to the smaller hilt. So it's a smaller version of Zabuza's weapon that I can throw around and bring back with the chain. Interesting. The last sword by far interested him the most. The blade looked like the first one, but there were 2 small forms of the blade and a longer hilt. He was confused by the design. 2 swords? Chojuro-sensei, what is this one? Naruto pointed to the sword and Chojuro walked over and picked it up, examining it. It appears to be a dual sword version of Zabuza-senpai's blade. Let's try it out. Chojuro picked up the hilt and told Naruto to hold the grips, which he did so. The swordsman picked up one of the 2 small blades and screwed its end onto the hilt, and as soon as he did so, the blade grew to 4 times its size, now looking exactly like Zabuza's. Naruto couldn't handle the sudden weight change and felt himself losing his grip. Luckily Chojuro took the hilt from him and held it effortlessly with one hand, pointing to the other blade piece with the other. Naruto-san, please attach that one onto the other end like I did. Naruto picked up the blade and after a little bit of fumbling was able to get on correctly, and watched it grow in length too. Whoa, Chojuro-sensei, how can you hold that? Chojuro smirked. A lot of training, Naruto-san. So which blade do you want? Naruto looked at each, quietly mulling over what strengths and weaknesses he could find. I'll take that one. Naruto pointed to the 2-ended sword Chojuro held, and the man smiled. Many have dual-wielded 2 swords like Raiga-senpai, but none have used a dual-ended sword like this, Naruto-san. Your training will be very interesting. Naruto nodded, tried to pick up the sword, but the best he could do was drag it along the floor. Naruto, just leave it here. It won't be going anywhere and no one but the swordsman and maybe the Mizukage are powerful enough to lift it. Naruto looked over his shoulder and nodded, leaning the sword against the wall. Well, if that's all, Chojuro-sensei, I need to head back to the Terumi estate. I have to psyche myself for tomorrow. Chojuro was confused. What did he mean? Do you mean you're training with Mizukage-sama? Naruto shook his head. The training is easy compared to this. I have to get ready for a date with the Mizukage. Chojuro fainted, literally at the thought of the Mizukage dating Naruto. He shrugged and left the large building, heading straight for home. Terumi estate. I'm home! Naruto exclaimed, already doubting Mei was back yet from work. The 2 stoic ANBU guards stood at the lobby door, looking at him. Naruto ignored their blank stares and went up to his room, where he sat on his bed thinking about what the date would be like tomorrow. She will probably get all dressed up. I wonder what Mei would look like in a dress. Wait, I don't have any fancy clothes, I better go get some. Naruto burst out of the house and went straight for the store that sold him his Kiri outfit, hoping that the shopkeeper could find him some fancy clothes. These will be perfect for tomorrow. Naruto walked back into the Terumi estate with a bag of clothes, courtesy of his new favorite shopkeeper. What will be perfect, Naruto-kun? Naruto looked up to see Mei peeking into his shopping bag. She had recently gotten home from her duties as Mizukage and had heard his outburst. Naruto tore the bag away from her and ran up the stairs, startling the Kage. Nothing! Naruto put the bag of clothes away and walked downstairs to prepare dinner. He decided to try out some sushi, keep it simple for tonight. Here you go, Mei-chan! Some nice sushi for the hard-working Mizukage, something you definitely deserve. Mei sat at the table and smiled at Naruto when he brought the food, leaning over and kissing his cheek. Thank you, Naruto-kun! So how was your training today with Chojuro? Naruto downed a piece of fish and looked at the woman. She seemed genuinely curious. It went alright, all we did was pick out a sword for me and got me these cool new teeth. See Mei-chan? Naruto flashed his new shark teeth at his sensei, making her giggle. Mei blushed a bit at seeing the teeth in Naruto's mouth. They looked very good on the blonde. She had always found that quality of the swordsman attractive for some reason, just the thought of a man doing things to her with those teeth. He would have to be so gentle with teeth like those, but being bitten might not be all that bad either. Hey Mei-chan, you're blushing again. Do you feel sick? Mei woke to see Naruto leaning over the table, concerned for the reddened woman. Oh yes, I'm fine, Naruto. Those teeth look wonderful, by the way. I enjoy them very much. Naruto nodded, glad that she approved. Oh, what does your sword look like, Naruto? I always found those large swords to look so uncomfortable. Did you find something that suited you? Yes, actually, although if I had to guess, it's probably double the weight of most the other swords. It's a dual-ended blade. It looks similar to Zabuza Momochi's blade, only there are two blades attached to one another with a hilt in the middle. I almost dropped it with how heavy it was, but Chojuro-sensei told me that my training would let me grow more muscles to be able to wield it properly. Mei gasped at that. Naruto with more muscles, she could practically feel the drool pool up in her mouth. Good thing I already claimed a date with him. No other girl will get her hands on him. I just have to make tomorrow night perfect. Next day, family jutsu training. Alright, let's take a look at what dear old dad left for me. Naruto opened up his large scroll and sifted through all the labels, looking for namikes. Aha! Naruto found the pesky category and sent chakra coursing through his hand and touched that spot on the scroll. His father's jutsu scroll and kunai plopped out along with a book labeled as his father's sealing journal. Naruto opened up the jutsu scroll and saw 2 jutsu written in with notes and explanations of how to use them. Naruto was very intrigued by the narration but couldn't deny the practicality of the Rasengan, both very good jutsu he had to learn. He reread the information a couple times before picking up a kunai and his father's journal and walking outside to the training grounds. Upon arriving, Naruto placed the kunai in his hip pouch, forming his trademark hand sign. Multi-shadow clone! 1,000 Naruto appeared in front of him, taking up most of the training yard. Alright, divide into 2 groups of 500. The first group will work on the Rasengan exercises while the other works on understanding the narration and getting used to the 3-pronged kunai. Naruto smirked as his clones quickly got to work. If he did this every day, the jutsu would be easily learned within the next few weeks. Naruto walked over to a shady tree and sat underneath it, deciding to spend the time reading his father's journal. Upon opening the book, he read his father's personal writings and descriptions on the art of sealing, and while interesting, Naruto knew that he needed more tangible things to learn than notes. Naruto sifted through the book, finding many pictures and descriptions of seals, both seals his father had made or just encountered. All had unique properties about them that constantly grabbed Naruto's attention. Naruto continued to look through the book, trying to find something that would give him an edge. He had already marked the Narration seal away for later purposes but wanted something to work on himself. Just when he thought he couldn't find anything else, Naruto discovered a seal that gave him a very interesting idea. The seal itself was called the blocking technique absorption seal, a seal that not only could disperse chakra from an attack but add that chakra to the user's own reserves. Naruto thought about how he could use that and started to think about how to incorporate it into his own design and style. My outfit should have something denoting my Uzumaki clan. Yuzu, the Uzumaki swirl. Perfect. Naruto began to draw up plans on his new idea, intent on getting it done before the year's worth of training was done. Later that night, daytime. Naruto fumbled with his button-up shirt. It was black with thin red stripes going up and down. No matter how much he messed with it, his collar just would not stay the way he wanted it to. And did anyone else feel how hot it was in the bathroom? He checked his pants to make sure everything was at least alright with them, and was pleased to see his fancy pair of fancy black pants were just fine. He worked out the creases one more time and stepped out of the bathroom. He slipped on his shoes. Yes, they actually sold closed-toed shoes in Kiri, something he had never really seen before. Naruto-kun! Are you ready yet? Mei yelled from the lobby, waiting anxiously for her little swordsman to arrive. She herself chose a simple, dark blue dress that had open slits on either side, allowing her to show off her creamy legs when she walked. Her lipstick was applied and her nails were finely coated in her favorite color of midnight blue, newly applied all for tonight. Her shoes were just fancier versions of ninja sandals, fitted more for comfort and style than durability, Hinata sandals during part 2. Mei was also very nervous. This was to be her first date in a long time, and she didn't want to mess anything up, especially with Naruto. She had asked a few intimate questions of his life in Konoha, namely if he had ever had a girlfriend. He had answered her with a sad shake of the head and outright proclaimed that he figured that no girl would ever like him either because of his personality or for what he carried inside of him, but Mei planned to prove him wrong tonight. I hope he enjoys the restaurant I picked out. Oh, will he like my dress or should I go get another one? God! When did I ever get this stressed out over something? I'm the Mizukage, damn it. I'm ready. Sorry about making you wait, Mei-chan. Naruto whispered into her ear, startling her and making her jump away from him. When she saw his outfit, she blushed a bit and smiled at how cute he looked with his fancy dress shirt. Naruto-kun got himself a collar. Let me fix it for you. Mei moved to him, and with practiced grace and precision only a woman could have, easily fixed his collar and smoothed out the wrinkles in his shirt, sneaking a feel at his developing muscle. She sighed in a very fangirlish way, confusing the already embarrassed Naruto even further. Play it cool, Naruto. All you're doing is dating an older woman who is probably the most powerful kunoichi in all the elemental nations, and she can melt your balls off without a hand sign. Nothing to worry about. Ready, Mei? Naruto asked with genuine sincerity, dropping the cute suffix that had been her nickname since he had arrived. Mei looked at him and nodded. She grabbed his outstretched arm and looped her own through it, glad to see Naruto was almost perfectly at her own height, and he was being so formal with her. He leaned in close to her ear and whispered a sweet compliment that she had been anxiously waiting for all night, making her feel warm inside. Mei, that dress looks absolutely marvelous on you. Blue is truly your color, majestic and deadly. Kyubi wanted to laugh at the boy. Human ways were very strange indeed. Thank you, Naruto. I must say, your outfit suits you wonderfully. You look like the perfect gentleman. The two shinobi walked down the streets of Kiri, completely ignoring the sights and just focusing on each other. On their way to Mei's restaurant of choice, they made small talk and started to converse with each other much more fluidly and relaxed than they had before. It was as if just the very idea of being in a relationship with each other opened, or maybe knocked down the final barrier keeping their true personalities from each other, and they came to find they blended very well with one another. Upon entering the restaurant, the two were immediately seated due to the Mizukage standing. They picked a booth along the wall, so they could look out the window and observe Kirigakure's national holiday celebration. Today marked the day of Yagura's reign ending, the end to the bloody mist, and the work to begin the end of the massacres as well. Wow! You actually found a place that serves ramen? Mei, you are my hero! Mei giggled at Naruto's outburst after reading the menu. She had indeed found the restaurant, It was really the main reason why she picked it. She just wanted tonight to go right. She didn't want to make any mistakes with Naruto. He was too precious to her. Yes, I did. I hoped you might enjoy it. I think I'm going to have an old Uzugakure dish, a cooked fish with rice and vegetables. The fish is a rare type that is only found in the water surrounding Uzu country. Mei licked her lips subconsciously in anticipation. Her mother made this often when she was young. It was one of her favorite. Naruto felt very melancholy at the thought of Uzugakure. While he was happy that it still was a large influence, and was apparently known by many people, it saddened him to think that all that was left of his country was some fish and local fairy tales. He decided to get a more detailed history about the old country from Mei later. She obviously knew more about the Uzumaki than she would like to let on. It sometimes concerned him that she would keep secrets, when he had revealed his biggest secret to the woman not too long ago. Food time! Both Naruto and Mei dug into their meals as soon as they hit the table. Mei apparently shared Naruto's ability to inhale her favorite food with gusto. After finishing their wonderful meals, Mei asked for a shake with 2 straws, confusing Naruto. The waiter dutifully brought the chocolate drink back out and laid onto the table, both occupants now feeling very nervous about the ordeal. Naruto, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. Mei stopped talking when she felt Naruto's hand move over her own, rubbing her soft and delicate knuckles and palm with his calloused thumb. No. You don't have to apologize, Mei. This is perfect. Naruto leaned over the table and got his straw into his mouth, waggling his eyebrows at the woman. She giggled and got her own straw, drinking her fair share of the beverage, all the while holding Naruto's hand. Many of the restaurant goers, especially ninja, were shocked at the sight of their Mizukage with some kid. Many of the younger ninjas felt great despair at losing their crush to the unknown blonde, while some of the older ninja got instant grudges with Naruto, angered by the sight. All were tuned out, however, by the lovebirds. Their eyes were meant only for each other that night, even after they left the restaurant to view the fireworks. Mei shined them back to the Terumi estate, and they sat with each other on the roof, observing the midnight fireworks show. Naruto lay on his back with Mei cuddled up on his side, his arm around her in a possessive manner. Tonight was perfect, Naruto. I couldn't have asked for a better date, from anyone. Mei looked up into his ocean blue eyes that looked down into her emerald one, silently hoping that she could stop searching, that he would be the one. Well, I hope that I can be the only one that can get a date from you anymore, Mei. I mean, if you want to, that is. Naruto suddenly felt very vulnerable, like he was laying his heart and feelings on the table for the woman to do what she would with them. Mei gasped. Did this mean what she hoped it meant? She gripped his shirt tightly, tears threatening to fall from her eyes, not at all embarrassed at her own emotional display. She had searched for the right man for so long, she didn't want to be heartbroken again. Naruto, does this mean? Naruto took her trembling hand that gripped his shirt into his own, gently massaging it, never breaking eye contact. He leaned in close to her face. She struggled to get level with him, burning warmth resonating throughout her body. Yes, we are together now, Mei, and I wouldn't have it any other way. With that, Naruto softly kissed the young woman in his arms, just as the fireworks finale came to a stunning conclusion, lighting up the night sky. This night would no longer be just a night of Kirigakure celebration, it would now be the anniversary of a wonderful relationship between the 2 Uzumaki. Done. Next chapter is another time skip, roughly around the start of Shippuden or Part 2 for all you manga readers, and it will be the last time skip. This was merely a small taste of what Naruto's training was going to accomplish. After the skip, you'll just have to watch Naruto show off all his new abilities and moves he learned between now and the skip. Oh, and by the way, in case you were wondering about what the sword exactly looks like, think Zabuza Momochi's blade meets Darth Maul's double-bladed lightsaber from Star Wars, which I do not own at all, tongue sticking out. I hope you enjoyed their little dinner date and the start of their relationship. I figured that if it started now, it would have more time to mature and develop. Keep in mind that it has been a little less than 1 year since Naruto arrived in Kiri. The two have had plenty of off-screen time with one another. Chapter 5. Finished product: The Life of a Kiri Ninja. 2 years have passed. Now the Shippuden timeline. Assume that the day is the day Naruto returns to Konoha. And to everyone's questions on the sword, the blade is interchangeable in the fact that Naruto can connect one sword facing forward with the other backwards, or Naruto could also have both blades face forward or backwards too. However, the blades are still only sharpened on one edge, so Naruto has to choose carefully in his configuration. His most common use of the blade will be one blade facing forward while the other faces backwards, helps him adapt to a situation much quicker. Kirigakure, Council Chambers. Mizukage-sama, now that we have brought ourselves out of the economic slump that was caused from the chaos of Yagura's reign and the massacres, isn't it time we started making treaties with other villages? Surely it would be to our advantage. The council was in deliberation over the future of Kirigakure. It had taken most of the day, and Mei was wondering if it would ever end. It would hardly affect an island nation such as our own. Our potential enemies are kept at arm's length. But so are any allies we might gain. The minor treaties with sea and wave are plenty enough for now. Our economy is better than it ever has been since we expanded our monopoly over sea trade. Our ninja population has also increased since the end of the Bloody Mist graduation exams. I see no reason to make alliances with any of the elemental nations. We will bide our time for now. The counselors sighed but did not argue further. The Mizukage was a very stubborn, yet clever woman. I believe this discussion is over. Moving on, I would like to know how our village's most important investment is doing. Kyo asked the Mizukage, and she growled in response. Naruto-koi is not a damn investment. He is a human being. No matter how many times I warn you, all you see him as is an investment. In fact, everything has to have some means to an end with you, Kyo, and it needs to stop. Naruto-koi has come a long way in the 2 years since he has arrived. His accomplishments are lauded amongst the ninja corps, becoming a jounin at age 16, achieving swordsman status, perfecting his Kekkei Genkai and Jinchuriki abilities in record time, and even being requested to be an official member of the Hunter-nin Corps. Kyo's smirk faded, taking on a scowl instead. Not to mention creating a boiling pot of lava with our relationship with Konoha and seducing the Mizukage herself. Kyo was ripped from his chair by the Mizukage. 2 ANBU guards poised to strike at his vital points upon her order. She gave a look of pure rage at the ex-shinobi. How dare you! I have put up with your insolence for far too long. You have spoken out of line and insulted me personally. ANBU, take him away for interrogation pending military trial. Kyo's eyes widened. Military trial? What? You can no longer try me as a ninja. I've retired. The Mizukage smirked. Brandishing a pencil and a document from thin air, she quickly signed it and stamped it with the official Mizukage stamp and held it to his face. You now have been officially reinstated as a shinobi of Kiri. Congratulations. Now ANBU, please take this foolish man away from me and these chambers before I melt him. The 2 masked shinobi saluted and dragged the man away, frightening the remaining councilmen into silence. This meeting is adjourned. I will retire to my estate now. The Mizukage placed her kage hat back on and walked slowly to the wooden doors, hoping to get as far away as possible. The remaining councilmen stood and bowed to the kage. Yes, Mizukage-sama. They left upon her exit, dreading her and her dangerous personality, wondering if Yagura was any worse. Mei walked the streets of Kiri, observing her people that she had sworn to protect, living out their normal lives, free from danger. Their smiling faces and prosperous attitudes were what allowed Mei to continue the job of Mizukage, the thing that kept her working all day. Her thoughts drifted to Naruto, the blonde genin now jounin that had warmed her heart since his arrival 2.5 years ago. Their relationship had started with them becoming friends, then teacher and student, to now boyfriend and girlfriend. Mei could not contain her joy when he was around. She had yet to broach the I am an Uzumaki subject with Naruto. She was afraid of his reaction to them being distant cousins of one another. Mei also feared that Naruto would no longer trust her, feeling betrayed at just how deep of knowledge and connection she really did have with the Uzumaki, so she had kept her secret. As Naruto grew, however, so did his curiosity, and she feared that he would learn of her secret on his own, something that would be even worse. I promised to tell him after he comes home from his mission. He should arrive by the end of the day. Hurry home, Naruto-kun, we have much to discuss. Unnamed Kirigakure Forest. Hunter 1, in position. A figure hid behind a tree, holding a hand up to his ear and speaking into a small communicator. He wore a Kiri Hunternin mask. The only markings were two blue fangs that started at the top of the mask and enveloped the drawn-on eyes. The 4 waves of Kiri had their place on his mask's forehead, and the only way to identify the man's features was his bright blonde hair. He wore standard Kiri battle armor, a single chest piece that had shoulder guards and a lower torso extension to cover his groin, all gray-black in color. His weapon was easily the thing that stood out the most, a large, 2-ended blade that attached to his back via a belt that went across his chest. As most shinobi carried, he had a kunai pouch attached to his thigh and a hip pouch as well, both connected to black A and BU standard pants. Farther down, he wore black sandals with dark gray leggings that extended from his sandal toes to a halfway up his lower leg. He also wore a black, long-sleeved shirt with gray gloves extending from his entire forearm to past his knuckles. My description of Kiri ANBU seen in most recent Shippuden 6 Tales filler arc. Roger. Hunter 1, Hunter 2, 3, and 4 are standing by. Awaiting your order. The man silently nodded to himself, observing his quarry that he and his squad had stalked for the past few days. The older man, somewhere in his 40s, wore prisoner garbs. Black and white stripes lined his ripped garments. Looks were deceiving to his haggard reflection though. The man was a B-rank missing nin, newly awarded the title after escaping from a prisoner transfer ship off the island's coast. The hunters had been sent out as soon as word was received from the survivors of the vessel, and the squad requested a swordsman to lead them. They chose Naruto Uzumaki, the newest addition to the 7 swordsmen. Naruto went over his prey's strengths and weaknesses, analyzing the tactics he would use in the coming battle with the Kiri escapee. This man's name is Riko Utsuki, B-rank missing nin of Kiri. A pure ninjutsu specialist, he is lauded for the possession of 2 nature elements, fire and wind. Special techniques are largely unknown, taijutsu is average and genjutsu is abysmal. Just my kinda guy. Let's do this. Hunter 2, stand by for Kirisame. Hunters 3 and 4 will keep distance and observe, cut off escape routes and prevent target from leaving the zone. Naruto heard from his communicator the chorus of Rogers for his plan. The trap was set, now Naruto just had to defeat the man himself. Naruto held up the ram hand sign and disappeared in a whirlpool vortex of water, appearing behind the walking man, hand on the hilt of his broadsword. Riko Utsuki, you are under arrest for over 20 criminal acts committed in Kiri. The time has come for you to pay for your crimes. The man froze immediately, slowly turning to see his worst nightmare, a hunter nin. Worse yet, he saw the man's large sword and remembered the horror stories of the swordsman's organization, something he didn't want to experience. Damn it! I was hoping that it would take you a bit longer to find me. Naruto held his ground, staring down the panicking man. We both know I won't surrender. I have no chance if I go back to Kiri, so I'll just have to defeat you. The man began to form the hand signs for a fire jutsu, and Naruto clicked his communicator once, the signal for Hunter 2. The hunter ninja in question stood away from the 2 combatants in the forest, silently listening to the dialogue. Up until now, he had received the awaited signal. He formed the 3 hand signs for the Kiri hunter nin hidden jutsu, whispering its name under his breath. Hidden jutsu, Kirisame. Rain began to fall in the surrounding area, but the unnatural feel of the wet substance that was littered with chakra tipped off any high-ranking or well-informed Kiri-nin of a jutsu of some sort. Riko, however, was too engrossed in watching Naruto that he did not mind the rain, thinking it a natural phenomenon. Grand Fireball! The criminal held up a hand to his mouth, expelling a fireball straight at his enemy, but his eyes widened when he saw the attack gradually dissipate in midair. Wait! Even if this is a water jutsu, it shouldn't be powerful enough to. Damn it, a trap. Looks like you figured out the jutsu a little. Too late, Riko-san. Naruto had body flickered behind the man, his sword edge on the man's throat. Damn! How the hell did? The man was cut off when Naruto finished his mission, slicing through the man's throat with practiced precision and without hesitation. His fellow hunters walked out into the small clearing, glad to see their leader able to handle the shinobi so well. The body fell to the ground, blood pouring out of the neck artery that Naruto had severed purposely. He turned to his subordinates, each looking at him for their future orders, totally unaffected by the sight of death. Finish up here, standard procedure. Meet at the rendezvous in 5 minutes, we head for home. The 3 other hunters saluted and went to the body, beginning the usual process of taking the head as proof of death and destroying what was left. Naruto leapt into the trees and continued to the exfiltration point, the eastern beach side of the uninhabited island. From there, his squad would move to Kiri, arriving no later than 8 p.m. Naruto arrived at the beach, finding it undisturbed and exactly as it looked when they arrived, peaceful, quiet and serene. No one would know that an important hunter-nin assignment was done here. The only proof would be some scorched grass from the body's cremation. Naruto leapt onto the water, standing on top of the shifting surface, and sunk his blade in the salty liquid, washing away the red life source soaked on the blade. Another criminal downed, chalk another one up for the Uzumaki. The guys back at ANBU HQ are gonna freak when I tally another one to my score. Since Naruto's induction into the Hunter-nin Corps, he found the job to be very challenging and fun as far as ninja roles go, but he was always brought down by the monotonous, dreary atmosphere. All the other hunters were business, stoic and unemotional, but Naruto didn't like that one bit, so he influenced his fellow shinobi into having more fun. Back at base, they had a giant chalkboard that with each hunter's name, and a tally of how many enemies they have taken down, and Naruto had been rising up the ranks quickly. All the old veterans went along with the idea since they got to tally their pre-existing scores, but were shocked at the blonde's tenacity at his work. He was easily catching up to their numbers. Naruto invented the word fun and brotherhood with the hunters, and every visit to the HQ was relaxed and left everyone light-hearted when they returned home from a long day of work. Sir! Naruto turned to see his subordinates had finished their tasks, a sealing scroll containing the head put away for further processing in Kiri. Naruto gave a silent nod and motioned with his hand to move out, and in a blur, all 4 shinobi were gone, mission accomplished. Kirigakure, Terumi Estate. Mei paced back and forth in the Terumi family room, anxiously awaiting the arrival of her housemate and boyfriend, Naruto Uzumaki. She was attempting to psyche herself for the upcoming conversation that would reveal her so far hidden heritage of being an Uzumaki, and she was failing miserably. What if he hates me forever? What if he can never forgive me for keeping this from him? Damn it! He revealed to me being a damn Jinchuriki containing the most powerful bijou in existence, and I can't even tell him my last name. I'm such an idiot! Her pacing stopped when she felt strong arms wrap around her waist, and warm breath wash against the back of her neck, making her shiver in delight. Mei automatically fell back in the figure's arms, already knowing her love scent and feel against her skin. Her Naruto was home. Mayheim, I'm home! Naruto whispered into her ear, long since putting away his hunter equipment and gear, now wearing a form-fitting black body suit that he often wore around the house. Naruto, I'm so glad you're home. How was your mission? She already knew the answer. Naruto was very dedicated to any task he was given. He would not have come home if the mission was incomplete. It went fine, no casualties, and Kiri has one less criminal to worry about. Naruto moved his hands up and down Mei's firm stomach, making her skin tingle from contact. She still wore her blue dress over her fishnet bodysuit, too worried to remember to take off the garment. That's great, you are a wonderful ninja, Naruto. Kiri is truly blessed with your presence, I know I am. Mei loved this, just being with the man she loved and being able to talk so easily. It was as if there was nothing else happening in the world. Well, let's thank Kami for the Uzumaki clan and their bloodline, or else I might never have come to Kiri, or met you, Mayheim. Mei frowned at this, once again reminded of the Uzumaki. She gently pushed herself away from Naruto and led him over to the couch, urging him to sit with her. He was confused but did as Mei asked, sitting next to his Mizukage holding on to both of her hands, both in a comforting and inquisitive gesture. Mei, what's the matter? The redhead looked at their hands, finding what courage she could muster in the fact of how much they had been together, how much love they shared. Please, Naruto-koi, forgive me. Naruto, I have something that I have to tell you. Naruto looked at her with a curious gaze, wondering what could be the matter that would have her so nervous. He silently pushed her on, anxious to hear the news. Mei gulped and let go of her inhibitions, laying all out on the table. My true name is Mei Uzumaki, and I am a pureblood just like you. I'm a survivor of the Uzumaki clan dissolution. I'm your distant cousin, Naruto-koi. Mei moved her hands to her face, ashamed that she was crying and attempting to hide from what was surely Naruto's shocked and disgusted face towards her. I'm such a fool. He can never forgive me for this is. Her inner ranting was stopped when she felt her hands being gently removed from her face, and felt her heart flutter when Naruto's lips met her own in a soft kiss. It was his way of reassuring her that everything was all right, and that there was no hard feelings from him. He broke the kiss, leaving Mei with a happy but curious face. Naruto smiled softly and stroked her cheek. But why? Mei whispered, not understanding his peculiar reaction. Naruto kept smiling, inwardly laughing at his Mei and her actions. For the past few years of him living in Kiri, Naruto always had his theories and ideas on Mei and how they were linked, and her revealing to him being an Uzumaki wasn't a big surprise. In fact, he had been expecting Mei to reveal her secret to him for some time now, allowing her to take the first step. Mayheim, I have had my assumptions for some time now that we were related. I've just been waiting for you to say it. In a way, even before I knew for sure, there was always this voice in the back of my mind telling me that you and I were linked more than by coincidence. Mei gasped. He had known? And you're not angry? Naruto just shook his head. Any feelings of anger or disappointment vanished long ago. It was evident she regretted keeping it from him for all this time, and that was proof enough. Mei's tears increased to their zenith, and she tackled her love, forcing him onto his back against the leather blue couch. She sobbed into his chest, chanting thank you over and over again, making the blonde smile as he petted her back, moving his hand through her hair sensuously. Sure. Let's go to bed now, Mei. We both have had a long day and it's late at night. We need our rest. Mei nodded against his broad chest and felt herself being lifted up. Naruto held her bridal style, making her blush a bit. He walked through the estate's lobby, right up the stairs and went straight for Mei's room, closing the door behind him. He laid her down onto the large double bed that both shared at night. Its blue silk sheets held the Kiri symbol in the middle. He went to the zipper on her dress and began to unzip it, knowing just how much his Haim loved to sleep in her bodysuit, often foregoing her nightgown since she began to sleep with Naruto. She freely allowed him to strip her outfit from herself, trusting Naruto completely. It wasn't like he hadn't seen anything that her fishnets revealed. They had made love many times before, every time better than the last as far as Mei was concerned. Tonight, though, she was too tired and she felt that Naruto was as well. She watched as her zipper was fully undone, and her love pulled the blue one-piece down her body, folding it neatly and putting it away for washing. So gentle. Oh Narukoi, I'm so happy that you understood. Mei moved herself so she was now under the blanket, waiting for her man to join her impatiently. She loved it when he would hold her close at night. You would never guess from his chiseled physique, but Naruto's shoulder and chest make for great pillows. Naruto pulled himself into the bed, directly behind Mei, making her flip over to face him. They looked into each other's eyes with what could only be described as love before they met in a soft, passionate kiss that left them satisfied of their lover's taste. Mei moved herself one last time to get comfortable, opting to rest on Naruto's warm chest, his rhythmic heartbeat and steady breathing to lull her to sleep. Naruto hooked an arm around Mei's torso, laying himself down onto their soft pillows, silently enjoying the feeling of being in bed with the one he loves. He looked down at her with his mind forming a final question before they slept. Mei, I just have one question. Mei sleepily looked at him, her eyes already drooping from exhaustion. What would you like me to call you? Mei Terumi or Mei Uzumaki? She smiled at him, softly stroking his chest with her free hand. As far as I'm concerned, you may call me Mei Uzumaki, because I don't plan on leaving you anytime soon, Narukoi. With you. I actually feel proud to wear the Uzumaki name, because I believe in you and your dream. I know you will accomplish it someday. Naruto smiled at her, happy that she believed in his dream of bringing the Uzumaki back. Well then, Mei Uzumaki, I guess I'll just have to marry you then. Mei shot straight up and looked at Naruto with wide eyes. Marriage? Her sleepiness forgotten, she gripped his bodysuit tightly, threatening to tear it. Marriage? Do you really mean that, Narukoi? Her hands were trembling, afraid and anxious of the answer from the blonde jounin. If you would like to be my wife, and only if. I won't force you into anything you aren't ready for. I knew from the moment I fell in love with you that I wanted to be with you for as long as I live. No other woman, Uzumaki or not, can fill my heart with warmth and care like you do, Mei, and I think. Naruto was stopped from talking by Mei's lips covering his own, ending his well-thought-out I love you until the end of time speech. Mei broke the passion-induced kiss and looked at his surprised face, giggling at him. Oh, be quiet, you silly man. We love each other far more than most will ever love anything. You don't need to make a speech. My name might not change, but marriage is still a big step, one that I'm willing to take if it is with you, my Naruto. I love you. Naruto's eyes began to tear along with Mei and he held her close, kissing her once more. I love you too, Mei. You have made the happiest Uzumaki man in the world. Mei smirked into the kiss, actually feeling relieved to call herself Mei Uzumaki again. As they slowly fell asleep together in bed, Mei and Naruto's thoughts drifted to their respective parents, remembering their parting wishes and hopes for their children. I did it, Mom. I found my Uzumaki girl. I'm so happy. Mother, Father, I have finally found that little Uzumaki boy that you asked me to look out for. I feel like I'm finally home, where I should be, where I belong. The Uzumaki couple fell asleep with smiles that night, the feeling of being engaged too elating for them. It was a joyous occasion that would be celebrated for generations to come. Konoha, Hokage Office. Jiraiya, I have been forced to recognize Naruto as a missing need. What can we do? The civilians celebrate his death and all the ninja except for his graduating class are making bets on who will collect his bounty first. This is madness. Tsunade voiced her overwhelming concerns to the newly arrived Jiraiya. He had spent the past 2 years of Naruto's training trip exploring the world for him and attempting to become even stronger, even if he was long past his golden years. I don't know, Tsunade-heim. How have the rest of the rookies taken his leaving? Tsunade looked out the window, a frown on her face. Sakura, I fear will never be the same. She felt the betrayal that she felt from Sasuke's leave all over again with Naruto. She hasn't trusted another soul since. Even throughout my training she was almost completely unresponsive. The rest have their own ways of dealing with it. Konohamaru has pushed himself extremely hard to prove to Naruto that he is worthy of Sarutobi, foolishly believing that if he becomes powerful enough, Naruto will come back. Jiraiya sighed. Naruto's leave had a big impact on Konoha, for worse much more than better. I hope you're happy in Kiri, Naruto, because everyone else has suffered for it. During his 2-year trip, Jiraiya's contacts followed up more thorough reports on the island nation and discovered that Naruto indeed lived there, as a Kiri ninja. While Jiraiya didn't know the extent of his training or why he was there, he knew that Naruto would not be coming back to Konoha, but he couldn't tell Tsunade. It would be too much for her to bear. Tsunade-sama! The Sannin turned to see a ninja from the Code Decipher Division burst through the door, holding a message from what appeared to be Suna. Tsunade-sama, urgent message has been received from Suna. Tsunade took the scroll and read it, her eyes widening and a scowl growing on her face. She set the scroll down and summoned Shizen. Shizen! Get Kakashi's squad here, now! Jiraiya picked up the scroll and read it for himself. The Kazekage has been captured? And by Akatsuki no less, this was trouble. The Kazekage has been captured. Jiraiya, you know more than anyone about the Akatsuki. Will you accompany Kakashi's squad? The white-haired man nodded, believing himself up to the task. We'll leave as soon as Kakashi's squad is ready. Kirigakure, Mizukage Suite, 3 days before Konoha receives distress signal. Mizukage-sama! We have received a priority message from our observers in River Country. Mei looked up from her paperwork to see a messenger name, one that looked to be out of breath. Must be pretty important. All right, let's take a look. Mei took the report from the man, reading the message, and her eyes widened a bit in surprise. So, Akatsuki has a hideout in River Country, and the agents there have been seen moving for Suna. But why? Mei's eyes widened. This suddenly got a lot more serious than she had first thought. She flared her chakra and an ANBU stood before her immediately, kneeling before her. Get me Naruto Uzumaki. I don't care what he's doing. A priority message on the Kazekage has arrived. The ANBU saluted and went straight to ANBU HQ, the last known location of the blonde. This isn't good. If Akatsuki is on the move, we cannot allow them to take the one-tails. I need Naruto's counsel. He has to help me figure out what to do. Yes, Mizukage-sama? Mei looked up to see a fully outfitted Naruto in his hunter gear, hands on the table anxiously waiting for the news. She sighed and handed him the report, his expression unreadable through his mask, but it was surely of surprise. No. They are already on the move? Naruto asked himself rhetorically, not wanting to believe his friend Gaara had been captured or soon to be. He looked into Mei's eyes, seeing the indecision and conflict that mirrored his own. We have to do something. We have to stop Akatsuki before they can get a foothold like this, Naruto proclaimed, letting go of his calm facade and replacing it with anger and hate for the organization that made his difficult life even worse. Mei got up from her seat and walked around the desk. She enveloped her fiancé in her arms, calming him down considerably. Naruto let out a deep breath and held her arms with his own, trying his best to figure out a plan. I know that we have to do something, but what, Naruto? We are easily the worst nation positioned to do anything about it, and it might take too long to get a squad there anyway. Mei hoped she could dissuade Naruto from what she thought he would do, but she was gravely mistaken. Naruto nodded his head in agreement with her analysis, but disagreed that it was impossible. A squad might not get through, but a ninja formerly of fire could get past their patrols alone. Mei gasped at his implication. He couldn't go alone. No! If they capture you, then you will be executed or worse. I won't allow that to happen. I won't lose my fiancé just because he has to go rescue a friend. Naruto silently shook his head over Mei's protectiveness. She could be so cute and stubborn. Naruto was easily one of the most powerful ninja in Kiri, and probably the best one to be able to run the gauntlet of crossing Fire Nation undetected. Although he could agree that it would be dangerous and very costly if he was to be encountered and possibly captured for both countries, it would be even more costly if Akatsuki won in their plan of capturing the Bijou. But Mei, I promised to help him. I was his first true friend. Please. I need to do this. And I already have a surefire plan as to how to get through even if I encounter Konoha shinobi. Mei looked curiously at him. She was being held in his arms tightly, as if to reassure her everything would be fine. Oh, and what would be your excellent plan, Naruto-koi? Naruto smirked under his mask. Oh, I was thinking something like a transformation to change my facial features, and if anyone asks I can just say I'm hunting an important criminal as a hunter nin. Mei thought about it. It was tactically sound, as long as no one could recognize him. Simple yet practically foolproof. But what if there is a complication? And I'll even throw something else into the deal to sweeten the deal, just to reassure you, Meiheim. Naruto took off one of his gloves and moved his bare hand over Mei's revealed skin on her neck, although she didn't understand what he was trying to do. Naruto-koi? Naruto just smiled and pointed to the area to the right side of her head, close to her right shoulder. Naruto had planted some sort of seal onto her, a very complex-looking one that Mei couldn't begin to understand. That, Naruto pointed to the seal, is the integral part of the narration that allows me to teleport from place to place effortlessly. Now that I have planted it on you, I can come back to you faster than you can say Mizukage. Although the distance between river and water is too big for one jump, if I plant these seals at the occasional tree or landmark, well, you get the idea. Mei was astounded at the practicality. If Naruto wanted to, he could plot seals like this all over the continent, and reach any location in a matter of minutes. I still don't like you going out alone, Mei warned him, burying herself into his chest, his hand moving through her hair in a comforting manner. So soft. It still smells like an ocean shore. Believe me, Mayheim, if I could figure out how to teleport others along with me, I would bring a whole squad as backup, but I can't. They would just slow me down if we tried to get there through conventional methods, and would increase our chances of getting caught. Mei just nodded, a flawless plan from the most unpredictable ninja. When will you leave? Naruto frowned at this. It wasn't like he enjoyed leaving Kiri and Mei, but he had to do this. He took off his mask, revealing his sorrowful blue eyes to her emerald one, leaning down to kiss her, one she readily accepted. It was soft and loving, but it was too short for Mei. She would be without him for some time, and she would worry every day. Naruto stroked her cheek, and thought over when it would be best to leave. I'll leave in an hour. That will give us enough time for proper goodbyes. Naruto whispered the last part, wagging his eyebrows at the red-headed woman. Mei perked up immediately at the sound of that, and even though she liked to think of herself as tame when it came to sex, she would take up any offer of it from Naruto she could get, especially now that he was going on a life-threatening mission. Well, what are we waiting for, lover boy? An invitation? Naruto smirked one last time, picking up the Mizukage in a bridle hold. She was as light as a twig compared to his broadsword. I was just waiting for you, Mayheim. And with that, the two shined away to the Terumi estate, where the real fun could begin. Terumi estate, bedchambers. Some time had passed, and Naruto began to relax, his pleasure climax coming to an end. He saw that Mei had pleasantly passed out from their intimate actions, not a common sight. Usually she lasts for at least 4 rounds, and that's when I go nice and slow too. Naruto checked the clock and found that they had been in bed together no more than 30 minutes, giving him some time to prepare himself. Naruto picked up the naked Uzumaki woman and laid her to rest under their bed sheets, stroking her hair and feeling her soft skin one last time before he departed. He gathered his scattered clothes and equipment, and moved to his old room, now a storage area that he used to prepare himself for missions. Naruto quickly placed his clothing and his armor back on, emptying out his equipment pouches and taking stock of what he would bring. Broadsword. Check. 20. 3-pronged kunai with narration seal. Check. Smoke bombs, explosive tags, and wire. Check. Provisions for the trip and other simple survival gear and scroll. Check. Naruto stowed away his chosen equipment so far, and decided that since the upcoming battle could very well be the most dangerous he had ever been involved in yet, he decided to take his prototypes. Naruto picked up the 2 odd-looking metal objects, both having straps that would be attached tightly around his wrists. Both looked like simple Uzumaki swirls. Naruto smirked and double-checked the integral part of the design, sending a small amount of chakra into each swirl's center, smiling upon seeing the elaborate seals light up. Uzumaki prototype, something I have been working on over the years since training began. The 2 circle-shaped swirls fasten to my wrists, and with them, I can deflect dangerous techniques and absorb the chakra into my own system using the blocking technique absorption seal. I haven't been able to test them out yet, but now would definitely be the time to do so. If they work, well, score 1 for the Uzumaki clan's ingenuity. Naruto fastened the devices to his wrists now, lest he forget them in the heat of battle when he arrived in river. His final checklist complete, Naruto placed his hunter-nin mask over his face and moved back into the bedroom, to check on Mei. She lay just where he had left her, a slight frown adorning her features. She always looked like this when he didn't sleep with her. No doubt she would be pissed whenever she woke up, but he had to leave now if he wanted to get there in time. Naruto moved to her bedside and lifted up his mask slightly, revealing his lower face. He laid a gentle kiss on her forehead and rubbed her cheek one last time before walking out without a single word. He moved down the stairs and saw the 2 ANBU guards waiting with their ceremonial pikes, saluting him as he walked by. Good luck, sir. We will protect the Mizukage while you are away. Naruto smiled under his mask, and opted for shaking both guards' hands instead of saluting, something that shocked the two. "Thank you. I promise to return as soon as possible. Be safe, my friends." And Naruto was gone, in a vortex of water, leaving Kiri and his fiancée to go rescue a friend, someone who desperately needed help. Konoha front gate, current time. "All right, Jiraiya. You will be in overall command of this operation. The mission parameters are to rescue the Kazekage and defeat the Akatsuki interlopers. Move out!" The three-man squad and Jiraiya disappeared in a blur, leaving Tsunade and Shizen standing at the gate, wistful looks on their faces. Naruto should be with them. He should be saving the Kazekage. I'm not sure what to do anymore. Shizen didn't know what to say to that. Tsunade was impossible to read anymore, even for her own student. No matter what she tried to say or do, Tsunade could never come out of this depression unless anything short of Naruto coming back to the village happened. Her only way of coping so far was to hide behind her Kage hat, immersing herself into her work more so than ever now. Jiraiya, Shizen noticed, had also changed. No longer was he a cheerful old pervert. He wore his serious, stern expression upon his face all the time. He refused to write or research any longer, even over Kakashi's protests. Sakura was merely a shell of her former self, rarely speaking a word to anyone. Rarely could anyone get her to smile. Sometimes Shizen doubted bringing Sasuke back would even dull the pain the young girl felt, and she wondered sometimes if Naruto really did think out his plan to leave with everyone's feelings in mind. Fire Country Forest, current time. Since leaving the village, the 3 days out so far were mainly spent running by Naruto. He could not stop himself from moving, nor did he want to. As far as he could tell, he had reached the coast of Fire Country yesterday, planting a seal on a tree there, and following it with another seal every 5 miles or so. Currently, Naruto was moving at full speed towards River Country, keeping his eyes open for the sure sign of grass plains, signifying his entry into Grass Country, a border state of Suna and a close neighbor of River. The only thing keeping him up was pure determination. He had told himself he would not rest until he reached River. Only then would he sleep to get some rest before the battle. His only thoughts were on reaching Gaara in time, and exactly how best to mutilate the Akatsuki he found with him. "Hang on, Gaara. I'm coming." Chapter 6. Rescue the Kazekage. Tensions rise, friendship and love. Sunagakure, hospital ward. That's the last of the poison. Take it easy, Kankuro, otherwise the side effects could worsen. Sakura droned to the puppeteer in a professional manner. She had an unreadable and passive visage, as if she was devoid of any emotion. Kankuro just nodded and laid back down on his bed, looking over at the Konoha ninja sent to help them get the Kazekage back. There is the copy ninja, Kakashi, Sakura of course, some pale kid I've never seen before, and the legendary Sannin Jiraiya. But where is Naruto? Sakura. Kankuro grunted out, stopping the pink-haired medic from leaving. She slowly turned her attention to him, unnerving him a bit from her stoic attitude. "I was just wondering, where is Naruto?" Sakura flinched at the sound of that name, her entire body shutting down. Kakashi and Jiraiya, to their credit, just stiffened a bit, hiding their emotions much better than the young kunoichi. Sakura decided to look at the ground, not willing to face anyone with tears in her eyes. "Naruto! He's gone!" The Suna ninja present were shocked at this. Naruto Uzumaki. Gone? Temari decided to speak up, curious. "What do you mean?" She was cut off by Kakashi, deciding to explain it for his broken-hearted student. "Naruto left the village 2.5 years ago, and he has not been seen or heard from since. He was recently made a missing nin. Your bingo book will be updated for." Kankuro scoffed at that. He may not have known Naruto too well, but he had helped Gaara become a better person. He had saved Gaara from himself, a task no one believed possible. He refused to just give up on the missing Konoha ninja. "How can you say that? Naruto is your student, your friend. I'm not going to go out of my way just to hunt him down, so you ungrateful bastards." Temari quieted him with a hand over his mouth before he could say more, but the damage was already done. Kakashi looked down in shame, deeply affected that he had to treat his friend and student as an enemy to be killed. Jiraiya just held his stoic expression, inside agreeing with the Sunanin. He sure as hell didn't like it either, but Naruto was an enemy now. Sakura could no longer take the pain, and ran out of the room, followed closely by Kakashi. Sai felt very left out since his induction into Kakashi's squad. It seemed that the rich history of Squad 7 would be forever lost on him. He had little idea on exactly who Naruto Uzumaki really was. All he had seen was the boy's dossier Danzo had shown him. Sai stayed in the hospital with the Toad Sage, opting to stay out of the personal affairs of his teammates. Sunagakure streets. Sakura! Sakura, stop it! Kakashi was chasing after the distraught girl. She was running through the streets of Suna with total abandon on who she was bumping into or knocking over. Kakashi sighed in frustration. That puppeteer just had to open his damn mouth. Since Naruto left, other than feeling terribly depressed and lonely, Sakura had plenty of time to search her soul to understand these feelings. She must have found out she had deeper feelings than the fragile relationship the two had before he left, and now that he is gone, she regrets never being able to tell him. Every time he is brought up, it is as if she is reminded that she somehow failed in keeping her only true friend in Konoha. Naruto, your profound effect on people is just as much a curse as it is a blessing. Sakura finally reached the city's edge and leapt up onto the top of the wall, followed closely by Kakashi. The girl stood on the large sand barrier, looking out into the sandy dunes of the desolate country, inwardly gathering her thoughts and feelings. Kakashi dare not say anything before she was ready. Settling was standing beside her, waiting patiently for her to vent. I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei, Kakashi frowned, completely sympathizing with the poor girl. He set a comforting hand on her shoulder, silent encouragement to continue. I just miss him so much. His laugh, his goofy smile, his upbeat attitude, it all seems like it was just yesterday that I found out he was gone, and then I. Sakura sighed, feeling it best to just admit it, feeling confidence in herself, something Naruto would have, something he would expect her to have. I found out that I love him. I just was too blinded by Sasuke in my younger years to see it. I guess Naruto really can get through to anybody with his magic, Hakaka-sensei. Kakashi smiled a bit, glad to see the girl got that off her chest. He nodded in assent to her observation. Naruto could change anyone, and he wouldn't stop working at it until he changed you for the better. Yes, Sakura, I believe that Naruto really can change anyone. His effect on the village and its people may be lost on Konoha, but we can't forget so easily. It isn't the same without him. I hope that he is alright, wherever he is. Sakura looked at Kakashi, a fire in her eyes he had not seen in over 3 years, and it startled him. Sakura smirked, feeling confident now that she had let out her feelings. Naruto reinvigorated her thoughts, filled her senses. She could practically feel the warmth of him, standing right next to her with a smile. His smile. She turned back to look out across the dunes, the smirk still on her face. She raised her fist into the air, taken up in the heat of the moment. And that is why I am going to bring back Naruto Uzumaki to his home, our home. I'm going to do it too, because I love Naruto. She yelled out her promise. It was swallowed up by the gusting wind of Suna's desert, but Kakashi heard it clearly and smiled, a truly happy smile. I think Naruto would be proud to hear that promise, Sakura. River Country, 1 mile from Akatsuki hideout. Naruto awoke from his slumber, almost falling out of the tree he had chosen for his bed. He had been awoken by the dispel of one of his lookout clones, and the memories sent to his brain brought a smirk to his face. The 2 Akatsuki members were nearby, a badly damaged Gaara in their grasp, and Naruto began to stretch and mentally prepare himself, going over his plan one more time in his head. Alright, I already took a look at the hideout. It appears to have a security seal that I will have to remove first. I've already sent clones to help me with that. After they get inside, I'll break the boulder and execute my special attack that I've been waiting to test out. My only priority is to get Gaara out of there with his bijou intact and still inside of him. Killing the Akatsuki will be a bonus. Naruto moved from his current location to a tree overlooking the large boulder of the hideout entrance, silently awaiting the arrival of the two enemy shinobi. He didn't have to wait long, however, as the two cloaked figures slowly made their way across the river and entered the hideout, closing the door behind them. I'll give them a few minutes to get settled, no point in rushing. Hunter Nin training taught me that much, rushing into battle will just get me killed. 10 minutes ticked away and Naruto was finished with waiting. He made his way down to the boulder and began to get his attack preparations finished. Naruto placed his hands into the cross-shaped sign for his trademark technique, and whispered it under his breath. Multi-shadow clone. Easily 100 Naruto clones were created, and Naruto divided them into 3 groups. Naruto moved up the boulder and gripped the seal, his shadow clones that were at the 4 other seals doing the same, and he had a mental countdown. 3, 2, 1, now. Naruto ripped the seal off. Satisfied when no trap or danger presented itself, the removal was a success. Naruto silently dropped to the ground. Walking up to the boulder, he placed his hands onto the solid rock, mixing his earth chakra to change the density of the rock. At first there was nothing to be seen in its appearance, but after a few seconds, Naruto could visibly see the rock melting and changing into a thick mud, courtesy of his chakra. Upon revealing the inside of the cave once the boulder was gone, Naruto and his clones moved away from the opening and peered inside, scoping out the base. Naruto observed there was a large statue over towards the end of the cave. The 2 Akatsuki members stood on one of the fingers of the object. Holograms of humanoid figures were located on the rest. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw a blue orb of chakra energy, and to his horror, he found Gaara in the middle of it, his Bijou chakra being slowly absorbed. The Akatsuki appeared to be in total concentration, but Naruto was not to be fooled, they surely knew of his presence by now. Naruto made a few hand motions to his clones. The attack would start now. 5 of his clones leapt in front of the doorway, gathering themselves in a stance and held up a hand sign that few got to see before their deaths. They whispered the jutsu at the exact same time, a deep mist seeping into the cave and outside on the river. Ninja art, hidden mist. They held their stances, keeping the mist so thick that an untrained shinobi would barely be able to see past his face, let alone a few feet in front of him. Naruto, however, had practically lived in this mist during his swordsman training. He didn't need to see, his other senses were all he required. 2 more dozen of Naruto's clones leapt in front of the first 5, all holding as many 3-pronged kunai as they could fit in their hands. Naruto took his place with the final group, a good 75 or so clones, all with their broadswords out and at the ready. Naruto quickly formed the seals for a last-minute jutsu, and a few more clones were created, mixing themselves with the rest. Time for my combo, let's see you counter this, Akatsuki. Hiraishin Blitzkrieg! Naruto yelled out his combo technique, startling the Akatsuki at his blunt move of revealing himself formally. The 24 kunai throwers began to throw the special kunai into the cave, not much minding the direction so much as getting as many as they could into the hideout. Naruto smirked as he and over 80 clones disappeared in yellow flashes. The chaos had begun. 5 minutes ago, Akatsuki hideout interior. Geez, Sasori-senpai, why does this always take so long, Deidara asked the turtle-like man, griping over the stupid jutsu used to absorb the tailed beast chakra. Sasori merely glanced in the younger man's direction, silently annoyed by his whining. Would you just shut up, Deidara? It will get done when it gets done. The two settled for an uncomfortable silence until they both felt the sensation of a chakra source nearby. Not just a passerby, the chakra was directly on the other side of the boulder, and it appeared to be unfazed by the security seal placed outside on the boulder. Sasori-senpai. I know. Let's continue the jutsu, see what this interruption could result in. The two eventually felt a light warmth against their backs and somewhat of a glare inside the cave and turned to see the boulder completely missing and sunlight seeping in, startling the two. The shinobi interloper was nowhere to be seen, but it was evident the person was out there, hiding. Earth chakra manipulation, it's the only way to just make solid rock disappear without a sound, Deidara commented, he himself being earth-natured. Sasori silently agreed with his analysis. Their lapse in concentration was detected by Pain, and he questioned the two on their status. Sasori, Deidara, I no longer feel your chakra, what is wrong? Sasori, being the elder member, spoke up. We seem to have an unwanted visitor, Leader-sama. Pain appeared to be in quiet deliberation for a few seconds. He turned to Sasori. Eliminate the threat as you see fit, we will continue the extraction process. Sasori nodded and Deidara smirked, excited to get a real fight. Suddenly, a thick mist enveloped the inside of the cave, separating the two Akatsuki from one another, surprising the two at the sheer thickness of the vapor. Whoever is doing this obviously is either very strong or full of himself. No one can properly fight in this. Sasori commented, silently impressed with the interloper already. Damn it, with this crap, I won't even see my beautiful art when it explodes. They heard a loud voice echo through the cavern, the name of the jutsu sending a chill down Deidara's spine. No. My father told me of that technique, but that guy is supposed to be dead. From the thick mist came dozens upon dozens of oddly shaped kunai, making Deidara visibly shake from the horror stories told by older IWA shinobi survivors of the Third Shinobi War. Sasori actually was not keen on the details of this jutsu and dodged the kunai, curious to the point behind the interesting weapons. Deidara's encounter. It happened in a flash. Deidara observed a flash of yellow before he felt the cold slice of a blade and a pooling warmth by his right arm's elbow. He looked to see nothing. At first he thought the mist was playing a trick on him, but to his horror, he lifted up his arm to see the stub of what was left. His arm had been cut from the elbow down, and he screamed from unbridled shock and fear. He looked to see another flash, and was just barely able to avoid being decapitated before he calmed himself, quickly substituting himself with a clay clone that blew up in the face of one of Naruto's shadow clones. Deidara felt pain stab him in the lower abdomen, and looked to see one of the kunai had embedded itself in his abs, stuck firm inside of his body. He looked frightened at the weapon, as if he was standing on a landmine praying to Kami that it wouldn't blow up. Oh sure, Deidara was unable to finish his sentence when he looked up to see three flashes, one in front and one to his left and right, and the rest was black. Sasori's fight. Sasori heard Deidara's agonized scream but could do nothing except to continue to dodge the kunai and figure out a plan. The first time he saw a flash, he did not know what to expect, and his outer puppet shell paid for it, a clean gash from the start to finish of the puppet on its left side, revealing the true puppeteer inside. Damn it, those kunai appear to allow this enemy to teleport or somehow shunch into its location, and I can't dodge the kunai until it's almost too late. When I can finally see the damn things, the bastard has already teleported to me and sliced up my puppet. His ingenuity is amazing. I find myself actually worrying if I could lose. Sasori didn't even bother stabbing at the flashes, for he knew even his reflexes were too slow to stop the enemy. But when the opportunity finally presented itself for him to hit something, he took it without hesitation. A shadow of a figure stood right outside Sasori's visibility, and like a scorpion attacking its prey, he sent his tail whipping into its center mass. The redhead smirked when he felt it collide with something and slowly pulled his tail back to observe the enemy and look him in the face as he died. From the mist came what appeared to be a Kiri hunter nin, perfectly impaled and non-moving on his poisoned stinger. His smirk soon changed to a gaping mouth as the ninja melted, its outer skin turning into a dark red substance that was glowing with heat and energy. Sasori could hear the hiss of melting material and looked in horror to find the end of his tail melting from the intense heat of what appeared to be lava or some superheated rock, steam rising up from the intense heat. The end of his tail fell off, dropping to the ground and melting away along with what was left of the clone. What the hell was that? It must have been some nature chakra, but lava? Who the hell can? Sasori was cut off from his investigation by 5 yellow flashes, and slow-mo watched as the hunter nins threw back their swords and brought them around in a vertical slashing arc, slicing right through his puppet and skewering much of his own body in the process. Miraculously, his heart remained intact, but his outer puppet buckled and fell loose from the stress fractures across its frame, revealing the broken red head and his rare, stoic face now and a mangled look of horror at the enemy combatant. Naruto slowly made his way to what was left of the enemy puppeteer, a scowl set on his features. This man had captured someone who could possibly count as his best friend other than his sensei and his fiancée, and a fellow Jinchuriki. He deserved no quarter, and he would receive none. Naruto kept his distance, wary of any final traps from the ninja, bringing in nearby clones and had them surround the man, hopefully confusing him as to who was the original. Naruto observed the nearby broken tail, smirking at the obvious encounter it had with one of his lava clones he mixed in with his shadow clones right before the attack, just in case one of them were taijutsu users. Who are you?" the Akatsuki man asked. Naruto was shocked he was still alive, let alone able to talk, but he remained stoic and quiet to the man's question, deciding to holster his broadsword and hold up his right hand. A chakra spike could be felt. Sasori looked on curious to what his enemy was doing, feeling eerily confident in the face of certain death, intent on seeing what the victor of this one-sided battle could do. "You are scum, Akatsuki, and you will now die by my hand as will the rest of this evil organization. Great Rasengan!" Naruto plunged the large Rasengan into the man's heart, or at least where his heart should be, and he was satisfied to see what was left of the man's puppet body go limp. Naruto gave a silent order, and the mist slowly dissipated, revealing the statue again and the rest of his clones gone, their spent kunai having disappeared along with them. Naruto looked around the battlefield, impressed with his show of strength, as this was the first time he had used the narration in real combat, and it turned out to be the deciding factor that gave him victory. "Sasori Deidara, have you defeated the interloper?" Naruto could hear the disembodied voice coming from the statue's fingers, probably the leader, he mused. Naruto looked to the two bodies of the man's lackeys, satisfied with his work. "This is one bijou that will not be taken, you bastards." Naruto felt quite exhausted from the fight but quickly brought up his hands for the most important part of the operation, rescuing Gaara. Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto created 10 clones, each holding their right hands and forming larger than normal Rasengans in their palms, and Naruto created the largest one yet. An official massive Rasengan, big enough to envelope an entire tree or two. All 11 Naruto launched themselves at different parts of the statue, Naruto himself aiming for the center eyes. Pain's eyes widened as he felt the statue buckle from the sheer power of the jutsu attack, the final factor resting in the arms falling off of its main body. Removing Pain's chakra link caused the object to disappear, automatically canceling the jutsu. Naruto collapsed onto the ground, quite out of energy after the battle, but proud of his accomplishment. He crawled over to Gaara, who had fallen to the ground from midair. The boy appeared to be knocked out from sheer pain. No doubt his bijou was pissed that some of its chakra got sucked away and was resting itself to regain what it had lost. "Hey Gaara, wake up!" Naruto slapped his face around a couple times, and smiled when the redhead started to show signs of consciousness, his eyelids flickering open. Gaara weakly looked around, moving only his neck. Everything else hurt too much. His eyes landed on the masked Naruto, and they widened into saucer shape. Naruto just remembered his mask and took it off. "Hey Gaara! It's me, Naruto!" Gaara's memories came back, both of the cheerful Uzumaki and of the events leading up to him being here. He remembered black cloaks with red clouds and he attempted to sit up, only to flinch in pain and be pushed back down by Naruto. Hey! You are in no position to be moving, it'll take some time for both of us to recuperate." Gaara only nodded, and looked at the new Naruto, eyeing his Kiri headband with curiously narrowed eyes. Why is he allied with Kiri? When did this happen? "Naruto, did you kill them?" Naruto only smiled and nodded, and Gaara actually smiled too, gripping Naruto's hand in a friendly, reassuring grip. "That's good, damn good. I'll tell you all about it when we both get some rest. Now hang on, I'm going to get us the hell out of here." Naruto lazily gripped the Kazekage and lifted both of them up, straining to stand with their combined weight. Naruto formed the ram hand sign to gather chakra, borrowing some from his bijou, reminding himself to thank Kyubi later. In a swirling vortex of water, the two were gone, leaving nothing but 2 mangled corpses and an empty cave. River Country Forest, 1 hour later. And that is how I rescued you. Naruto just finished explaining how he set out from Kiri and defeated the Akatsuki, and the Kazekage was impressed. The two sat in the thick forest of river, beneath a shady tree. They had been resting and talking with one another, enjoying the peace and quiet. Naruto, thank you. You are truly a friend, my best friend. Naruto smiled and gripped Gaara's hand, a meaningful gesture. Jinchuriki have to stick together, right? Gaara smirked at this. Are you sure you weren't trying to brown-nose the Kazekage into an alliance with Kiri? Naruto scoffed at that. It hadn't even crossed his mind. Nope, I came on my own accord. Someone had to pull your ass out of the fire. The two laughed at that, and Naruto was glad that the traumatic event had not affected Gaara. They were silent after that, silently reflecting on what had happened. Gaara was the first to speak up, his curiosity getting the better of him. Naruto, why do you wear the Kiri symbol? Naruto quirked an eyebrow and readjusted his headband, thinking of the best way to explain. Well, it's a long story. Gaara, being the rare joker, attempted to move his weak legs and just shrugged at the blonde, who was already smirking. Well, I can't move, so I don't have anywhere else to be. Alright, smartass, it all started around 2.5 years ago. 1 hour later. Wow. Gaara had listened to the whole tale of Naruto finding out about his bloodline and going to Kiri to live and find love with none other than the Mizukage herself. If you were any other man, I would not believe you for a second. Naruto, is this what you really wanted? To leave Konoha? Naruto looked at Gaara with an unreadable expression before settling for a soft smile and a nod. The only thing I regret is not giving my precious people in Konoha a proper goodbye. But I had to leave, and now that I am where I am, I couldn't be happier. Gaara nodded. He would trust Naruto's decision. Well then, you have my support. No doubt Konoha sent reinforcements to help rescue me. That could pose a problem for you. Naruto nodded but did not change his mind. I'm escorting you back to Suna myself, no matter what it takes. I'm not leaving until I'm sure you will be alright. Gaara smirked, flexing his muscles and slowly getting up from the ground. Then what are we waiting for, Naruto Uzumaki of Kirigakure? A funeral? Naruto got a laugh out of that. He got up too. Yeah, let's go, Kazekage-sama. The two friends set out at a sedate pace through the trees, intent on getting back to Suna safe and sound. Sunagakure, 2 days later. Okay, we'll head out and get the Kazekage back. Don't wait, up? Gaara? Temari had shouted over her shoulder to the Suna gathering before turning back around to see her brother, unharmed, walking through the village streets. Temari ran right up to him and hugged the redhead tight, tears streaming down her face. The present Suna shinobi ran up and greeted their Kazekage back, thinking that he had defeated Akatsuki and come back on his own. The Konoha nin stood away from the large gathering, confused as to why the Kazekage was here when he was supposed to be kidnapped. All right. Please calm down, everyone. Gaara eased the crowd and kept walking up to the Konoha ninja, intent on seeing his would-be rescuers. Kakashi and Jiraiya gave respectful bows to the teenage leader. Sakura forced Sai onto his knees and bowed herself, an irritated smile on her face. Kakashi, I see this is the squad that was sent to help in my rescue operation. Kakashi and Jiraiya both nodded, affirming the Kazekage's assumption. Kakashi stepped forward, intent on asking the burning question on everyone's mind. Kazekage-sama, not that I doubt your ability, but how were you able to escape from Akatsuki? Gaara looked at him and held back a smirk, silently apologizing to the hidden Naruto, but this had to be done. I had a little help. Come out, Naruto Uzumaki. The Konoha and Suna ninja were shocked to hear that Naruto was actually here, and everyone began to look around for the blonde. Sakura's eyes widened and she felt herself hyperventilate, suddenly afraid and nervous to see her old teammate. Naruto-kun is here? Damn it, Gaara! I thought we agreed that I would hide. I am a missing nin to these guys, or did that little piece of information slip your mind? Naruto complained, coming out from an abnormally dark alleyway, giving everyone their first glimpse at the boy in almost 3 years. Gaara smirked. Naruto would never change. Sorry, I guess that did slip my mind. But it doesn't matter, you are under my protection here in Suna. Naruto scoffed playfully and flashed to stand next to Gaara, arm leaning on the redhead's shoulder. Oh, thank you Kazekage-sama, I am forever in your debt. No, this just makes us even. Naruto and Gaara laughed at that, confusing everyone further. Naruto. The Jinchuriki turned to see the Konoha ninja in battle stances, intent on arresting him. Kakashi stood with his Sharingan prepared and a kunai out. Jiraiya had formed a Rasengan and begun the transition into Sage mode. Sakura had slipped on her gloves but she looked conflicted. Sai stood with an ink scroll ready, prepared to arrest the traitor. How can I help you, Kakashi? Jiraiya stalked forward, glaring murder right into Naruto's veiled eyes, who stood unaffected, completely expecting this from his old comrades. Why the hell are you a Kiri ninja, Naruto? What happened to Konoha? What happened to becoming the Hokage? What happened to your friends? Naruto stood unaffected, settling for just taking off his mask and looking at his old comrades with a blank stare. Sakura silently gasped after seeing his face. Already marveling his body's wonderful physique, she now saw that he had grown so handsome. Naruto-kun, amazing. I have already explained my reasons for leaving Konoha to Tsunade in my letter, and becoming a Kiri ninja wasn't my original intention, but it happened and it turned out for the better. Konoha couldn't believe what they were hearing. For the better? It doesn't matter, we are taking you back, Naruto-kun. Lady Tsunade can pardon you, you can come back with us, back home, please! Sakura cried out, tears streaming down her face. Naruto quirked an eyebrow. Naruto-kun? When did that happen? Sorry, but I don't plan on going back to Konoha. I have found my place in Kiri, and I also found the love of my life, and I won't give that up just because a few of you want me back. They were confused. Love of his life, found his place? Jiraiya growled, fed up with the boy's stubborn attitude. He was coming home, conscious or not. Then we will just have to take you. The Konoha ninja stalked forward, and Naruto placed his mask back on and moved his hand to the broadsword on his back, ready to fight. I don't think so, Suna. Assume Konoha is our enemy. Naruto is our ally and he will not be taken while he is inside our village, that is final. The large contingent of Sunanin behind Gaara and Naruto, easily numbering over 100, all smiled and took up a formation surrounding the Konoha squad, surprising them at the quick change in allegiance. This man, this Naruto Uzumaki, while not known by the majority of the ninja population of Suna, had saved their Kazekage and was obviously his friend, and they would not overlook that so easily. You will not take Naruto, I suggest you leave, Temari suggested, standing amongst the gathered Suna ninja. She would be forever in Naruto's debt for saving her little brother, and she wouldn't allow Konoha to take him back if he didn't want to. How can you say that? Naruto-kun belongs back in Konoha, Gaara interrupted the sputtering girl, laying it out for them. I think Naruto can make his own decisions now, he doesn't need your help. The life of a Jinchuriki, people like us, is traumatizing, fatal to some even. If not for Naruto, I would either be dead or insane now, and I am amazed to this day that Naruto did not turn out like I did from the way I have seen Konoha treat him. You expect him to just stay in Konoha and take their anger, their hatred, their animosity just to satisfy your needs? If that is true, then you are selfish, close-minded fools. If Naruto is happy in Kiri, then he should stay in Kiri, and I, for one, support him. Gaara finished his speech by setting a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder, making Naruto look at him, tears streaming down his masked face and falling to the ground. Gaara. Naruto, you really want to stay in Kiri, don't you? Kakashi asked rhetorically, and he received a nod from his old student. The silver-haired man sighed and moved his hand to his headband, slowly placing it back over his Sharingan eye. If that is the case, good luck. I wish you well, Naruto. The man gave Naruto his famous eye smile and a thumbs up. The others might be willing to let you go, but as far as I'm concerned, As soon as you're outside of this country, I'm going to drag your ass back to Konoha so you can beg on your knees for forgiveness to Tsunade. It is the least she and everyone else deserves." Jiraiya ground out, disappointed in Kakashi giving up so easily. He looked to see Sakura barely holding herself together. Naruto frowned. He may have lost the crush he had on the girl, but he didn't like to see her cry. Shining to her, Naruto took off his mask and hugged her tightly against his body. Sakura gasped, looking up from the embrace into Naruto's eyes, feeling as though she was in complete bliss. She wrapped her own arms around Naruto, intent on having this moment last forever. She leaned up to kiss his tantalizing lips but was disappointed when he moved, so she received his cheek instead. "Why, Naruto-kun, don't you love me anymore?" Naruto sighed and backed up a bit, still holding the girl but properly looking into her eyes. She had to see that he meant this. "I'm sorry, Sakura, but the love I felt for you once has changed into something akin to brotherly love. I have already found the one that I will spend the rest of my life with. I'm engaged, Sakura." If Sakura had felt devastated from his first announcement, she was destroyed when she heard that he was engaged. "To who?" she yelled out, a bit too loudly, her anger getting the better of her. "To Mei Uzumaki, the Fifth Mizukage." Everyone's eyes widened at that. "And Uzumaki and Akage?" But I... Sakura was cut off when she felt a finger on her lips, keeping her from embarrassing herself. She couldn't argue with him. "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, I just miss you so much." She clung to his chest, feebly grasping at him, trying to feel him one last time. Naruto just hugged her again, trying to think of something to make her feel better. Then he was struck by an idea. "I may not come back with you, but I can give you this." Naruto took out one of his three-pronged kunai. He handed it to Sakura, who took it, looking at him with a confused face. Kakashi went wide-eyed when he saw the kunai. Flashbacks of his sensei came to mind. The Yaneme's kunai. Why does Naruto have it? "Naruto, what is this?" Naruto laughed a bit, and Sakura pouted, not feeling very good about being laughed at. "This silly is a kunai made with a very special seal that allows me to teleport to places with just a simple throw of it. If you are ever in trouble, just throw this kunai somewhere nearby, and I'll come to the rescue." Sakura gripped the kunai tightly after the explanation, not planning on losing her one link to Naruto anytime soon. "Naruto, you know the narration?" Naruto turned around to look at Jiraiya and Kakashi. They were both shocked that he knew of the technique, let alone how to use it. "Yeah, Dad left it for me to learn, so I did." Kakashi's eyes widened and Jiraiya's turned into saucers. "Naruto's father is Minato-sensei. How the hell did Naruto find out? Damn it, Kushina." "No way, Minato-sensei, and Kushina-san, EWWW." Kakashi went into a mental breakdown over that thought, making Naruto just laugh at him. Naruto walked back over to Gaara and handed him another one of the special kunai, and he received a nod from the sand user. "In case Akatsuki comes back, or if you just want to hang out sometime, I'll mark Suna's gate as well so I can visit." Gaara smiled at that, glad to hear that Naruto wouldn't forget about them. "Here, Naruto. I prepared this on our trip here, give it to the Mizukage." Gaara handed a small scroll with the Kazekage seal on it, making Naruto look at Gaara with surprise. "Gaara, you can't mean..." He stopped talking when Gaara held up a hand for quiet. He looked at Naruto with a smile. "Any village that is a friend of Naruto's is a friend of Suna, and mine." Naruto just smiled, glad to hear Gaara talk of how strong their friendship really was. It made him feel pretty damn good. Naruto turned around to the Konoha ninja, waving goodbye. Jiraiya looked prepared to give chase, but Naruto just stuck his tongue out at him before placing his mask back on and disappeared in a yellow flash, leaving Konoha and Suna without their Kiri companion. "So that was Naruto. Too bad he's engaged," Temari said after the silence that had enveloped the crowd, and Sakura glared at her. "Get in line, Temari, I saw him first." The two girls got into a glaring match while Kakashi just looked at Jiraiya. He was fuming with frustration and anger. Damn it! He was so close, and now Tsunade will find out he works for Kiri. Not a good day. "Jiraiya-sama? Should we head out?" The white-haired man looked at Kakashi and sighed, nodding his head. Kakashi moved to assemble his squad and finished their goodbyes to the Suna people, albeit it was like walking thin ice after they had threatened Naruto. Jiraiya took one last look at the sun that hung in the sky, silently going over the day, and just how bad it had been for Konoha. Not a good day at all. Kirigakure, 10 minutes after Naruto left Suna. Mei was currently sitting in her office, finishing up her paperwork when a yellow flash made her look up and see her fiancé, looking at her with what had to be a smirk under his mask. "I'm home, Emi-I-Heim." Mei smiled and leapt into Naruto's outstretched arms, overjoyed to have him back. She had been scared of the outcome since it had taken so long for him to come home. Almost a week had passed, she had begun to fear for his safety. But now that she felt herself wrapped in his embrace, she no longer had to worry. "Naruto, I missed you so much!" Mei quickly tore off his mask and laid a kiss on his lips, overjoyed to taste her lover again, and Naruto smirked. "You sure did, I haven't felt that much aggressiveness from you since our second time." Mei smirked at the memory. She had wanted it so bad after the first that she had practically molested him in the morning shower, but he got into it real quick. "Well, you were gone for most of the week, someone has to make up for lost time," she said with a smile, but moaned when she felt Naruto's hungry lips attack her own. He lifted her onto the Mizukage desk and began to make out with her, glad that she had finished her duties for the day. Mei broke away from his kiss in a light pant. Seeing that neither were escaping from their primal instincts, she began to formulate a plan of action. "Home? The bathroom? The broom closet?" She spouted off secluded spots in desperation. Naruto just shook his head to all three. "Too far, me want pussy now!" Naruto tackled her onto the desk, kissing her and taking off his pants at the same time. "Naruto! Not there!" The day Naruto returned from saving Gaara would be the day the Uzumaki couple christened the Mizukage desk for something other than paperwork, and they did it over 5 times, just to be sure. Konoha. Jiraiya was dreading every step he took towards the Hokage Tower, afraid of Tsunade's reaction to the news. While the mission was technically a success, the news on Naruto he had to give her would not be taken very well. He was immediately let in to see Tsunade and began to relay the mission and its contents to the half-listening Tsunade, delaying Naruto until the last part. As soon as he uttered the words Naruto and Kiri, she exploded, her face in an unbridled fit of rage, and her scream echoed Konoha. Some even felt tremors of earthquakes and an echo of the screams Tsunade let out. "What?" Kirigakure, Mizukage Suite, 6th round. Mei quieted her moans for a moment, as she felt a very ominous danger tug at her heart. Naruto was confused as to what she was doing. She had been on top and stopped ramming herself onto his dick. "Mei, what's wrong?" The redhead looked back down at Naruto and frowned, unsure of what to feel. "It's nothing, Naruto, just a bad feeling, that's all." Naruto frowned but then smirked. He would make her feel better. Naruto began to ram up into her, instantly making her forget about her worries and focused more on the resounding pleasure Naruto was giving her. Naruto! She began to meet his thrusts, finding a rhythm in her own movements as they brought each other closer to orgasm. Naruto leaned up and captured her taut nipple in his mouth, nibbling and sucking on the wonderful breasts that ensnared his attention whenever he saw her naked. His pleasure increased when she rode him. They always jiggled and bounced, enticing Naruto to take a bite, which he did many times. "So good, feels so, Mei could no longer take the feeling, his hands massaging her ass, his thrusts deep inside of her and his mouth dominating her breasts was just too much, and Mei came with everything she had, Naruto soon following with his own moan of pleasure. After such a good bout of fun time, the Mizukage completely forgot about any danger or bad omens that she might have sensed, but they had not forgotten her. Short add-on takes place while Naruto was away. The Mizukage walked along the streets, heading to her office to start the day, another day without Naruto. She had woken up from their fun after he left, and cursed herself for giving into blissful unconsciousness. She didn't even get to say goodbye to him. As she walked, she absently picked up on the random conversation of villagers and shinobi, having nothing better to do. Did you hear? Little Chio finally found herself a man, they're getting engaged. Soon enough they will be gone on the honeymoon. An aging mother told her sister. Her little daughter was growing up so fast. The other woman just giggled and gossiped some more. Mei looked at the ground, silently brooding. A man, engagement, Naruto koi gone. Yeah man, I was just reading in this latest release of my favorite manga. The girl was all like shut up or I'll kill you, the look on his face was priceless. Some civilian teenagers talked about something Mei didn't care about, but did she hear kill? A man engaged, Naruto koi gone, killed? The Mizukage practically stalked up the stairs, taking notice of Chojuro speaking with Ao, a hunterine, by the door to her office. She leaked a killing intent that could scare Madara Uchiha. I'm telling you, Naruto is going to catch up to my kill tally back at HQ, he even beat me in getting engaged first. The swordsman just shrugged to the older man's complaints, now focusing on the Mizukage who had walked up behind Ao, her voice taking a cheerful tone, and she wore a friendly smile on her face. The blonde swordsman was confused, she looked like she was practically radiating evil a second ago. Ao, shut up or I'll kill you! And with that, the Bustikage walked off with a smile on her face and continued making her way to her desk, completely oblivious to the two shinobi looking after her with surprised or, in the swordsman's case, terrified expressions. Ao just kept staring at the wooden doors the woman had closed, mouth gaping in confusion. What the hell did I do? Chapter 7. Tense Negotions, Kiri vs. Konoha. Mizukage Suite, 3 days after Gaara's rescue. Your squad has been assembled today for a new mission. It is a joint operation with Kumogakure's special forces, the Kinkaku Bounty Squad. It can be translated as the elite of their own Hunterine division. They don't like to play by the rules, even compared to normal Hunterine procedures. This is to strengthen our relations with our northern neighbor and also to show our strength has not waned over the past few years. I have picked the best of the best for this mission. I know you will not fail. The Mizukage stood before 5 kneeling Hunterine, elite trackers of her village's ANBU division. The leader, a ninja with a large 2-ended broadsword, stood in the middle of the line, easily the tallest and with the most brawn. He also happened to be Mei's fiancé. Naruto knelt in front of his Mizukage, chest out with pride as he heard her compliments to his unit. He had been given the order this morning to gather the best 4 hunters in the corps for a special mission, and he had to say he was interested in meeting these Kinkaku hunters. They were rumored to be the ones to defeat the Nidaime Hokage during the First Shinobi War, quite a feat that they apparently brag about today. Since those times, the squad has been integrated into standard procedures amongst the Kumo Ninja Corps, namely the ANBU hunters. The mission details will be given upon your rendezvous with the Kumo squad, and they will be located in Wave Country. Your mission starts now. Mei made a cutting motion with her arm, and the squad disappeared in a blur. The Mizukage sighed. She wished that Naruto didn't have to work today. She could really use one of his special massages he only gave her. She shrugged her shoulders and stood in front of the window, overlooking the village. She hoped that his mission would go off without a hitch. Mei sensed a presence coming towards her office and turned around to find a messenger. His face was gaunt and his breath ragged. He took out a message from his bag and handed to the Mizukage. She looked it up and down, and found that it was a message from Fire Country. Her heart seized up for a moment. Remembering Naruto's debriefing, she had been reluctantly expecting this. She opened the message and read the simple, short message that had an obviously sinister undertone to it. To the Mizukage of Kirigakure. Konoha has sent an envoy of shinobi to your country to discuss recent issues that have come up between our 2 shinobi villages. The group is led by the Hokage herself. This is a pure diplomatic meeting. No hostilities have arisen yet. We only wish to discuss our problems together. You can expect the Hokage within a few days. Please welcome her and show her hospitality. She is known for a quick temper, one that has become apparent as of recent events concerning her. Konoha Council. Mei set the message down and felt a cold shiver run down her spine. So this was Naruto's Bachan. She was already a bit afraid to see her, let alone try and think of way to avoid confrontation, especially with Naruto out of the village, but she had no choice. This is bad, hurry home Narukoi. Can anyone see the foreshadowing of a cat fight? Happy face, I know I do, hee hee. Fire Nation Coast. Alright, I've booked us passage to Kiri. I hope they got the message to be expecting us. Kakashi alerted the other members of the diplomatic team. They were in a port city along what little coast Fire Country owned. That's good. I hope the Mizukage is ready. Same goes for Naruto. Sakura said she felt chills go down her spine every time she glanced at her sensei. She had not said one word since they left Konoha. The few others amongst the group were quiet. Jiraiya stood off to the side of the port ticket building, and Rock Lee stood at attention near Sakura. Immediately after receiving the news of Naruto's affiliation with Kiri and the possible alliance between Suna and Kiri, she had called for immediate action to the problem, one of which Danzo readily agreed to. He had suggested that she and a few hand-picked shinobi go to Kiri and attempt to negotiate, solve the problem without fighting. That whore, she lied to me, the Hokage. Tsunade mumbled to herself, still not believing that she had been deceived not only by the Mizukage, but her little Naruto was engaged to the slut. The boat is here, come on Hokage-sama. Rock Lee mentioned upon seeing a boat pull up to the dock next to them. The squad filed aboard and felt the cumbersome shipping boat move itself out of the harbor. Its destination was Kiri. Wave Country, 2 days since mission start. Naruto and his squad stalked through the dense mist and foliage of Wave Country, searching for the rendezvous with the Kinkaku squad. For the most part, the Kiri hunters had run across the ocean with a few pit stops along the way, small uninhabited islands set aside as resting stations for Kiri shinobi. Hunter 1, I have a visual on something. Naruto turned to Hunter 2, a man with tousled brown hair and red designs on his mask. Naruto held up his fist for the squad to stop and crept over to the ninja, and he pointed to something that was gleaming with reflected light in the distance. It was a bit bright, but only a trained shinobi would have noticed it, and a trained shinobi would have known how to hide that kind of obvious signal. So whoever it is purposely showing off the light, either a trap, or the Kinkaku alerting their presence. Hunter 2, hold your position. 3 and 4 will follow me in beta formation, search tactics, they could be our Kumo allies. The squad nodded and fanned out into the mist, and Naruto began to move straight towards the gold shimmer in the distance. Even though he could not see his fellow hunters, he knew they were watching him. They were to be his lifeline to keep him from falling into a trap. Upon reaching the front of the tree, Naruto was not surprised when 3 blurs appeared in front of him, each with an interesting Kumo uniform and a peculiar golden demon mask with horns. Naruto's squad, minus Hunter 2, appeared at his sides, kunai at the ready. Naruto held up an arm and waved away their weapons. These men were not their enemies. The apparent leader, a light-skinned man with blonde hair, took a step forward and bowed slightly in respect to Naruto, who returned the favor. Kiri hunters, it is nice that you have joined us. We were beginning to think that our signal wasn't conspicuous enough. His men got a snicker from that, and Naruto could feel his team's and his own temper flare. Not at all, we figured that we would have you wait a while for us, no need to rush things. Naruto eyed the Kumo hunters angrily, safely hiding his emotions behind his mask. The leader pointed a finger over Naruto's shoulder and scoffed, eliciting his attention. You can tell your other hunter he can come out now, we aren't hostiles. We have an attack to plan, and we can't do it without everyone here. Naruto silently cursed, waving his arm in a come-here fashion. His hunter appeared behind him with what was surely an annoyed expression. They detected our backup so easily. These men are not to be taken lightly. Their armor is also very interesting, especially for hunters. The men indeed had interesting armor. Besides their black underclothes, their armor was a strange metal that was a pure gold. Shoulder guards, studded gloves, demon masks, and even their body plate armor was a golden color, something that could be seen as an obvious disadvantage to a shinobi, especially assassins like they were. I see you're looking at our armor, pretty badass, right? We recently received a large import of steel and other strong armor materials from our friends overseas, and that has allowed Kumo to flesh out its defensive armor for its shinobi. The Kinkaku squad received these recently from Kumo forgers in the capital. Naruto nodded, He was very impressed with their armor, but he still preferred his own over it. "Alright, Kumo-san." Naruto was cut off by the leader raising his hand for quiet, and then moving it into a handshake position, surprising Naruto. "The name is Tamura Yatsuki, and you are?" Naruto gripped the man's hand with his own, feeling the other shinobi put a bit of pressure on his hand, so he returned it with vigor. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, swordsman of the mist." This guy, either Kumo has some bad history with us, or this captain really doesn't like me. "Well then, Naruto, how about we get started? I presume your Mizukage told you that we have asked for your help?" Naruto nodded, and it made all three Kinkaku scoff, confusing the Kiri squad. "Well, that's a load of shit, since our Raikage told us to cooperate with you or else. Apparently this is a pretty big relationship booster between our nations and it's very important to play nice blah blah blah." The captain openly mocked their orders, making Naruto question just how loose the Kinkaku squad's leash was in Kumo. "Let me tell you something, Naruto." He practically spat out his name. "We do not need you. Understand? This was my operation until that pro wrestler asshole thought it prudent to make me work with some pussies from KIR." The man was unable to finish when he had Naruto's broadsword at his throat, and while his two friends would have reacted, they both had their sword wrists in a bind with Naruto's Hunter's Water Release, Water Whip technique. Naruto quickly took in the Kumo ninjas' abilities, starting with their swordsmanship. Katanas. I had heard rumors that many cloud shinobi train with long swords instead of kunai, but I never would have guessed that they took that much pride in the sword itself. Immaculate, not a scratch on it, and beautiful golden designs on their blades. These guys are professional. Finally took offense to something I said?" The man chuckled, making Naruto growl. "It's true, we don't need you or your fucking sword. Probably couldn't touch a fly with this piece of oversized plastic." Mock Naruto and he got pissed. Mock Kiri or Mei and you were a dead man. Mock his broadsword. You'll wish you were dead. Oversized piece of plastic? I haven't heard that one before, Tamura. How about we test your theory? I think I see a fly right over your carotid artery. The man gulped, but kept his cool as Naruto moved his sword above the neck artery. He was an elite after all. Tamura finally sighed, holding his hands up in defeat and ending the confrontation. Naruto slowly backed away, and his shinobi released the water ropes from the other two Golden Horn members. They held their wrists and rubbed them in quiet anguish. The water was tight and restricting around their skin. "Whatever, we'll tell you the plan, but we will do all the work, understand?" Naruto just nodded. He figured that if nothing else, he would get to see these big talkers in action. That would be plenty of payment for him getting put on this useless mission. Kirigakure, front gate. Mei stood uneasily at the main gate with a large contingent of Kiri shinobi, flanked by Chojuro and Ao. While Mei looked to be in control on the outside, inside she was sweating at the impending arrival of Konoha. Not only did they know she lied to them about Naruto, but Tsunade herself was known to be protective about Naruto back when he was in Konoha. Mei could only guess at her reaction to their engagement. "Ma'am, they are only a half-mile out." Ao whispered in her ear, his Byakugan activated and watching the Konoha shinobi. "How many?" she asked with a level tone, not bothering to whisper. 5, I recognize the Hokage and the Toad Sannin Jiraiya. There's also the famous copy ninja of the leaf, Kakashi Hatake. The other two appear to be very young, probably apprentices to the older ninja. They don't look threatening." Mei scoffed at that. Looks were always deceiving. The mist dissipated in the road in front of them, revealing the small Konoha group. All looked happy to finally have arrived in Kiri. Mei locked eyes uncomfortably with Tsunade, but she practically slapped herself and took on a confident demeanor. This was it, probably the most important meeting with another nation, and she couldn't afford to mess up. Not with Naruto's life and Kiri's well-being on the table. She would stay strong for them. The two Bustakage separated from their respected bodyguards and met each other in the middle of the road. Mei forced a welcoming smile on her face. Tsunade didn't even manage that. She kept her poker face on the entire time, not bothering with pleasantries. "Welcome to Kirigakure, Hokage-sama. I hope your trip here was not too tiring or long. It is a bit of a long way from home for you. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, not complaining about the trip. The trip was fine, and I am prepared to speak with you now. There is no need to gather your counsel either. I wish only to speak with you. Tsunade whispered the final part in a hiss, making Mei narrow her eyes ever so slightly. She turned and motioned for the gate, the Kiri ninja moving out of the way for the two. My office is this way. Your bodyguards can wait out in the lobby with my own while we discuss. Mei offered, putting a certain edge on her voice with the mention of their private talk. She had no doubt it would turn into a screaming match. She could only hope that Kiri did not become the battleground. Kirigakure, Mizukage Suite. Mei and Tsunade entered the Mizukage's office, and the redhead closed the door herself, moving to sit in her chair and allowing Tsunade to begrudgingly sit on the couch. Mei sensed an observer's presence and quickly waved her hand, her voice growing stern. Leave us! Tsunade turned to see no less than 3 ANBU phase into view. They bowed their heads and disappeared, joining the bodyguards on the other side of the wall. Mei brought up her hands and laced the fingers together, staring at the barely hidden animosity inside the Hokage's hazel eyes. She spoke with an all-business tone, wanting to keep this as professional as possible, although she highly doubted Tsunade would honor that request for long. What would you like to talk about, Hokage-sama? Tsunade growled, a direct and rude insult to Mei's friendly introduction, but in the blonde's mind, she deserved it. I think you know damn well what I want to talk about. Where is Naruto? Mei sighed, already seeing where the discussion was going and not liking it at all. Naruto-koi is out on a mission. He will not be back for some time. If Mei was interrupted when a hand slammed down on her desk, leaving an imprint in the wood. I bet you did that on purpose. Sent him on a mission because you knew I would want to see him about this problem. Mei held up her hand in a dismissive gesture and held back a frustrated sigh. I had just sent Naruto's hunter squad when your council's message arrived. Had I known, I would have kept him here to help us sort this issue out. Tsunade didn't buy it, but she saw that the younger woman wouldn't back down, so she attacked from another angle. And what is this I hear, Naruto-koi? You probably seduced him into that engage. Tsunade was stopped when the Mizukage stood straight up from her chair, an angered scowl on her face. Don't you dare insinuate that I seduced Naruto. I fell for his charms and his love like any real woman would. This doesn't even have any merit on the situation. Tsunade was in her face immediately, pissed that she would brush off Tsunade's questioning of the engagement. It has everything to do with this engagement. If Naruto would never have come here, he wouldn't be engaged to you. He would still be in Konoha where he belongs. Mei processed the information and started to giggle. Her face cracked into a wide smile as she began to laugh hysterically, confusing and angering Tsunade further. Ha ha! You say that, Naruto, he belongs in Konoha? That is the most absurd thing I have heard for a while now. How can you expect him to feel like he belongs when almost everyone casts him out in one way or another because of what he holds inside of him? Tsunade gasped. She knew about the 9 tails? Naruto, you didn't. You wouldn't tell her, right? She must have seduced that out of you too, this whore. She has gone too far. How dare you laugh at me? Naruto has no hate for the village, and when he was there, he loved it with all his heart. It makes no sense for him to just up and leave without any notice. He could have at least come to me before. Mei stepped back in after that, tired of hearing the excuses Tsunade spouted off. He could not come to you, no matter what place you hold in his heart. It was his mother's bloodline, and only she would have been a person that he could talk to about it, and since she is gone, Naruto had to find an Uzumaki. He also had great dreams that he wished to accomplish. He wanted to bring the Uzumaki back to the elemental nations, and he could not do that while he was inside your country. He came to Kiri, and he found me. Since the beginning I have been with him and helped him master his skills until he turned into what he is today. A great shinobi, a greater man, and the greatest fiancé I could ask for. Mei finished with a longing smile and a far-off look in her eyes, thinking about Naruto and her being together. Tsunade was taken aback. Having Mei explain it from her own angle was comforting, but it wasn't enough to deter the blonde. Moving away from all our personal issues, you lied to me. Me, the Hokage of Konoha. This is an insult that is not taken lightly, especially because of Naruto and his special status. Mei's mind immediately clicked onto the Hokage's wavelengths, and her smile turned to a disgusted scowl. You are here because your council wants their secret weapon back, aren't you? I should have known it would come to this. Backroom politics always were the bane of a Kage's power. Tsunade lowered her head in shame. In truth, she had been pestered about going to war to get Naruto back because he held such a powerful entity inside of him. She had hoped to just use the thinly veiled threat as a power play during negotiations. She hadn't counted on Mei picking up on the tactic so quickly. It is true that Konoha's council sees that Naruto should be returned to Konoha because of his power and influence, but I don't want him back because of that. Mei silently gasped when she saw Tsunade begin to cry, salty tears falling down her cheeks. I want Naruto back because I love him like I would a son. He grew on me after I returned to Konoha, and when he left, I was heartbroken. The village isn't the same without him, and everyone wants him back. Mei openly scoffed at that, confusing the Hokage. That's not what my informants tell me. They say that almost 100% of your village celebrated his death and continue to do so up to this day. Naruto has told me many times he does not wish to return, and as long as he wishes to stay here, he will be a Kiri shinobi. Besides, I love. Mei was stopped by a harsh slap from Tsunade, who was practically fuming over the Mizukage's audacity. How dare you! I won't believe you until I hear it from his own mouth that he does not wish to come back home, and your so-called love thing has no merit over the situ. Tsunade was stopped from her mocking by an equally hard slap from Mei, both women now sporting red marks on their cheeks. Never doubt my love for Naruto, because I will make sure you regret it. I will not tolerate this kind of insolence, no matter what rank you are, Hokage-sama. Now then. Mei's voice returned to a level, unreadable tone. She pointed to the door. I have arranged an apartment for you and your contingent to stay at until Naruto-koi returns, or you may leave Kiri. In any case, I do not expect you to move too freely. We aren't allies, and after this display I can't fully trust you not to do something rash. Now please leave. Tsunade scoffed and turned around, walking towards the door. She only stopped to look over her shoulder and whisper threatening words to her fellow Kage. This is not over. Kirigakure, Mizukage Suite Lobby. Chojuro-san, I was wondering if you could tell me about Naruto's training? We were unable to see him in action, and I was curious as to. Jiraiya was cut off by the young swordsman, who was scratching his head in embarrassment. Well, you see, that kind of information is, Ao just sighed loudly, slapping the younger boy in the back of the head, startling him. Chojuro, all you have to do is say, that information is classified. End of story. Geez. Back in my day, if a boy rambled like you dash. Ao trailed off when he saw the double doors swing open and an angry Hokage came out of the office, a dull red imprint on her cheek. Jiraiya immediately knew something was up, as did the rest of Konoha, but wisely kept quiet and fell into step with Tsunade. Well? Are one of you Kiri shinobi going to lead us to our temporary dwelling or what? The Hokage demanded quite loudly, surprising all shinobi present at her disregard for respect. The Kiri shinobi looked at one another before Mei walked out, a similar red imprint on her cheek. She pointed out two ANBU and they ushered forward, ready to receive orders. Go. Lead them to the dwellings marked in the briefing, the newly rebuilt side of the village. The two ANBU looked at each other and shrugged, moving in front of the Konoha squad and leading them out of sight down the stairs. Ao turned to the Mizukage, curious as to her unsettling behavior. Is everything all right, Mizukage-sama? Mei barely spared him a glance with her dangerously narrowed eyes, settling for a small sigh to vent some of her anger. No, it isn't. Ao, I want you to select and lead a team of our best trackers and keep an eye on the Konoha visitors. I don't trust them to sit idle while Naruto-koi is away. Ao was surprised by the order but nodded, glad that he would have something to do for the next week or so. Yes, Mizukage-sama, it will be done. Ao disappeared, leaving Mei to walk home with a raging headache from today's events. I really need a hot bath, Naruto-koi. I hope you are enjoying your little vacation, because my soon-to-be in-law is being a real pain. I still can't believe that bitch slapped me. I almost spit lava into her face. Almost. Wave Country, Unknown Village's warehouse. That's the target, Kiri team, you know the drill. Naruto listened into his communicator and sighed. He knew the drill all right. The Kiri team was to sit back with popcorn while the Kinkaku took down the petty crime lords and their gangs that were meeting tonight in the warehouse. Woofy. Naruto was just bursting with excitement over the prospect of doing nothing, but he had no real choice. The Mizukage called it a joint operation, but Kinkaku wanted nothing to do with them, so they settled for an uneasy peace agreement. You don't fuck with us, we don't fuck with you. Naruto moved into a better position to observe the warehouse, namely a shattered window near the roof. The mist was extra thick tonight, meaning he could hide relatively easily without the help of jutsu. Not that it mattered against these crime bosses. They weren't shinobi after all. Kinkaku Bounty Squad, commence the operation! Naruto watched as the lights inside the warehouse shorted out, surely thanks to a lightning technique. Tamura and his two squad mates entered the warehouse quick and quiet, easily below the sounds of the panicked orders and worried murmurs. Tamura decided to use his own technique to fight, while his men used their katana with lightning chakra. This seems like a drug bust, not something Hunter Nin should be doing. Naruto thought quietly, curious as to the Kumo ninja methods. Lightning release, bolt or shot. Tamura whispered, his hands slowly starting to glow with a dull white lightning coloring, little lightning bolts sizzling between his fingers. Remember, keep at least one alive. Tamura alerted his subordinates. They had already charged up their katana and were charging straight for the criminals, lighting up the warehouse with their lightning-infused weapons. They began to cut through enemies, not only killing them with the blade but also with enough electricity to fry their insides into shutdown. Once the enemy realized it was suicide to attack the golden shinobi up close, they began to throw kunai and shuriken, slowing their advance. That was when their lightning-infused chakra blades truly shined, and they used the attack quickly to stop the enemy range fighters. Kenjutsu style, lightning crescent wave! The Kinkaku sword users swung their swords in a horizontal arc, the lightning leaping off in a crescent wave of energy straight for the enemy's position. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw the lightning wave decimate the enemy ranks caught in the blast, either slicing them or burning them with electricity. I knew of that type of technique, but I've never seen it used in real combat before. Naruto looked at Tamura, who he had not seen do much of anything, until he noticed Tamura had been fighting a large force on the other side of the warehouse, alone. Naruto's eyes widened again when he saw the interesting lightning technique used by the leader. He would point his fingers at the enemy target, and a high-speed bolt of lightning would be shot off and impact the enemy. Apparently the lethality of the technique was determined by the amount of chakra put into each shot. As Naruto could see, the man had already incapacitated a few while the rest lie dead. Come on, you fucking pussies, is this all you got? I expected better from the little shits that tried to pick up all of Gato's little pieces of his empire. But you little bitches are horrible. Naruto cringed at the man's use of colorful vocabulary, and while he wasn't totally innocent either, Naruto didn't curse like a sailor that this man seemed to emulate perfectly. Naruto watched in amazement as the battle died down, Tamura's lackeys actually finishing off any of the survivors. Naruto and his squad shined to join them in the interrogation process. It caused Tamura to look at them with clear disdain and annoyance. Kiri-san, what did I tell you about this whole teamwork thing? Naruto was about at the end of his rope, his teammates barely holding back either. Listen, I was given this assignment by the Mizukage herself, and I'm not going to sit on the sidelines the entire time just so you can have your glory. The least you can allow us to do is to join in the non-fighting parts. We have a right to listen in too. Tamura growled but said no more, instead turning his veiled anger to the prisoners he had garnered. His hand glowed for a second, settling with the occasional spark or crack of lightning chakra emitting from his palm. Tamura smirked and said both to the prisoners and the Kiri team what was going on. Kumo Hunter Ninja Interrogation Technique. A perfect device to get what we want by stimulating the body with pain. Tamura walked up to the first samurai wannabe and placed his hand on the back of his neck, eliciting a loud, agonizing scream from the man. Naruto and his team were in shock over his methods. He hadn't even asked a question yet. I always like to give my prisoners a taste of what could happen to them first before we get started. Usually makes them cave in quicker. The man it was used on was glaring murder at the Kinkaku leader, but he was completely ignored. Now then. Tamura used his other hand and gripped the man's scraggly black hair, lifting his head up painfully by the roots. Tell me where Yuroi Yatsuki is. I know he has been used by your organization before because of his ninja services, so don't give me any bullshit. Yuroi Yatsuki, wait. You must be the hunter ninja he is always droning about. He's been waiting for your asses to get here for quite some time now. He's probably going to fry your... The man was cut off by another shock. This one was directed to his arm, making it twitch uncontrollably while the man screamed in pain. That was some great information. Now tell me where he is, you little bastard. The interrogation continued for the next 10 minutes. Naruto had become bored with the whole thing and was leaning up against the crate when Tamura sighed in frustration. He walked away from the prisoners and consulted with the hunter ninja assembled. I can't seem to get the little pansy to give up his location. It's as if he's been through the interrogation tactic before and is hardened to it or something. Naruto tapped his fingers on the crate he was near, thinking about the problem. It's possible that this Yuroi of yours, since he knew you would come, did these same or similar techniques on some of the more well-informed gang members, keeping them from revealing his secrets. Naruto suggested, making Tamura turn to him with a befuddled but understanding gaze. Tamura seemed to think about the possibility more and more, slowly nodding to himself. Yes, that would make sense from the man's earlier statement. But this is our quickest way of getting info. How else are we going to get him to talk? Naruto decided to commune with his bijou while everyone else contemplated the question. Hey Kyubi. Do you think with a little of your chakra and a lot of killer intent, we could freak this guy out enough to get him to talk? Well, if you were able to make eye contact with my chakra coursing through you, I could plant a little genjutsu I know into the man's consciousness. It should freak him out enough to crack. Naruto nodded and spoke up, bringing the attention back to him. I think I have a way. Just give me a minute with him alone and I can get him talking. Naruto stood straight and began to walk towards the prisoner but was stopped by a rough hand on his shoulder from a glaring Tamura. This is my mission, Naruto! I can handle this, now step down. Naruto gripped the man's arm and threatened to break it with the intense strength he was putting on it, making Tamura cringe under his mask. Listen, Tamura, you need to wake up and realize that you can't do everything. Right now, no matter how much I wish I was not, I am your teammate and I'm trying to fucking help you. Now get off your damn cloud of greatness and back down to Earth's reality and piss off. Naruto finished his little speech with intensifying the strain on the man's arm to its zenith, making him howl with anger and pain. You son of a bitch! Naruto just kept walking, ignoring the temper tantrum the captain was probably throwing in his mind. He took the prisoner roughly by the arm and dragged him behind a crate, scaring the man into thinking they were going to kill him. All right now then, look into my eyes and see what will befall you, mortal. Naruto's voice slowly changed as Kyubi's chakra leaked into his system, flooding him with strength and bloodlust. No matter how much he trained and harnessed the red chakra, he could never defeat the nagging feeling for death and blood to reign when he used it. Naruto took off his mask and the man saw slitted, demon eyes that were blood red in color, scaring him to the point of almost fainting. His eyes soon dilated, having been caught in the genjutsu, and Naruto waited for a few moments before he started to scream bloody murder and attempt to break his bonds. Naruto held him steady, waiting for him to calm down somewhat before he could ask the question. After a few more tense moments, the man's voice had broken into quiet sobs and whimpers. Yuroi Yatsuki, where is he? The man looked into Naruto's now masked eyes and opened his mouth, voice barely above a whisper. Old Momochi contractor hideout, deep forest. 10 miles east of here. The man collapsed then, and Naruto was glad that the jutsu worked. He was also curious if this Momochi was the same Zabuza Momochi he had fought in Wave once before. Rejoining the team, he alerted the astounded ninja of both villages the information, skirting around the how he did it part. The teams were soon leaping through the trees, Tamura near Naruto in quiet deliberation over the younger blonde's earlier words and his actions so far. Naruto. Tamura started, eliciting a slight glance from the blonde. He grimaced under his mask. I guess I was a pretty big jackass. This mission is too personal for me. Naruto, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been snapping at you like that, but this mission is personal as I'm sure you've guessed by now. I shouldn't have shut you out of the investigation like that. It was wrong of me. To say Naruto was surprised was an understatement, although he had predicted the personal part. Their last names are the same, they are related somehow. I can only guess you two are related. Tamura nodded slowly. Is he your brother? Tamura actually started laughing, having to stop jumping for a second to catch his breath. Ha! Nowhere close, but nice guess. That pussy could never be my brother, but the Yatsuki clan is large in Kumo, and he is my distant cousin, nothing more nothing less. It's one of those guy betrays clan pursues him type deals, except they picked me for the job. I'm not nice on good days, and if you couldn't tell yet, this is a bad day for me. Naruto nodded. The Uzumaki clan may be no more at the moment, but Naruto would surely chase down any traitor with a zeal unheard of by most shinobi. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go catch us a traitor. Naruto disappeared in a swirl of water, moving quicker than he had been before with the boost of chakra. Tamura smirked, disappearing in a silent bolt of lightning. I think I may like this guy, Naruto Uzumaki. Wave, old Momochi contractor base, deep forest. So, they have finally come to free this body from the wretched soul within? I have been getting awfully bored lately. Uroi sat on a throne, added by himself to the hideout, waiting for the assassins to enter his unguarded keep. His skin was a dark brown, but his hair was a bright blonde, almost white, resembling the current rakage. He had twin katana on his back and he shifted uncomfortably in his Kumo vest and leggings, his black underclothes covering all but his arms. He smirked when three blurs appeared a few feet from his throne. The golden masks made his eyes widen a bit, but he quickly calmed when he recognized the leader of the three. Tamura, it's been too long. The leader stiffened upon the warm welcome from the criminal and oddly kept silent, opting for a few hand motions to his subordinates who nodded and moved away. Tamura, it's impolite to not talk to your cousin. Tamura took his katana in one hand and flooded it with lightning chakra, illuminating the dark room. Uroi also noticed that he was not using both hands like he used to and guessed his other hand had already been used for a technique. Uroi Yatsuki. Tamura's voice cracked from the anger he was feeling from seeing this man again. He cleared his throat and tried again. You have been charged with the crime of leaving the village and revealing clan secrets to outsiders. It's your time to die. Tamura and Uroi disappeared and reappeared in the air, Tamura's single sword shaking from his exertion to hold back the enemy's twin katana, also enhanced by nature chakra. Tamura, I was sure the clan got over that. It has been so long since that little incident. Tamura pointed his free hand's finger at Uroi's head, shooting off a bolt of lightning that sizzled past the exile when he twisted his neck away. Uroi began to shake his head back and forth in a scolding manner, and in the blink of an eye, Tamura's free hand was being held at the wrist, while Uroi held both katana between his fingers in the other hand. That was a dangerous technique, Tamura. You could have hurt me. Tamura was pissed. Uroi had become more than the damn weakling he used to be after he stole one of the clan's technique scrolls. You piece of shit. Tamura screamed in agony when Uroi twisted his wrist, rendering it unusable by the Kinkaku captain. Quickly freeing himself from the traitor's grasp, Tamura started to think up a plan while he nursed his broken wrist. A good ninja never lets his guard down. You should know this, Tamura. The Kinkaku's eyes widened when he heard the voice from behind him, and he could feel the whoosh of air as the katana glided towards his neck. Captain? His squad mates arrived in the nick of time, their own katana covered in lightning, and shaking with the attempt to hold the enemy off. Tamura went through a few hand seals, opening his mouth with sparks gathering. Lightning release, false darkness. A large, concentrated stream of lightning chakra sailed into Yuro, making the Kinkaku squad smirk when he was flung back through the wall into an adjacent room. Thanks for the save, boys, now let's. Tamura was unable to finish when Yuroi came bursting through the wall encased in their clan's special lightning armor technique. His fists impacted Tamura's men while Yuroi headbutted the surprise squad leader and sent all three down to the ground. He wasn't playing around anymore. Now that did hurt Tamura. I guess we aren't playing nice anymore. His men knocked out by the bone-shattering punch enhanced by the nature chakra. Tamura could only watch as the katana descended towards their throats. I can't let you do that, Yuro-san. A voice said, and Yuroi's eyes widened when a large twin-bladed broadsword blocked his attack from killing the Kinkaku hunters. Normally this wouldn't be a problem. Lightning chakra was known to enhance blades to be able to cut through solid steel in a flash, but this weapon would not budge. Yuroi gave a quick examination of the opposing blade and noticed numerous seals written on it. A few had lit up from the contact with his chakra, and he noticed his katana losing their glow. Shit, containment seals. He's sapping my elemental chakra. Yuroi pushed away from the enemy only to find himself wrapped by 3 additional Hunter Nin water whips, holding his wrists and neck. The strength forced Yuroi onto his knees while Naruto helped Tamura get up and finish the job, but he was sadly mistaken when he heard screams coming from his fellow Kiri ninja. Yuroi's lightning armor had been reactivated and it was currently electrocuting Naruto's squad, forcing him into action. Shining to the enemy, Naruto swung his broadsword in a wide arc, creating sparks when it was met once again by chakra-infused blades. Yuroi scowled as his chakra was absorbed again from his blades and attempted to move one blade to hit Naruto's central mass when Naruto altered his grip and pushed the X-Cloud away from him. Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto's shadow clones quickly moved and picked up all the unconscious ninja in the battlefield, escaping through the large hole in the wall. So, we are alone now. I wonder what you will do now, Hunter-san, Yuro said, flexing his arms and basking in the feel of lightning chakra dancing across his skin. You may not enjoy it so much. Naruto formed a single hand sign and shot a large blob of mud towards Yuro, who deftly dodged it, laughing as he did so. Mud will not do much against me, Hunter. You'll have to. Yuroi trailed off when he heard hardening of rock and turned to see the hole in the wall plugged by newly formed rock. So that's what you were. Yuroi sensed danger and saw Naruto exhaling some sort of mist from his mouth, and he quickly remembered Kiri's hidden mist technique. Hiding in a mist won't help you much here. I could easily find you. Yuroi watched as his skin began to peel off and his lightning chakra shield calmed and dissipated away from his body. Naruto willed the acidity to increase, seeing Yuroi's painful expression showed it to be working, and his skin falling off was a good indicator too. What the hell did you do? Naruto snickered, glad to have the upper hand in this battle. The Uzumaki bloodline was known to few, it seemed. Killing you, what's it look like? Naruto lifted his mask slightly to reveal his mouth, and he shot 2 lava globs, both aimed at and hit his swords, melting the instruments of destruction. Yuroi growled. He wasn't having as much fun anymore. In fact, he wasn't having fun at all. His skin was bleeding now, muscle had been revealed in some places and it burned like his entire body just got hit with antibacterial spray. Then again, while I could just watch you melt away, I think Tamura would like the honor so. Unable to stop him, Yuroi watched as Naruto disappeared and felt a jab to his neck, and everything went black. Wave hideout, 10 minutes later. Tamura, he is all yours. Naruto dropped a tied-up Yuroi at his feet, still wounded from his battle with Naruto. Tamura looked down shocked at the Kiri ninja's ability. He did what the Kinkaku squad could not. What he could not. Naruto, how did you? Naruto just shook his head, and Tamura understood. Most ninja didn't like to reveal their techniques if they didn't have to. Tamura, spare me. The golden masked leader scowled at the now begging traitor of Kumo, and he kicked him in the ribs to shut him up. You die now. Tamura gathered a specific amount of chakra into his 2 pointer fingers, asking Naruto to hold the criminal so he was kneeling. Tamura jabbed the 2 fingers into 2 different spots, the back of Yuro's neck at his spinal cord and one right to his heart. The lightning chakra worked its magic, shutting down the nervous system and the heart organ with overloads of concentrated electricity. Naruto was slightly intrigued by the method, but knew better than to ask. Naruto! Naruto turned into a punch sent by Tamura, just barely dodging it, his hand already on his broadsword. That was for beating him without me. Thank you though. If it wasn't you for you, we wouldn't have just lost, we would be dead. We will not forget this, Naruto. If you ever need help, you can count on Kinkaku bounty hunters to come to your aid. We'll spread the word, keep in touch, alright? We'll dispose of the body right here. Naruto nodded and walked off, mentally noting the location of the base and the reminder of help from the bounty hunters. His squad fell into place behind him. So I made new friends, Mayheim will be so proud. Kirigakure, 3 days later. We are home, now go take a break. The other hunters nodded and disappeared, leaving Naruto to walk up to a strangely waiting Mei at the gate. I'm back, Mayheim? What's the matter? Mei looked quite depressed, only barely cheering up upon seeing Naruto here. Naruto, we have unwanted guests. Naruto's eyes widened and then narrowed, hand moving to his broadsword. Where? They didn't hurt you, did they? Naruto asked quickly. Mei just shook her head and hugged her fiancé, who hesitantly hugged her back. No, Naruto, it's Konoha. Naruto's eyes widened, they had come for him? And that concludes part 1 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Uzumaki Clan's Rebirth, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to G3 Ramen, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.